snow fell cold on a bitter night. John was gone for the morning light. They blame Karen, but it don't sit right. Too many secrets hid from sight. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town. Proctor's story shifts and sways. Cameras vanish, records fade. The Alberts toast while the doubts grow strong. The folks still fight, won't be long. Oh, the badge runs deep, the law runs thin. They stack the deck, but truth won't bend. The judge looks away, the truth gets drowned. Ain't no justice in Canton Town.
Good morning, good evening, good afternoon, wherever you are, whoever you are, what if any you might be. And I don't know if I sound horrible because I'm deaf in one ear. I'm not this tanned, and it played music through one of my screens, and I just tipped over a pot of coffee. So
you're right on track. You're doing awesome.
I can't hear shit.
I like that shirt.
I normally have my audio at 22. I have it at 36 now. I can't hear it. I'll be doing a shizzy, rummaging around in the background.
I like that shirt you got on, Baker. Est End Posse. Est End
Gotta
Posse.
represent.
I'm glad you made it back home, man. I was getting a little worried.
Well, I'm glad to be back home.
I bet.
Because why would I send my... It thinks I want my audio through one of my screens that has no speakers in it.
Why would you want to do that?
Well, because it's stupid.
Well, that's fair, I guess.
Well, back to my normal setup. Well, it's been a week. Everything's back.
It takes a
Rumble
little
is running.
It takes a little bit, y'all.
Yeah, and as you can hear, I got a little bit of the East Tennessee bug.
Don't try to pass that. No. I will not stand for it. Yeah, don't you try to pass that off like you didn't bring that over with you. Like you weren't the first one sick 3-4 days ago. Now everybody's sick. Shizzy was sick yesterday. Valkyrie's sick today. White Rabbit was sick 4 days ago, 3 days ago, whatever it was. Don't try to play like you didn't bring that nastiness from Europe.
Well, we didn't know that the Danish disease is not sexual transmitted because Mo didn't have it. Oh.
I got it from the Malort.
Shh. We're not talking about that, Mo. When you're cyber-trucking, you're cyber-trucking.
Fair point.
I saw the coolest Cybertruck the other day. I took a picture of it. Hold on. Let me pull this thing up. Let me make sure I don't have any terrible...
And everyone, I hope you had a pleasant time. Marissa said, thank God you're back. Brendan and Bad Dog has been trying to, and I said, that can't be true because Brandon is going for mod of the year. He would never. Bad dog, he's a bad egg.
Competition got a little less fierce for mod of the year in the last week.
Well, I wasn't home, so I didn't
see
this
Cybertruck. It's the greatest Cybertruck I've ever seen in my entire life.
Yeah, you showed it to me. Boy. Showed it to me 2 days ago.
Did I?
Yeah.
You sure I showed you, or did somebody else show you?
You showed it to me right before I played you your new favorite song.
What's my new favorite song?
Whoopee, whoopee, you'll be. It was the night that you found out you had gotten a new whoopee and you were crying in the corner, and I played you the whoopee song.
I don't think so. I think I found this the day you left. I don't think you were here.
I've seen it. Maybe Will have. I don't know who could have shown it to you.
I sent it to the group chat right before he left, so they probably showed it to him.
That makes sense.
I'm sorry, Valkyrie.
She's mad. She said that I sent it to a group chat right before you left, but I don't think I seen you after that. Probably.
Yeah.
That's probably fair.
Yeah, the sun rose in the morning.
You're right. Safe assumption.
No, this was actually... I saw it at the expert's house, and there's no drinking at the expert's house. There were morning sermons, there were Bible studies. Valhalla and I had a special cooler of religious encouragement.
Communion wine.
Communion wine. You had sacramental wine. Mogan David.
Yes, ma'am.
The oldest sacramental wine in America. I like those.
Bartles and James. Jamaican me happy.
Oh, and by the way, thank you, Rosman Ralph, for letting me represent my old gang, Est End Posse.
It's great.
Scourge of my hometown when we were a kid.
You have to find all of your friends and show them that.
Well, one of them's parents actually lives in the same HOA as I live in. They moved in last year, and I was like, that's weird. Then they had a carpenter come over to fix something in the house. That's one of the guys who were in the gang. So. Eileen, thank you for 12 months. Welcome back. We all behaved and court was calm. I've seen court. I've seen the group text, what is going on. And I've seen Marissa say, Brendan, I owe you $5. So...
At the last count, it was a little more than 5, I think.
Oh,
$7.
So.
But thank you so much, Marissa, for holding down the fort and sticking up with all the crazies who goes in my chat. I love the crazies because I'm a crazy. I was in a Twitter battle with someone yesterday who believed that I think was in a sexual relationship with Turtle Boy, or hoping to be, because I kept saying, find you someone else. He will never love you as much as he loves as you love him, because you obsess about him all day. Well, you keep bringing him up. I didn't bring him up. I love it when they come in and I said something about Brennan was a absolutely twat waffle. Well, every little turtle boy Richard sucker says that because he told. On account of hands, how many times have either of you ever talked to Turtle Boy?
Once or twice, maybe.
Never.
That one stream we did together, I think. And then I don't think I've ever actually talked to him after that. Sent him a message. He didn't respond. He didn't like me.
Yeah, I think I sent him a message when Karen Reed first came out and said, hey, you want to come on my channel and explain what the hell's going on? But I'm a little small fry, so...
He got stuff to do. He's got stuff to do.
Yeah, I never look at it like, oh, they don't like me, or, oh, I'm just like, yeah, people have stuff to do.
Yeah, and I got to deduct all the money Marissa lost me in monetization. Those 3 days, probably $2.50. Marissa, it'll come straight out of your paycheck of nothing. So you'll have to work extra nausea.
I think I actually got one of them overturned. I think I only had 2 go yellow.
Yeah, I had one overturned and 2 or 3 is still yellow.
Yeah. Yeah, they were like, no, it's bad. And I was like, it's not my fault they showed an arm. You yell at the court.
But it didn't do it all the time. It's inconsistent when it do it.
It was
and Anima says, Baker, are you saying you're the only member of Eston Posse that didn't become a productive member of society? We had a buddy who no one really knows where went. He got really into the devil's letters. Someone helped him move, and since then, no one heard from him. That was he moved to Sweden. Maybe that's why no one heard from him. But when I woke up in the plane yesterday and I saw fiery mountains and trolls running around, I thought, oh, I died and got into hell. I was just passing Sweden. Here, Brennan is especially annoying after a break, so here's some likely needed swear Jaffrons. Thank you so much, Jemima. Well, I can get hopped up on Diva's earth medicines and just sit here and, oh man, that guy's weird.
She'd be a druid if it were like a fantasy novel or something. She'd be like the apothecary, little satchels full of.
Well, if I was writing a book and I needed a wise woman who might be trapped by an evil wizard or something, an evil knight, I would say the fair maiden Leva with her enchantress skills and the evil Stormwall who captured her, took her hostage because he wanted her healing spells. That might have happened after a certain night where I might have been a little drunk and a little tired because of my illness. We made certain sorries.
These roosters are screaming in my ear, and I'm about over it.
135 to Brandon.
He started keeping tabs on everything she wouldn't read.
Yeah.
That was the total that I saw last.
Well, and then you have the YouTube tax, that's 30%. So then you have the Danish tax, that's 42%.
Yeah.
Then you have the exchange rate. Actually, it's probably about even.
Pretty close. I think in total $17 now. I think that's what you actually owe.
Oh my. Oh my.
Ooh. She's not looking.
What happened on Runkle's recap? I woke up, I went to bed at 2 a.m., woke up at 3 a.m. and thought, oh my God, I'm so fresh. I'm going to start a stream and say, time isn't real. I blinked, I woke up at 5 a.m. and thought, oh, I'm so fresh. I'm going to do a morning stream because time isn't real. I will get the expert on and we can talk about how the time isn't real. And I woke up at 11. Did you say Diva's earth medicines, milk of the poppy? I wish she had some milk of the... She gave us ginseng.
Close enough.
Yeah.
Thank you, Beth, for being a member for 9 months. We could have a baby.
Ginseng's more valuable than gold. You should feel honored.
Well, I didn't drink it.
Hunt it.
I've had it. My mom was the same person who fixed everything with ginseng and tea tree oil. So,
you guys have ginseng over there?
I just left the expert who would ask me questions like, have you tried meat? Do you know what water is? Oh, this is a car.
Ginseng was a New World plant. I didn't realize it was a...
It's from China.
They have them in...
Okay. We have it here. We got it in the hills. I don't know about China. I've never been to China. I just know they got it here. And it's really valuable. And if you go... like north into Kentucky and West Virginia and stuff, they have like stands on the side of the road where they'll just buy it from you if you find it. True story. He called it dirt medicine is what he called it. Earth medicine. Earth medicine. See? Haley Mouse knows.
Did she give you a tea or a tincture?
Did you say a tin shirt?
Tincture. It's like a liquid with,
Tincture?
Tincture. Sorry, I don't say things. Look, I just learned how
It's
to
a
say
tincture,
Aldi that
and
doesn't.
it means just a medical thing that they will do. No, it was the tincture, and I didn't because they always put ginger and all of that stuff, and I hate ginger. It's the worst ever, and my mom got on that as well.
Zach's been a member over here for 15 months. That's outstanding. Look, I'm Miles Davis, blue and green. I appreciate it. I like it.
EDB said the error by Brennan was curable. Well, everything's curable with a right instruction, but didn't really put that in there.
The instruction was so watered down. And again, Alessi is coming in with fire this morning. He told her he has more to say on that. I didn't quite catch because they weren't by the mics, of course. But he said he wanted to address it again in the morning. And then they're supposed to be having the voir dire on Dr. Rentschler this morning.
Well,
now, they were supposed to be in there.
It's only 10 minutes late, so come on.
Well, she did tell the jury they didn't have to show up for like a half hour.
Yeah, but they were supposed to be doing shit while they were coming in late.
That's true.
Oh, and I don't drink gin because if I want to make out with a Christmas tree, I can just make out with a Christmas tree.
Gin's disgusting.
Yeah, and it tastes just like Christmas trees. Why? Because I tried both.
You've eaten a Christmas tree?
Yeah, I've taken a bite into a Christmas tree once I was drunk.
Why would you do that?
In Denmark, we have a lot of these, things at schools where you'll go and you'll get a lump of clay, put it on a paper plate, stick some branches into it, and do you have that where you count the days to Christmas with a candle? So it'll go from
Not
1,
a
2, 3.
candle, but an advent calendar we have.
Yeah, but we have an advent candle. So, and you'll never get there because you don't. It's a candle that's this thick, and whoever gets to burn 24 days of that. But you'll do that at school, and then we might have
fire hazard.
Everything is a fire hazard.
Encourage kids to play with matches.
Yeah, of course we do. How else are they supposed to learn?
My youngest, most feral's moving to Denmark.
Don't encourage this behavior. This isn't a good thing. We don't want to have a 24-day fire in the house maintained by a 6-year-old. We don't want this. That's not good, y'all. Home insurance claims do not cover 6-year-old 24-day fires.
Real lights on your Christmas tree either?
We haven't had a Christmas tree in years. I think we've had one since we've been here. The whole time we've been down here. And I cut it out of my yard.
No, but in Denmark, it's tradition that you have live, real candles on your Christmas tree. And my dad used to, at Christmas night, because it paid extra and he had 4 kids, he used to do the retirement home runs where they would go pick up the old people and drive them back to their families and then bring them back to the retirement home after Christmas dinner. So he would leave at around 8 o'clock at Christmas Eve. And every time he just walked out the door, the Christmas tree would fall over with live candles on it. So we got a electric one because it makes a little fun if it falls over in your living room with fires in it.
Yeah, we stopped doing
candles
that
to stay in the trees.
We have a candle holder. You have like a little. It's a little spiral you put it into, and then there's a counterweight on it that you'll just hook onto a branch.
Oh, neat.
Still seems like something you couldn't do with kids.
Well, we do it all the time.
Seems like something you shouldn't have done since the invention of electricity, is what it seems like.
Yeah, we kind of stopped doing that in the 1800s over here. Maybe the Amish do it. I don't know. Do Amish celebrate Christmas?
I would assume so. Their whole thing's kind of religion. But they probably also don't like celebrate, right? Like no gifts. There's probably no decorating of trees.
I'm not like an Amish historian.
Picture of Jesus on the wall. That's their celebration for Christmas. It's the one time of the year they can use a picture.
They just smile. It's the one day they're allowed to smile.
There you go.
Use zippers. They get to use
Put a
zippers
wreath.
for a day.
A wreath around their horse. Good enough.
Okay, as much as we joke, the Amish can kill baking. They are, look, I don't know how they're not a zillion pounds, but that lard is great and they use it in everything. That being
Really?
said,
Pork
don't go
lard?
nuts.
Yeah.
No, all their baking,
You have these. You can see there's a little. The little spiral is where you put the candle. Then there's a little clip that you put on the branch, and then there's a counterweight to keep it firmly in place.
Are you sure that's what we're looking at?
Yeah, it's not a sex toy.
Okay.
I'm not saying you can't use it as a sex toy, but it's not recommended.
Valhalla, how many times has someone gone to the ER with one of those inserted somewhere?
No, they're small.
The
They're not that big. It's not worth the hassle.
You
just
say
yank it
that.
out like a chainsaw.
That is really cool. My cats would set my house on fire.
Yeah, but you don't. Mo, this is the trick, and I know this will be a novelty for Americans. You don't have them on all the time. You'll light them at around 8 o'clock at night because everyone remember we're celebrating baby Jesus when he was born at midnight. So we'll have the gifts, and then we'll go to bed when he gets born. Not like the weird people who, I get up in the morning and I'll get my gifts. Are you Swedish? But you will then, at around 8 o'clock, when you have had your pork roast with cracklings, of course, your big old thick brown gravy made from the fat from the pork roast,
Ooh.
the
Now I'm hungry.
white potatoes and the brown potatoes. If you're lucky, someone will have made a little. That's caramelized potatoes.
Oh, you mean sweet potatoes?
No, no. Sweet potato is a sweet potato.
Also, those are orange.
You'll make a caramel sauce, and then you'll put potatoes into that, and yeah, it's the best ever.
I doubt it.
It's the best.
Potatoes?
Yeah, caramelized potatoes because it goes really well because you have the pork with the pork rinds on. That's very salty, and then you have the sweet potatoes. Then you'll have some. What's the name? I can't remember the English name.
Broccoli.
Now. But you don't have broccoli. It's Christmas. You don't eat vegetables and broccoli. You only eat potatoes.
So it's just like a regular caramel sauce, like melted.
No, you take a stick of butter, melt it, put some sugar in it. If you're a little fancy, put some honey in it, brown it off or caramelize it a bit, and then you'll just put your boiled potatoes in it and just flip them around a bit so they get like this sugar coating. Once you had it with a good salty pork roast, you will never, ever go back. You can also eat it if you'll have a ham, and then you have, we call it grønlangkål, which is green long cabbage. I don't know how to translate that, but that's like a gravy with, I don't know what green cabbage is in English, if it's the right word, but you chop up some cabbage and put in this. Oh, it's good.
All right.
Oh, so you make
I can't talk today.
sauteed greens in the pork fat?
You don't put, again, why do you want greens? It's Christmas. You're not getting punished.
You were saying lettuce. What the hell do you do with the lettuce
He said
then?
green cabbage. Green cabbage.
It's
Okay. So what
This
do you
is
do
more,
with that? Just lay it down as like a garnish, or do you just say like you each hold a leaf
I'm
and
trying
you're
to
like,
figure
screw
out what
vegetables?
I'm trying to figure out what the name is in English because you have it's kind of like collard greens, but you do
That's
collard
what I
greens.
just
It is
said.
greens.
But we don't call it collard
Excuse
greens. So how
you.
should I know that you say weird stuff?
Justice for Mo. Justice for Mo.
Nah.
And Randy. Randy's not a dummy, and Mo justified.
But that's more for. This ham looks nasty. This is more like a new New Year's tradition. You have the stewed collard green over here in white gravy. Then you have your brown potatoes. This is a ham that looks really bad. There's too much fat on that ham.
Yeah, that's a lot of.
But normally you'll have like a, do you call it honey roast or whatever? You know, when you put like mustard and honey on top of the
honey
roast.
glazed.
Honey glazed, yeah. And put some good Dijon mustard so it gets a little bit kick to it. That's good for New Year's.
Baker, I will warn you that Bev is looking rough. I don't know if what happened yesterday, but she looked like that weekend kicked her behind.
Green spinach. It could be kind of like, but it says collard greens when I put it into the translation machine. It's green kale.
My mom loves those.
Kale?
Yeah. Oh God,
that's what
why did you guys use kale? Ugh.
Because you put it in with a lot of butter and a lot of cream, and everything turns good when you have it in a lot of butter and a lot of cream. Mo, the trick about Nordic cooking is we'll try and say it's good for you, and then we'll put sugar or fat on it.
I mean, that's the only way to eat kale. Although the next person who's like, kale chips are just like real chips.
Oh,
am I allowed to like just walk away and or spray them with holy water?
Yeah, I'll give you. Yeah, I'll allow it. A collard.
Oh, Sue, I need to tell my mom. She loves collard greens.
Well, we do have that, but that's you eat that with your medisterpølse. That's really good, or your frikadelle, or your meatballs, as you heathens call them.
I know what that's called, or that is. Meatballs, I got that one. That was good. I like meatballs.
Yeah, but the real ones, not the weird Swedish ones. But that's good. It's good hearty food. It's but we have a lot of fat-based stuff because we live in a place where it's dark all the time, and that's why we have to get fat so we get happy, because fat people are happy
unmuted.
People. It's just science.
Good job, Bev. Only 17 minutes late. Way to go.
Now I can go and clean up that coffee I spilled just before we started.
Oh, she is looking rough again, ain't she?
Oh, Rage Crochet is looking to get a timeout. I like how just salad would do 50-50 kale and romaine. If it's that terrible, you have to hide it. I'll just blend it and drink it. Don't ruin my lunch. Yeah, and still, if you blend kale, that became a big thing, and I might need some. So I did the smoothie for a while. You can't get the dirt taste out of kale. No matter how many strawberries you chuck into it, it'll still taste like dirt.
Why don't you just use like spinach instead of kale? Spinach is delicious.
Because kale is really good for you because all wide leaf letters are good and has anti-something cities. So they're good for you. They taste like dirt. I would rather drink gin.
All right. So I received a couple of motions a little while ago. Good morning, everybody. I'm sorry. And there are some things we need to talk about from yesterday.
She was pretty flustered yesterday.
By the way, everyone, thank you for the one who banned Lefty while I was away, so I couldn't go in and remove the ban, so he's been banned all week. He's been a little pissy about that one.
Oh, no.
Are the jurors here?
Bev, it's called a comb.
Okay, good. All right.
No, it's called 30 Days In, and Mama got a little too much sauce over the weekend.
She was red yesterday.
Oh, yeah, she looked worse than I do today. That's
her undercoat
horrible.
is wild.
Undercoat?
Look, I have one. I've got curly, on the bottom part of my hair, and the top part of my hair won't hold a curl. So my undercoat is ridiculous.
She's not a husky.
Well,
look, I'm not a dog expert. I can't make that determination according to Bev.
No, that's fair. I'll give you that.
Yeah. Well,
She's only
I'll let
seen
this go
70
because I'll have
cases,
to go
not
clean up the
qualified.
coffee I spilled right before I started the stream. So I'll be back in 2 seconds.
So the order I'd like to do is, Mr. Jackson, yesterday you were going to take a look at any photographs you intend to put in with Dr. La Posada?
Yes, those have been presented to the Commonwealth.
All right. Can I just, are you all in agreement, or are you just looking at them now, Mr. Brennan?
I haven't heard specifically from Mr. Brennan, but the issues that he had, obviously, we're not, at this juncture, until we're further, we're not going to bring in anything having to do with dog bites,
Yep.
claws, dogs in tissue, any of that information, but we are going to bring in exactly what we indicated yesterday. If there's an issue with, for instance, the ecchymosis, we've got a clean copy of the photograph without any of the narrative next to it, which is explanatory. The only one I think that does have narrative is the one with the lupus machine, which Mr. Brennan indicated yesterday he did not have.
All right.
Physicians would probably agree.
So I need to know, just for instructions to the jury, about, I'm concerned about the photograph on page 5, figure 3.
The brainstem?
Yes.
Yeah, that's going to be, we intend to show that. That shows the,
So what I would like you to do, if you could, is just crop the center that shows what appears to be blood cells, or the red. I assume that that's the part you want to get into?
Blood cells?
like, just have one.
a
Sure.
brain.
If you can crop that, I'll let it in, and I
Also,
still want
why
to
is
give
she
an
cropping
instruction,
things
so
when,
I need to know what you're going to do
Dr.
with
Doofus
that.
showed a degloved human.
Well, that's
I was
different.
going to
Well,
exclude
maybe
it,
that's
but I
why she's
understand.
cropping
So if you
things
can crop, yes, if you can do that, I think it takes away some of the sting on the gruesome photographs. All right, so you'll do just the brainstem on that,
Again,
Mr.
it's an
Jackson?
autopsied brain. It's going to be
All
gruesome.
right. And so I'm concerned more about the ones that I think may cause the jurors some concern. So the photograph, figure 5, the Wisniewski spots, I thought that was in evidence. I don't know for sure if it's in evidence.
There was new ski spots.
And I don't believe that it's actually in evidence. It is not.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't
so-
believe that they showed the liver
Okay.
or spleen.
Yes.
I'll put it in evidence as
All right, they've already seen it, so it's less likely to have an impact on them for purposes of the gruesome photographs. And then on page 8, figure 6, the stomach lining.
correct. That's already in evidence.
Okay, that's what I thought, Tori, you told me yesterday the number, right? So those are in. So are you using them again?
I'm going to use them again comparatively and probably side by side.
Okay. All right, I don't have a problem with that. Does the Commonwealth?
I don't.
Okay. All right.
Sit down.
God, I hate him.
I know.
Those are the ones I was concerned
Swear to
about.
goodness.
for
I was
purposes of
telling
an
Mr.
instruction.
Moe after a
If there's
vacation from
objections
him-
to hearsay or something, I'll give Mr. Brennan an
Yesterday
opportunity
was
to take a look
rough.
at whatever he's got.
It's hard to
Okay.
jump back into
All
Brennan.
right, so
Especially
with
Brennan.
that, that's helpful, thank you. So there is a new motion this morning suggesting that the Commonwealth open the door with their
Agreed.
questioning of Dr. Russell to
Agreed.
allow Dr. La Posada to talk about bite wounds. So I've read that.
Correct. I'd like to be heard on that briefly.
Okay, sure.
Thank you.
Hell yeah, AJ. He was using Dr. La Posada to question whether or not Dr. Russell had any kind of methodology. Now they exclude her and he can't fight it?
Oh, great. Okay.
Use
Yeah,
the
those are the ones
mic.
I needed from yesterday, so, yes. Yes.
Yeah, Betterow was talking about it yesterday.
And exhibits E.
Okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. We are asking the court to reconsider the court's ruling yesterday concerning Dr. La Posada and her ability to opine on the issue of dog bite and claw mark wounds and pattern recognition. We had some concerns yesterday and previous to yesterday about an issue that has been ongoing with the Commonwealth, and we've brought this to the court's attention. The Commonwealth has been using a tactic to shift the burden to the defense with cross-examination that's laced with indications or implications about witnesses that may or may not be called by the defense. That is a problem. I brought it to the court's attention at sidebar. The court will probably remember that colloquy. It was not an open court, but I expressed grave concerns, to use that phrase, that there was a burden-shifting system that was going on when Mr. Brennan is asking our witnesses about, or his witnesses, about other witnesses that may be on the defense witness list and may be called. Obviously, as the court knows, foundationally, we don't have to call anybody. We don't intend to call anybody. We don't have to call anybody, but we can call whoever we feel like. But we shouldn't be put in a position where our hand is forced to call witnesses because of questioning by the Commonwealth, which is improper. After I brought it to the court's attention, Mr. Brennan has continued along that same line. The Commonwealth has continued along that same line, and I want to bring something to the court's attention specifically. Last night, we pulled the tape. Dr. Russell was cross-examined by Mr. Brennan on the issue, specifically, of Dr. LaPosada and her opinions regarding dog bites. He asked questions over and over and over again. The colloquy probably lasted more than 5, 6, 7 minutes with Dr. Russell, specifically on the issue of whether or not she had seen Dr. LaPosada's reports, whether she was aware of Dr. LaPosada's opinions, implying that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about the dog bites. She was asked if she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada's credentials. Dr. Russell said, yes, she was familiar with Dr. LaPosada by name, that she thought she had impeccable credentials, and she very much wished she could have seen her reports as it relates to dog bites. It was an intellectual curiosity by Dr. Russell that was evoked and elicited by Mr. Brennan on cross-examination of Dr. Russell. She was then asked the seminal question: did the defense, Dr. Russell, give you any reports by Dr. LaPosada related to dog bites?
What page is that on here?
And the transcript?
Yes.
Come on, Jackson, have it ready.
My motion's back.
Or Miss
Yeah.
Little,
Miss
have
Little?
it ready.
Miss Little's got this.
Told you.
Miss Little is a star.
Does the court have it?
Sound
Okay.
like Phyllis Diller. Great.
I'll just read it. Question by Mr. Brennan to Dr. Russell. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, you think that qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify someone to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites? Answer: well, if a forensic pathologist autopsied 1 or 2 cases of dog bite wounds versus my experience with over 500 to 1,000 cases of dog bite wounds, I'm not sure that person would be a very good expert in that kind of case. Question by Mr. Brennan: have you ever heard of a doctor named LaPosada?
So are you going to read all 3 pages?
No.
So I've
Thank you, Jake Hanna, for a $10 super sticker of a hockey foxy.
Maybe don't stutter on that part ever again. That was a little closed caption might not have been kind to you on that one.
What?
What?
Super sticker, icker.
Yep. That's the one you shouldn't do anymore.
Yeah. Just, I would,
I've read it, Mr. Jackson.
I had Jesus last week, and you all need some of him.
yeah, I always do. Have you met me?
Oh,
My guardian angel is tired and drinking.
Yeah, he might be St. Patty then, because he's Irish.
God bless him.
Yep.
Hey, Roseman.
Ralphie, thank you for the T-shirt.
Heck yeah.
We are doing motions to let La Posada come back in and witness because Mr. Brennan asked his expert about her testimony. And remember yesterday, Bev said, I won't allow it. So, yeah. But she'll deny it anyway. No problem. Well, it was an oversight. It was a mistake. It can be cured. So do the Jews, in case you missed that one. Well, they had him. Because for those of you who didn't know, in the Jewish faith, you get it from your mother, and Mary, the Virgin, who was impregnated through her ear by the Holy Ghost, was a Jew. So Jesus was a Jew.
I don't think I read anything about the ear.
Yeah, I need to read the Danish Bible.
Yeah.
I just saw like a beam of light when they were doing Renaissance photos.
If you go to I believe it's the cathedral in Hamburg or maybe Flensburg, they have a window mural, and the Holy Spirit is putting his finger in her ear because that's how it happened. I've tried it, not with a finger. It doesn't work that way.
Jackson.
I'd like to read it into the record, Your Honor.
I'm done.
It's in the record. I will put this transcript into the record. I'm not going to let you read 3 pages here.
It's not 3 pages, Your Honor. It's about another 5 lines.
The
It just
part
goes to
that
the
you
top of the
brought
next
to
page.
my attention is on page 15, not where you're reading.
Bev,
Colloquy between Dr. between Dr. Russell and Mr. Brennan was specific to dog bite wounds. It was specific to Dr. Russell's understanding of whether or not Dr. La Posada had been detained by the defense, whether she was a defense expert, whether she had written a report, and whether she opined about dog bites and dog bite wounds. And after she was asked if she was
Look who's not on screen today. And she complains Brandon is a little raunchy.
and provided any reports by the defense attorneys specifically from Dr. La
It's hard
Posada
to put that
related
on
to
a
dog bite
stained
wounds,
glass window.
Dr. Russell said, no, I haven't been. And to summarize her statements, which the court has in front of it, Dr. Russell went on and said, I really wanted to see what Dr. La Posada had to say about these dog bite wounds. I really wanted to read her report, but no, I was never provided her report or reports by the defense. And of course, Your Honor, as the court knows, that is standard operating procedure. I don't trade reports between and among experts because obviously I want independent analysis. I don't want to cross-contaminate any opinions, et cetera, and be accused of doing so. So of course we didn't provide a report from Dr. La Posada to Dr. Russell. But Dr. Russell's intellectual curiosity was then extracted from the witness stand, and the jurors heard all of that. So then days later, not weeks, not months, 3 days later, after eliciting testimony from Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada having a report, being hired by the defense on the issue of dog bites and not providing that report to Dr. Russell, the Commonwealth then moves to exclude the very testimony that he was eliciting from Dr. Russell, leaving the jurors with a very, very deep and irremediable misimpression. They used it tactically as a sword and a shield, and that's burden shifting. That leaves the jury with the impression that Dr. La Posada was consulted by the defense, number 1, that she wrote a report, number 2, that the report was about dog bites, number 3, that she didn't provide that report to other experts, number 4, and the reason she didn't, obviously, is because her opinion, Dr. La Posada's opinion, would be harmful to the defense. That's the only reasonable interpretation of those facts. And the Commonwealth has taken advantage of that. The Commonwealth's questioning of Dr. Russell about Dr. La Posada and her report and her opinions about dog bite wounds specifically was deliberate, and it left the jury with an open question. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. This is how the jurors are thinking about it now. We know they consulted her. We know it was about dog bites. They hid the report from Dr. Russell because they didn't want her to know about it. Ergo, must be harmful to defense. Now we've got Dr. La Posada on the stand. Her credentials are peerless, absolutely peerless. They've got possibly the most qualified medical examiner in the country, certainly on the Eastern Seaboard, right in front of them, about 6 feet away, and the defense is not going to ask a single question about her opinions concerning dog bites when she reviewed the entire autopsy. How is the jury going to conceive that? How is that going to land with them? The answer is they're going to think, they have no choice but to think, the only reasonable explanation is, if Dr. LaPosada's opinion helped the defense, they would ask her. If they don't ask her, it's because whatever Dr. LaPosada says about that right arm and those wounds, it's got to be harmful to the defense. They would absolutely ask the question. So the Commonwealth got to have it both ways. They got to ask Dr. Russell about Dr. LaPosada and imply that Dr. LaPosada had opinions about dog bite wounds, and then they have it the other way, which is, let's ask the court if she will exclude Dr. LaPosada from testifying about the very issue that they brought up in front of Dr. Russell. That cannot stand. That ensures, it reasonably ensures that the jury will misrepresent or misunderstand the import of why we're not asking Dr. LaPosada about her expert opinion, especially.
Shout out to my brother Isaac and Paul again, and Western Australia. Well, shout out, Jake. And during Pride Month, we do legs, because if you want two dudes you thought were chicks begging you to play Tommy Sticks, your legs better be effing swole. Richards.
True point.
It specifically pertains to dog bite wounds. I want to talk for just a second.
That's how you do it.
And that has, by the way, that has constitutional implications. Ms. Reed is entitled to a fair trial. Not a fair trial that the Commonwealth designs. Not a fair trial that the Commonwealth curates, but a fair trial. Regarding Dr. LaPosada's credentials, we went back through, specific to the court's questions yesterday, her resume. There are no fewer than 13 classes, 13, that she has taught specific to wound pattern recognition that have included dog bite recognition. On page 7,
Get her, AJ.
she was the course director for medical legal death investigation. That was in 2013. That
woman was
she taught
licensed
about
in
dog
like
bite
13
recognition in that
states.
case, or in that course. She was a thesis advisor for Master of Science Graduate Medical School, Boston University School of Medicine. Taught about dog bites. Staying with page 7. Forensic pathology course director in pathology, course 205. Taught about dog bites. Member of Quality Assurance Committee, Training Division of Trauma and Surgical Critical Care, teaching on the issue of wound recognition, animal bites, and specific to dog bites. Pediatric Forensic Pathology, Texas Homicide Symposium. She was a presenter in 1989. She taught about the issue of dog bites as it relates to pediatrics, children, dog bites in children. Forensic aspects of physical child abuse as related to being left with dogs that can injure a child, dog bites, dog bite recognition. These are all classes taught by Dr. LaPosada on the issue of dog bites to other medical professionals. The one that stands out, however, and I'm not going to go through the other 9 or 10 or 11, the one that stands out is 2015 and 2016, 2 courses. The name of the course, Emergency Room Forensics, Evidence and Patterned Injuries. New England chapter of the International Association of Forensic Nurses, taught in Norwood, Massachusetts, both times, specific to dog bites and the issue of dog bites as seen by emergency room physicians, how they should handle them, what they should do with them, how they should view them, what to look for in terms of pattern recognition. She's eminently qualified. I will leave the court with one thought. The court indicated when qualifying Dr. Russell, one of the preeminent things that the court mentioned in qualifying Dr. Russell is that Dr. Russell utilized a methodology that the court sanctioned and quoted and said the methodology that she used of wound pattern recognition, dealing with differential diagnosis, utilizing and interpreting dog bites by the method of exactly what Dr. Russell did. Differential diagnosis is something that the court said was exactly why the court sanctioned Dr. Russell and blessed Dr. Russell as a qualified expert, and that's exactly what Dr. LaPosada testified yesterday she utilized and utilizes in coming to her opinions and conclusions. Going back to the open door issue, obviously she's eminently qualified, but Your Honor, this cannot stand. The Commonwealth cannot have it both ways. They cannot walk up and say, and leave the impression with the jurors that Dr. LaPosada opined about the dog wounds, but we're not able to hear it. We, the jurors, are not able to hear it because obviously that is something that is her opinion, whatever it might be, is harmful to the defense. When in truth and in fact, it's exactly the opposite. Dr. LaPosada's opinion has never wavered. Those injuries on John O'Keefe's arm are from a dog, period, full stop. Anything less than presenting that to the jury at this point would be to perpetrate an intentional fraud on this jury. Ms. Reed is entitled to more. She's entitled to better. She's entitled to the evidence.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brennan?
And denied.
This is an outrage. I did no such thing, and we would have asked the right questions if we had just had gotten the reports in time. This is constantly what the defense has been doing, hiding information. We are just trying to give a fair trial. Your Honor, the Commonwealth is allowed a fair trial. We will never, ever get a fair trial because they will try all the time and do trial by ambush. No one can talk about that hematoma on the stand.
The pattern of conduct that stands out is persistent, repetitive, contrary to court rulings and court orders.
You called it.
And that is the defense uses their witnesses to vouch for their own credibility. They use their witnesses.
You ask their witness about credibility, you absolute pillock.
Also, this woman wrote medical books. She can vouch for opinions.
Yeah, and again, he's not using her to vouch for anything. You opened the door by asking if another witness could vouch for her credibility.
Yeah.
We know he's gonna get it because Bebe is, I think the Mexican word is El Condo del Fondo.
Thunder Cowo.
El Muo del Fondo. What's a cow in Spanish?
I have no idea. I was trying to remember.
But he does it all the time. Everything he has done in this trial, he go up and say, the defense is doing this. No, you have done it constantly. And I so wish that we had a better judge because this guy.
The most important people in this case that everybody seems to have forgotten in this room is the jury. So we're going to take a 15-minute break and both sides take a pregnant pause and think about the jury.
Imagine him getting at Brennan and say, you stop it right now, you absolute gargoyle of a man. First of all, stop using so many S's with your speech impediment. Second of all, shut up.
Information they know is not admissible, and they use their witnesses to introduce otherwise inadmissible hearsay. Dr. Russell took the stand, and she was led into answers where she was vouching for her own credibility. Dr. Russell promoted herself not only as an expert, but through the defense's questions, as virtually the only expert in America who has the expertise to give this type of opinion. It is the defendant's tactics that open these doors that they then want closed. The defense had Dr. Russell all but assure the jury that she uniquely was in the position to give any type of opinion regarding dog bites. Inevitably, when I asked Dr. Russell, and I began asking her about her credentials, whether she thought that she was exclusive, and I mentioned Dr. La Posada, she denied ever reading anything about Dr. La Posada. I did not specify whether she read an opinion about a dog bite. I asked if she had heard about Dr. La Posada. She denied it.
She said she had.
And then she told us that she knew about Dr. Sheridan. Unsolicited, then added that Dr. Sheridan, involved in a previous proceeding, believed that the bites were consistent with dog bites. I don't know how she became aware of Dr. Sheridan's testimony, and since the defense doesn't speak to her about these things, she must have watched it on her own. But inevitably, she introduced inadmissible hearsay and inadmissible opinions. And so the sum zero.
I hate you.
Have you watched that Tom Hanks movie where they have a volcano, Joe and the Volcano or something like that? I wish this guy was a virgin and Tiki Toa or some volcano was about, because that's about all he's good for. He's such a slimy bastard.
The problem is that he elicited all of these comments from her. He tried to say, hey, did you look at this report? And the defense is doing the right thing by not letting her look and contaminate different witnesses. And she didn't say that Dr. La Posada wasn't qualified. She said she didn't know about her work, but she is, eminently schooled, I believe.
Yeah. And again, AJ just read the questions from Brennan, and then Brennan says, they opened the door. Oh. Yeah, even the ambulance chasers are like, he's not on our team.
Zero here is that Dr. Russell has denied that she saw anything relative to Dr. LaPosada, ensured that she was exclusively qualified, and introduced an improper opinion of Dr. Sheridan. Dr. LaPosada was voir dire briefly. She did not provide qualifications that she has a history of education or training on pattern wound recognition analysis as it pertains.
What he just said
You
was
could have read her
that
CV, you dick.
he said that defense opened the door constantly and that Dr. Russell tried to set herself up, and she introduced inadmissible hearsay by mentioning Dr. Sheridan without being asked about her.
To dog bites. We asked her questions about her specific experience. She did not provide a basis, and so her opinions regarding dog bites should not be permitted in this trial.
You guys didn't look at the CV. You didn't look at anything she's written.
Yeah.
That speech. Mr. Brennan literally just said, I didn't elicit any information about dog bites. I just asked about her experience. Question by Mr. Brennan.
That's not what I said. That is
Excuse me.
No, I'm not going to.
So I heard what Mr. Brennan said. You don't need to tell me what Mr. Brennan said, but go ahead to
How
your
about if I quote
argument.
his words? How about that? Question. And so you think of all those forensic pathologists, medical examiners, and you think qualification and experience itself is not enough to qualify somebody to give an opinion on a photograph about the genesis of a wound related to dog bites. The question was specific to dog bites. That's how he introduced the subject matter to Dr. Russell. Then his next question was, have you ever heard of a doctor named Dr. LaPosada? Those were his words. Then he goes on, I think he also just said that he did not elicit information about other individuals, including Dr. Sheridan or anybody else. Question by Mr. Brennan. Were you ever told what other people's opinions might be regarding those photographs? That's the question that she was answering when she said, quote, I'm aware that there was a Dr. Sheridan involved in the previous proceeding, and he believed that those were consistent with dog bites. That was in relation or in response to Mr. Brennan's specific question. She didn't just elicit that. She didn't volunteer it. She said it because he asked her. And that was all by design. The entire thing has been by design. He elicited the information suggesting that Dr. LaPosada was being hidden from Dr. Russell because her opinion would harm the defense. He left that with her on purpose, then turned around and 3 days later said, and by the way, the defense should be disallowed from using Dr. LaPosada to talk about the very dog bite wounds that I asked Dr. Russell about. That cannot stand as a scorecard.
That's not what I said. That's totally taken out of context. I actually, I had my fingers crossed when I said it, so she knew I didn't mean that.
How dare you use my words against me? Oh, God.
We always have a right to object to an inadmissible opinion. So the suggestion that somehow an ambush here is not only misplaced, it's strategic by the defense to try to create a narrative. It's improper.
All right. I'll be out in 10 minutes on this, and we'll get started right away with Dr. LaPosada.
All right, please.
It's almost like you should have had these motions in limine far back when the trial was in hearings.
Regarding dog bite. All right.
Denied.
So I'm not going to allow Dr. LaPosada to testify regarding dog bites. Your rights are saved. I'm going to give an instruction regarding burden shifting. So
I think it's outrageous. I think the conduct is outrageous. And I don't think that a hearing instruction can do anything except bring the point home again.
okay.
But if the court is not willing to allow her to testify to her full opinion to a reasonably degree of scientific service, can she at least testify that she reviewed the arm, looked at the arm, that's consistent with an animal? Can we at least split the baby?
I will do that. I will allow that. Yes. Over the Commonwealth's objection.
And I look to have the process here, because if you want to allow a consistent opinion with the dog.
No, Mr. Jackson said animal.
I'll leave it at animal if that's what I can get. I'll take what I can get.
In her experience, Mr. Jackson, you have to lay a foundation. In her experience, seeing animal bites, this is consistent with what she has seen in an animal bite.
And that will include, I'll come to sidebar before I display anything, that will include a representation of what an animal jaw looks like.
No. No, it will not.
Why is that?
That's my ruling, Mr. Jackson.
So no visuals.
No visuals, just that one sentence, that's consistent with what she has seen is an animal bite. A brief foundation, because I'm letting that statement in, as long as she has said, as long as she testifies that she has seen animal bites over the years. That's it, Mr. Brennan. That's what I'm doing. So you don't want an instruction, Mr. Jackson?
I will.
Okay. All right. So there are two other quick matters, but the jury's been here, and I don't think we'll get past.
Well, Condi McCuntface, sorry, I'll demonetize all of us. You were 17 minutes late. You did it yesterday, and I was just jumping on a train, so I couldn't yell in chat. Can we wrap it up? The jury is fed up with this. Hey, everyone. Brennan has been such a good guy. We're ahead of schedule. Let's go drink some White Claws. Yeah. The defense. Can you speed it up? You've been going for 3 days now. Can you please speed it up? Hey, Hank Brennan, can you ask the same question 16 times after I've told you you can't ask that question anymore? Ask and answer. Oh, you just put the emphasis in a different part of the sentence. Totally new question. You go. Yeah. Ask again. Yeah. Oh, you ask again. Mr. Jackson, can you please wrap this up? Mr. Brennan? Oh, Brennan, go.
Yeah, this is ridiculous. This woman is so qualified, it's ridiculous. She has actually taught classes on this. And the fact that she's like, 50 cases where you've seen dog bites, no. And now she gets to say animal.
It's better than nothing. So again,
it's better than nothing. But at this
it's
point,
the good old saying, do you want the plague or cholera? You always want cholera because you can fix it with penicillin.
Fair point.
And thank you, Diane G, for 10 memberships to Jake Hanna, KLF, Ken Hathaway, Linz, Laura, Kiki K, Susan Norris, Maggie B, Ellie Ann, Andrea Clark, and those that. Thank you. And let's get them out of the way while we're rolling. Kelly, member for 7 months. Daddy is grumpy. Daddy is angry today. Yes. And Brandon, I wish Bev nothing but Finnish airport food. Well, I had Burger King, so that wasn't the worst. I would say I wish nothing on Bev but Philly cheesesteak from Philadelphia Airport because that was horrendously overpriced and not that impressive. Or maybe the catfish burger I had at the barbecue place before we went home. That wasn't impressive either. But I had my first time trying mac and cheese, and that was good. Yes, I never had mac and cheese before.
The break without this anyway, I may have left it in there. I left it in my office anyway. So let's just bring the jury.
So she's not going to do the what is bringing in the jury, even though she had 2 matters. And we're caught up. I saw someone asking, where do you watch it today? Well, I watch it here. There's no much interruptions. Hey, we catch up, and you get to know that I have a palate of a 5-year-old.
Hey, it works for me.
Do I have an inbox? My email is listed either in the description or on my YouTube channel. Never tried mac and cheese. What's the good kind with? I don't know what was in it, but it was good. I would leave it a little salt to break up all the fattiness, but I found out a lot of American food needs salt. Then it becomes real good. I had biscuits and gravy. It was good, but it had like a watery flavor just because it needed some salt, and then was good.
All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Canoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. I say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. The court is now open. You may be seated.
Good morning, jurors. Thank you for your patience this morning. I know we brought you in late. Maybe should have brought you in.
Thank you for the super chat. Dan Davis, I don't know why we're even having a trial. Judge Bev has already convicted Karen. Yeah, it does seem with her rulings, especially yesterday. I didn't think that there was a cure. I don't think that instruction, again, it got out. So yeah. I don't know if there's a curative instruction. I know other lawyers, like actual legal people, are saying it can be fixed, but...
Yeah, but again, not to toot our horn, because we're stupid people who doesn't know anything. We just yell at a TV screen. But we are jurors. You can stand and say, do you want a curative instruction? Jury, remember 2 days ago when there was some testimony about a bird flying into a window that scared a cat, that knocked over a Christmas tree, which lit a fire that ended in a house fire that killed 5 people? We figured out that it was a sparrow. So it wasn't a bird, it was a sparrow. And the jury will just sit there and say, talked about what? It doesn't matter. The jury are idiots like us. We don't understand law. We don't understand the rules. We don't know when you say a curative instruction. We don't know when you say, please forget that we have some button we can just press and then we'll forget what was said. Because we'll hear all of it, and all of it will make up our minds when we go into the jury room, where we will sit and say, but remember, funny how they never brought up that dog bite, even though the other expert talked about dog bite. It must have been bad for them since they didn't bring it up. Because juries are stupid people. That's why you should watch this stream with stupid people instead of people who think cases is about the law. Because it doesn't matter how much curing you can do. The jury is just like you and I. They sit and listen and think, oh, I heard that. They don't know what a curative message is. And if you'll tell them later that, oh, Dr. Russell had something about a dog bite, please disregard that. No. How will you force me to do that? Stop it. I had a bird try and get me the other day. Think expert was flying that drone, hit the window real hard and looked worse than Randy. Oh, poor Randy. Oh, Randy, you came and I hit with a Lexus on your vacation away. Oh, Randy.
Oh, Randy.
A little bit later, but we've been working in an effort to sort of streamline things.
Working. You were 17 minutes late, you heifer.
Yeah, and she went back.
Anything about this case since we left yesterday?
To the upper eyelid of.
And that's another thing, especially in this case, where we know everyone have heard about the case. Everyone has something when they're going in, and the bias is really hard to throw out of here. And thank you, Jay Hanna, for becoming a YouTube member on one of the other heads.
Oh, thank you for becoming a YouTube member and joining Handworkers United. We're the Church of Mo. We spread the good news of true crime, sarcasm, and dark chocolate. No recorders. Those plastic audio assault weapons are not allowed. That's really our only. Jake
is from Australia, so he's gonna bring a didgeridoo. That's just as horrible.
Yeah, I don't know. Something about the frequency makes me deeply unsettled. I've tried to listen to different instruments around the world, and the didgeridoo, something about the really low sound makes me deeply unsettled.
It rattles your teeth.
Maybe it's that.
I actually like to think I'm fairly neutral heading in. Hated for everyone making me watch this twice. Yeah. And that's what I say every time people are saying, well, what about this? I've seen a lot of people saying they should bring this witness and that witness and this witness. Why? Why are you not volunteering for the defense team if you are better? And some of these witnesses is to do the third-party culprit. I like that they haven't dig into that third-party culprit because it didn't do shit for them in the first trial. Get away from it. Just get to she didn't hit him with a car part.
Well, yeah, and I think that the defense.
There's very likely going to be a third time. There won't be a third time. If she is convicted, which I still think there is a likelihood, and stop telling me, you can't this without the other. The jury can do whatever the jury wants. She will, in my opinion, still have a more than 50% chance to being found guilty in the second charge, because people just say, well, she was drunk, she admitted in those videos, even though it has nothing to do with anything. We don't need to do all the spiel about how stupid I am. I still think there's a likelihood that they will find her guilty in that one, even though it would be unfair. But if she's not and it's hung jury, I don't believe that the Commonwealth will ever do this again. And thank you, Jake Hanna, for joining Valhalla's club. Valhalla is in his bedroom feeding soup through a straw to the Valkyrie, so she won't kill me when I come to America next year for making her sick.
All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you.
Oh, and by the way, I don't know if you mentioned it yesterday. This lady was on the state's team in Dr. Turk's case, I believe. And she didn't have that. I think she has some infection, chest infection or something, because she wasn't breathing the same way in the Dr. Turk case. Oh, I have to go. Oh, sorry, Thank you, Anime Rumpy. We need a cookie swear jar emoji to go along with the Drifter King. Here's my contribution to it. Thank you, Anime. I need to set that up as soon as I forget to not forget it. Remember to not forget it. Thank you, Anime, for contributing to the swear jar emoji thing.
Yes. I need to get on that.
Yeah. And thank you for holding down the Rumble while I have been gone. I hope everyone has been playing nice over there. Because, Mo, it sounds better when you're sitting on me deck. Give me a day to apply some big black cock to it, and you can bring the kids as well, matey. Thank you so much for that innuendo, which I found out is not an invite.
I think the youngest, most feral would love it. On that note, I am going to jump out now before we get into testimony because I have to do a doctor's appointment. The glamorous life. Don't be peanut butter and jealous. But I should be back before the end of the morning. Yay, being the credit card and signer for semi-adult children.
Well, Daddy's back. Daddy's going to run the show.
Woohoo!
Good morning, Dr. Laposada. Nice to see you again.
Good morning. Glad to be here.
Yesterday, when we last left off, we were talking about a small injury to the upper eyelid of Mr. O'Keefe. Do you recall that?
I do.
Can we have Exhibit 165 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
Well, if I get an invite, I'll come back.
I could.
You can watch that on the Experts channel. Can one of the mods please share a link for the Experts channel? The audio is crap. This is the second time we tried it. There was last year we were like 10 people. This year we was like 30 people. So everything got a little muddled up. We are working on it. It's a progress, but it was a fun progress. Except if the Food Fairy hates me because she gave me my Lord's britches, which is even worse than my Lord.
There we go. Right here on this exhibit. Do you see that area?
Yes, I do.
Tell us.
No, she's not allowed to talk about dog bite, but she's allowed to say it's consistent with animal bites. Brennan is a kitten. People just misunderstand him.
What that is?
And that is a horizontal splitting of the skin, which was caused by application of force that overcame the tissue's resistance, so the tissue split, and behind that.
The amount of advertising you're crammed onto this page remind of putting that third ring on me, Baldo. I think that must be Valhalla's because I think he runs advertisings. I don't do it, but thank you so much. Absolutely not, Brandon. And this is, if you want to go see the Friday show, this is the place to go. Thank you, Marissa.
That we see the raccoonite discoloration of the eyelid from the basilar skull fractures.
Can we have Exhibit 13, please?
That's true. What advertisements do I run?
This area of the
I don't
vehicle.
know.
First of all, do you recognize this photograph?
It's Brandon.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize that photograph?
I recognize it from looking at it in my materials reviewed, that it's the rear of Miss Reed's SUV.
Taking a look at the area that I'm highlighting, right about there.
Yes.
Can we zoom in on that area?
Everybody got sick, y'all.
Do you see that overhang over the window?
Yes, I do.
If I use the word spoiler, would you understand what I'm talking about?
Yes, I do.
That's a really bad picture.
Is the laceration to Mr. O'Keefe's upper eyelid that we
is.
just looked at, is that consistent, in your opinion, with a strike from that area of the vehicle if that vehicle were traveling in reverse at, say, 20 plus miles per hour?
No, that rounded, thick area would not cause that skin defect in his upper eyelid.
If, in fact, a person were hit at, say, 20 plus miles an hour in the face with that rounded edge, what kind of what kind of injury would you expect to see on that person's face?
I would expect to see a ribbon of bruise that would correspond to the height of that spoiler, and then it would go across the eyeball, it would hit the nose. So I would expect to see some horizontal ribbon of bruise.
Did you see anything consistent with that, with Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
No, nothing.
Thank you. We can take that down.
I think it was kind of a side shot of the Lexus, but I couldn't tell if it was like a downward up of the back side window or whatever it was. I tried to use my little thingy to show the my little thingy to show the spoiler, what I thought was the spoiler, but it was a really bad picture.
I'm hoping it would look better in the courtroom.
Yeah,
I guess.
And again, I saw her 2 months ago doing the Turk case. She didn't breathe like this. I think, like everyone else, she got the East Tennessee disease.
Yesterday about this
How
phenomenon
dare you.
known as contra coup injury to the brain, correct?
Yes.
What happens to the brain after a significant coup contra coup injury?
Yes, this was quite a severe brain injury. Was injured on the back of the brain and also the front of the brain. The falling back and impacting the back of the head made the skull fracture radiate along the base of the brain on the right and left sides. It also radiated around on the side of the skull, and that indicates a tremendous transfer of force and energy to the skull and then to the brain. And the brain is rattled around, therefore, within the cerebral spinal fluid in the skull. So what that does is that it breaks the connections between the neurons in the brain and causes small little hemorrhages, and it causes the brain to swell. So when you get an injury, like if you get an injury on your arm, it starts to swell. The same thing happens when that injury energy is applied to the brain. The brain starts to swell. And unfortunately, the brain, when it swells, it doesn't have anywhere to go because it's encased in the skull. So what happens is that the brain and the brain stem under the brain starts to go down the opening in the base of the skull where your spinal cord goes. And that is a harbinger of death, because that means that the brain stem is getting pushed down in this hole in the skull and compressing the areas in the brain stem which control the heartbeat and breathing. And that's called brain stem herniation. And that you just die after that. So that's what happened to Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
I have a document that I'd like to approach with.
Yes.
Doctor, can you take a look at that document that I've just handed you and tell me if you recognize it?
Yes, I recognize this.
How do you recognize that document?
From looking at the autopsy photos of Mr. O'Keefe's brain.
And what portion of the brain are you looking at?
This shows a photograph looking up under the brain, and it shows a cross section of the brain stem that went down in the hole in the base of the skull, and we see there's hemorrhage in it, and those have a special name. They're called Duret hemorrhages.
How do you spell that?
D-U-R-E-T with there's a little accent somewhere there.
Caret over the E?
Yes. And this shows that the brainstem is going down into the hole where the spinal cord goes. It's stretching the blood vessels and causes little hemorrhage and compresses the neurons in the brainstem, which control your heart rate and your respiration. It's called brainstem herniation, and that's a harbinger of immediate death.
Your Honor, with that, I would ask for the admission of the next
Immediate death.
in order subject to the appropriate actions.
Okay. So,
Yeah, because actually when your brain goes into your spinal cord, it'll kill everything below that point and down. There will be no firing of any nerves. That's
sure
why
would
I
make it hard to unlock your phone, lock your phone, and walk around a little bit, though.
and it would make it really hard to breathe, and because everything is cut off, and you would be in the very lowest of your lowest automatic system. And yeah, nothing. I love that guy who said, well, you'll just be shaking to scare away animals. No. You'll have pressure on your spinal cord. You're dead.
Yeah.
It's
not if you're paralyzed from the brainstem down, you won't.
That was called a hangover, Brendan.
we'll take that into evidence. Yes.
Yeah, if you start having a brain swell into your spinal cord, you're dead.
With the redaction.
And I liked, if you remember back when they talked about it with Dr. Wolf, they tried to imply that if she had stopped and gotten him help, they could have stopped it. No, it's almost instantaneously. As soon as your brain swells into the spinal cord, you're done. You're done, matey. No amount of ice packs will fix your face.
They'll be playing taps.
You could possibly drill some holes into your head so it can pop out that way, but your brain isn't supposed to go anywhere else but in your skull.
May I present the...
Not yet. 1 minute. Jurors, I
Tracy.
told you before that there were photographs that have been introduced into evidence that aren't pleasant.
Maybe get ready to take this down.
And you may find that these photographs are graphic, and I'm instructing you again that your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs, you'll see some more today, I believe, that have already been introduced into evidence. So your verdict must not in any way be influenced by the fact that these photographs may be unpleasant or graphic. The defendant's entitled to a verdict based solely on the evidence and not one based on pity or sympathy for the deceased, which might be occasioned by the photographs. Importantly, consider the photographs only as they may draw your attention to a clinical medical status or to the nature of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries themselves. So again, these will be presented to you in the deliberation room in an envelope. But today you'll see some on the screen, and I just wanted you to know that before you see it. So now you.
To be fair, Gina, we have people who complained that I didn't put a not safe for work sticker on autopsy photos in a murder case in my Discord. So just be warned, it's not a safe space. I think the mods are doing it now, but
it's fun though.
Hey, if I look at dead people, I know they won't look the prettiest. They kind of look like crusty.
Can display it.
Your Honor, may I approach very briefly?
Well, she looks like she's been dead for 3 days. At least her hair does.
Very corpse. She kind of does. I'll give you that. She kind of
That
does.
document.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
a redacted version or a version of just the brainstem?
Yes, this photograph shows the cross-section going this way of the brainstem with the hemorrhages caused by the brainstem going down into the foramen magnum.
With that, Your Honor, actually, I think with the court's permission, I would trade that as the next in order rather than the unredacted version.
All right, is there any objection to the, switching the exhibits like that?
No.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, and the arrows point to that on there.
So this is going to be the next exhibit?
That'd be it.
Hey, Money G.
Exhibit 225, Mark.
Thank you.
This is-
It's
The
not
other one will be
their,
for
it's not their
identification,
job.
the first one.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And that'll be FFF for ID.
But they did mention that he could have fallen on concrete, I believe.
Yesterday they slipped in something about a cement floor in the garage, but it was stricken.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you can display it now.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, do you see what's displayed on the screen above your head?
Yes.
What is that?
Excuse me, that's a cross-section across the brainstem of Mr. O'Keefe, and it shows where the blue arrows I've put in there show the red areas, which are areas of bleeding.
Yeah, well, not on what really happened, but the third-party culprit defense, they found it annoying and distracting, yes. So I think that's why we don't have all the third-party culprit put in, and I think it's a good idea. I said it before we started, stop wasting so much time talking about everyone else. Just focus on he couldn't have had these injuries by being struck by a car. I think it's way easier for the jury to understand we are not here to solve the murder of John O'Keefe. We are here to make sure Karen Reed won't get sent to prison. Will we ever have justice for John O'Keefe? No. Why? Because Michael Proctor effed up the investigation.
Which is the sign of brainstem herniation. All the background is white material, and that's part of the appearance of neurons in the brain. So that shows that the brainstem, because of the brain swelling, pushed it down into the hole in the base of the skull where the spinal cord goes, and it pulls on the blood vessels, causing the blood vessels to break and the blood vessels to bleed, and that shows you that the brainstem has been compressed and damaged, causing death.
May I approach?
Yes.
I'm holding a green laser pointer.
Oh, thank
Could
you.
use the display to your right, so the viewers can better see it. Could you point to the areas with that laser pointer of the bleeding that you indicated causes the swelling?
Okay, so, okay. Is that going on the?
It is. It's
Okay,
probably
thank
hard for you to see.
Oh, that's okay. So this sort of roundish thing is the brainstem, and the arrows are pointing to the red areas. So there's a blood vessel that's broken there because it's been torn and pulled with surrounding blood going into the neuronal tissue here and over here and over here. And also some of this is also bleeding with the blood looking brown because the brain was placed in formaldehyde. So all this brown area, the red area, should not be there.
Is this type of herniation life-threatening?
It causes death. Yes, it is life-threatening.
How quickly, we can take that down. How quickly, doctor, would you expect that this could cause, let's first talk about incapacitation.
Yes.
How quickly would someone be incapacitated after they suffer a coup contra coup injury of this magnitude with the concomitant injuries that you see in the brainstem?
Well, there would be two parts to what that injury would cause the body to do. First, there would be immediate unconsciousness because of the transfer of all the energy to the brain and the massive skull fractures. So that, excuse me, so that would disrupt the normal function of the brain and produce immediate unconsciousness. Then the brain would start to swell, and within 15, 20 minutes or so, then that brainstem starts to go down the opening in the bottom of the skull, and then the blood vessels are broken, the brainstem gets compressed, and the centers in that brainstem which control the heart and the respiration then stop. So you go unconscious, brain swells, then you die.
Turning to the actual, your review of the actual brain, in this instance, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries specifically, did you reach any conclusion or opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty about his incapacitation, the length of time it would take for him to become first incapacitated and ultimately to be rendered dead?
He would be immediately incapacitated with a decreased level of consciousness. Once he received that impact on the back of the head, he would not be able to make any purposeful movements. There might be some arm jerking or some seizure activity, but he would not be able to carry. He wouldn't be able to get up. He wouldn't be able to walk. He wouldn't be able to do any purposeful activity. He would be severely concussed, unconscious, not able to walk, not able to carry out purposeful activity. And then as the brain continues swelling and that brainstem gets compressed, then the heartbeat is disrupted, the breathing is disrupted, and then those heart and breathing stop. And within 15 or 20 minutes, then...
Stonebridge.
Yeah, Stonebridge.
Yeah. And I didn't want to do it because it's inappropriate, but I'd like some arm jerking.
He could be dead.
Is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes, it is.
You testified concerning wound pattern recognition pretty extensively during the course of your giving your qualifications. What is a patterned injury?
A patterned injury is very basic to the training in forensic pathology and medicine because it helps us understand some change on the body, some pattern injury that corresponds to the object that made it. So we can look at an injury and say, we can figure out what made that. Sometimes you can, sometimes you can't. But a pattern injury is very important for a forensic pathologist to recognize because it's going to really help the police investigation. Because I can say, oh, this looks like it's a wound from scissors. This looks like it's a wound from a screwdriver stab. So by identifying the pattern that object makes on the body, I can help the death investigation by helping the police say, look for some screwdriver, look for some hammer. So looking at that, identifying a pattern injury is really important it's basic to the forensic pathologist's knowledge base, and then also very important to the investigation of the crime or incident.
I'd like you to look at another photograph.
I have been out all Pride Month providing the homeless with hot meals and sucking meat bats. What has Val done other than throw parties, cheat, and pour beer on himself and take his shirt off to sexual harass female creators while drunk? Brandon, Mod of the Year 2025. I can confirm that Val has been cheating, not only in the poll to be mod of the year, but also in his SG contest because he shook my beer, so I couldn't do it.
I didn't even bring the beer. Somebody brought them to us.
You gave it to me.
It was handed to me. I handed it right to you. Ridiculous. The audacity. And I don't think.
Thank you, Brendan, for noticing that Val is not only a mod of the year cheater, but also a SG cheater.
Sore loser.
An exhibit that's already been put into evidence. 160, please. With the court's permission.
Sore loser.
Yes, jurors, this may be one of the photographs as well. Or there'll be a series.
Dr. LaPosada, I want to draw your attention to the center of this photograph.
Yes.
First of all, do you recognize what's depicted here?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize?
I recognize it from reviewing the autopsy photographs of Mr. O'Keefe.
You reviewed it, informing your opinions and conclusions?
Yes.
Can you describe what's depicted in this photograph? What are we looking at?
Yes. So we're looking at the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head and an injury caused by the angular acceleration going down and hitting his head in the back. And then this is also a patterned injury. So what we see is the horizontal tear of the scalp, and we can see it's undermined a little bit. So that means the direction is going from bottom to top. Also, we see these sort of vertical lines in here and down below.
I don't think that's
so
true.
what that tells me is that the back of his head hit something that had a fine granular pattern to it to cause those individual little marks, and then also something that had a linear or ridged pattern that he went back on that broke the scalp there. So we have two parts really to this patterned injury. We have the horizontal tear of the scalp made by impact with some sort of ridged surface. And then we have these vertical scraping of the skin above and also below. They're obscured a little bit by the ruler there, which says that whatever he hit had some little like granularity to it with each.
He's going to say, so this is consistent with hitting the cold, hard ground. And grass blades that was frozen, so they worked like razor blades.
Doesn't work that way.
Each little sort of granule making those vertical marks, and then the ridged pattern having the major point of impact.
Sounds a lot like a countertop. I know I'm not one for speculating in this case. Where the hell did all my pens go now I've been on vacation? Someone has stolen my pens.
There was a step up or down into the garage, I believe, as well.
This is not to scale, so don't take it for anything. In the basement, this is the right screen, they have the weight bench. You have this safety bar on the weight bench
to catch
that has this nice little ridge on it to grab. Because, you know, on Tuesdays, we do chest because if you want to catch a hot mommy with a lung infection, you better be fucking swole. And sometimes you put more than the 2 plates you can do on maximum with a spotter. Yes, I have a weak chest, I know it. And they'll drop down on this safety bar. This is really, really rigid because you can drop weight on it. That, since I saw they had that in the basement, I've always thought that matches perfectly because of the size of the safety bar on. Again, if they're down there, they are horseshoeing around, falls backwards, hits his head on that one. For me, that's the perfect culprit.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
No, I have a Kenyan neighbor.
What is the significance of the pattern when you say ridged pattern and there's 2 things we're looking at, the laceration or the abrasion?
I actually have, and I tore something in my shoulder.
Above and below. that laceration.
Yeah, so what, what this injury tells me, what I would tell me.
Yeah, I think it was they were horsing around in the basement, maybe because one of them were play fighting, and then you know how it goes. Someone turned it into a real fight because someone was really trying to get into the panties of someone else's girlfriend. Someone tripped backwards. It happens, and they thought, "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!" And
get him out of the house.
Get him out of the. As long as he's not in the house, we can cover this up. We've done it before.
Who better to cover up a murder scene than a bunch of homicide detectives and ATF agents?
Yeah,
they know exactly what to look for, how to hide, what to hide, the parameters that they could argue for probable cause to search in the first place.
Yeah, and again, if you call it in and say, well, we were horsing around and we were in a play fight, he tripped over and hit his head. Oh, let me see your phones. Oh, you're having an affair with his girlfriend. That's really bad. Higgins left, went back to the police station, was on camera, but John stayed at the house. We were drinking. He took an Uber home. It was snowing. We were all drunk. We couldn't drive him. So we thought he was gone. And then when Kelly came over the next morning with the donut run, she found him in the front lawn. He must have slipped and fallen and hit his head on the fire hydrant, the rocks, the something. Which story will be the first one that get any traction? The slip and fall, every injury is consistent with a slip and fall in this accident. If Karen Reed has just stayed in bed that morning, John O'Keefe had died in a slip and fall, they would have got his life insurance payment and everyone would have been golden. That's to this day, this is still what I think is most likely what happened. But again, I don't know.
Put back onto some object that had some sort of ridge to it to make that horizontal tear in the skin. But that ridge also had, it wasn't smooth. It had some little grainy, grainy thing sticking up on it that would make each of them these little things. And then it's the job of the police then to go back to the scene and look around for something which might fit that pattern.
We can take that down. Did you, in furtherance of your investigation, coming to your opinions and conclusions?
That's why they went for the OVI manslaughter. And when she didn't want to plead to that, they upped the charges because.
Okay, don't plead. Go ahead. Spend the rest of your life in a cell.
Yeah.
Look at the area of 34 Fairview.
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment.
If they claimed it was an accident, no way they face any consequences. We see that as is. Again, if it's in the basement near your weight bench and there's that little problem with Higgins being in a little love twist with Karen Reed, that could catch some flack. But send Higgins to the police station on camera. So he is at the police station at 1:30 or however it was. And you then say when John O'Keefe's body is found in the morning, hey, he left at around 2. We thought he had taken an Uber because he said he was, and all of us were drunk. Yeah, everyone has left. There was just me and John. We were in the basement talking old war stories from Boston PD and drinking a few beers. And Coco gone to bed. All the kids had left. And I didn't know it happened. But they had to think on their feet, and that's what made it wrong.
Well, the problem that I have with the dog thing, right, is like the only thing that makes sense to me, because it could have been an accident, right? It could have been a slip and fall accident, except it had to have been caused by somebody's physical action.
Yeah.
Because that makes it a crime. And that's the reason that they threw him outside. So somebody's physical action caused this accident, in my opinion. And I think that is probably one of those 3 people that are named.
Let's see what she dismissed.
The area
I
of
missed it.
34 Fairview.
The outside, yes.
Meaning photographs?
Yes.
Did you also see photographs of any significance to you related to the garage, the interior of the garage?
Sustained. Jurors, disregard that comment, that question.
What part of the area did you see? What part of the location did you see?
Excuse me. I saw all the scene photographs taken by the police, which showed the front yard in the area where Mr. O'Keefe was found. I also saw some photographs of the inside of the house and the inside of...
So I'm going to stop you there, Dr. LaFasada, jurors. I'm striking anything after what the pictures from outside, Mr. Jackson.
Why isn't she allowed to talk about
outside
that?
of the home.
I don't
Did
know,
you
but that
see
was why
the,
Marissa
front
told
lawn
us
area?
earlier.
Yes, I did.
Yesterday, they
what did
threw
you
up
know?
a picture. They threw up a picture of 34 Fairview, and then they took it down real quick, and nobody really knew what was going on for a minute. Marissa said it was
Oh, the
because
blurry
garage
one
door
with
was-
the open door to the garage.
Yeah, because they had a cement floor in the garage. Not sure why they can't talk about it, but they apparently can't talk about it.
Can't talk about anything other than the outside. That makes no
Bizarre.
sense. Yeah,
Bizarre.
I can't see how that could happen.
Notes about the front lawn area.
Well, I was looking at the area.
Well, safe from Karen Reed, but not safe from Jamie. Jamie put her dog on Mr. Rossman, who is the nicest guy in the world.
Jamie did?
Yeah.
Dang, Jamie.
Where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, because we know once he came back and slammed his head, he's not going to get up and move around.
So, yes, I'm going to strike the second part of that.
Why? It's a medical opinion. He's not going to
try,
come
Your
up and
Honor.
move
Thank you.
around.
Why were you interested in the outside area where his body was found?
Because then I could identify an object possibly there that would have caused the injury on the back of his head.
Did you see any such object in any of the photos that you reviewed?
No, there was nothing there. It was a flat grass surface.
Would the flat grass, let's assume that the grass
Good
was
answer.
very cold and very hard, the dirt was very cold and very hard. Would falling backward onto that dirt, hard or not, would that cause the patterned injury that you see, that we just saw in Exhibit 160?
No,
Why do you say that?
because if you fall back on a flat surface, you get many times the tear you get in the scalp can be more like a star because you've just hit one part and then the tears go in kind of a star pattern. And also because you would not have those discrete vertical scraping of the skin. You would tend to, if you fell back on grass, you would tend to see, you might see grass in the wound, or you would tend to see an irregular kind of crisscross pattern of the flattened grass. And that's not what we have here on Mr. O'Keefe.
Do you have any training or experience in diagnosing hypothermia in individuals?
Oh, yes.
Have you conducted autopsies of individuals who have suffered from or died from hypothermia?
Yes, many.
How many?
100 or more, and then I've supervised my assistants who've also diagnosed the same death from decrease in body temperature.
Have you ever engaged in any death investigation, aside from the actual autopsies, death investigations in which the cause of death was deemed to be hypothermia?
Yes,
How many times would you say you've undertaken that type of investigation?
at least 100.
Val, do you think you'll change your mind about God when you get older, or will you just burn in hell? Well, listen, sir, you don't know what I believe or what I don't believe.
Well,
Weird super chat, bro. Weird super chat.
well, at least he's not talking about stroking meat bats from homeless people like he does on my channel.
That's fair.
Have you ever reviewed any peer-reviewed medical literature associated with or discussing hypothermia and something known as Wisniewski spots?
Yes, that's in the medical literature and also in our forensic textbooks.
Did you review the medical examiner's file, Dr. Scortibello's file, as it related to, well, in connection with this case, you reviewed the entire file, correct?
I did.
Did you conduct a differential diagnosis as it relates to the potential for hypothermia?
Yes, I did.
Describe, before we get into your findings or your conclusions and opinions, what is inferential thinking?
Fair.
Inferential thinking is another name for making a differential diagnosis. In other words, seeing a finding and then saying, how many ways can I get that finding? And then go and investigate each one of those ways and either rule them in or rule them out as being responsible to causing that finding.
Did you note whether or not the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello, mentioned hypothermia as a potential cause of death in this case?
She did put that on the death certificate,
Along with something else?
along with the blunt force head injury.
Do you agree with or concur with the blunt force head injury
Yes,
as a cause of death?
yes, Mr. O'Keefe died from the blunt force head injury.
Do you concur with the diagnosis of hypothermia?
No, the body did not have any hypothermia.
What led you to that conclusion?
Well, when you have we know that normal body temperature is around 98, and we know that then at the hospital that Mr. O'Keefe's rectal temperature was around 80. So we know that his temperature went down. So there are two ways the body temperature can get down. It can get down while you're alive, or a dead body also cools when it's in a cold environment. So those are the two things you have to look at.
I'd like you to take a look. I'm sorry, Mayor Cochon. Thank you, I apologize.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in that photograph?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
This is a photograph I took from our forensic medical literature, and it shows the lining of the stomach. So the stomach is opened up, and we look at the lining of the stomach, and it shows a characteristic pattern of small ulcerations throughout the stomach, which are called medically Wisniewski's ulcers. And that allows a forensic pathologist to diagnose death from being exposed to a cold environment or death due to hypothermia. And they're caused by, as the body gets colder and colder when it's alive, the small blood vessels in the lining of the stomach, they start to break, and then they're in the acidic environment of the stomach, and you get tiny little ulcers, which then look like small dots. And that is how at postmortem examination or autopsy, it's one of the findings I look for to see if a person died from hypothermia.
Doctor, what is gastric mucosa as it relates to the stomach lining?
The gastric mucosa, when you open up the stomach and you look at the inside, the first cells lining that inside is called the mucosa.
Is that what we're looking at in this photograph or no?
Yes, we're looking at the mucosa with ulcerations, which are little craters that form in it due to hypothermia.
Is that exemplar of what Wisniewski spots looks like as it relates to hypothermia from a book that is, or literature that is peer reviewed?
Oh, yes.
Is it widely accepted in the medical field?
Yes, it is.
And is it referenced by forensic pathologists and used in teaching?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would move for the admission of that photograph.
Okay.
Exhibit 226.
Permission to display, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is this a fair representation of what you were just looking at?
Yes.
Describe what we're looking at.
Okay, so this, I took this photograph from our forensic medical literature, and this was from a person who died due to exposure to a cold environment. And this is the stomach has been opened, and we're looking at the inside of the stomach. And the normal appearance is kind of pinky white. That's how it should look like. And what's abnormal here is all these black dots, which are the Wisniewski's ulcers, which are diagnostic of death.
Did you know that studies have scientifically shown it's better to drink in the morning than in the evening? What's in your hand? Water. I have water. I drank my Monster already. I'm not sure if it's
due to exposure to the cold. So these areas are a little tiny craters.
They normally don't show it because even the court channels will get struck by YouTube.
Yeah. They want theirs to be green too. Hey, Val. What do you call a blonde that's still in the closet? Last year's hide and seek champion.
And they fill up with blood. And we see that in over 90% of the cases of people who die from exposure to the cold.
Doctor, did you also look at Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes, I did.
If we could have, with court's permission, Exhibit 164 put up as well.
Okay.
You broke Baker.
Do you see the photograph on the right?
Yes.
What is that of?
This is the Mr. O'Keefe's stomach, which has been opened up, and we're looking at the inside. We see that the mucosa is a little bit red, and there's a little bit of increased blood flow here. And this is the normal pattern of the inside of the stomach. It's kind of ridged. That's called rugae. That's the normal folds inside the stomach. But there's no ulcerations here. So the diagnosis of death due to hypothermia is not appropriate in his case.
Did you see, or do you see, any classic Wisniewski spots in Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining or gastric mucosa?
No, no.
Do you observe any ulcers specific to Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
No, there are no ulcers. It's a normal appearance of what we would call a gross specimen. When you open the stomach at autopsy, you can see some redness of the normal lining of the stomach.
Let me ask this first. Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty based on the totality of your review and examination of the autopsy and its associated file, an opinion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died of hypothermia or complications related to hypothermia?
I do have an opinion.
And what is that opinion?
He did not die of hypothermia.
And is that opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
Taking a look at the darker red areas in the stomach lining of Mr. O'Keefe on the photograph to the right.
Yes.
That's Exhibit 164. Can you describe what those are? What are those darker areas?
Well, here we see a little bit of bleeding. The darker areas are the areas of the lining that are at the bottom of the normal rugae, because the inside surface of the stomach sort of looks like it's covered with little mountains. And so we can get the redness in between what the rugae in the stomach, and there's a little bit of increased redness here, but no ulceration.
Do you have an opinion, or were you able to form an opinion as to what the increased redness might be or is associated with?
Yes.
Did you note anything of significance in the rest of your examination of the file, the autopsy file, the medical examiner's file, that was related to what you see in the photograph 164?
Yes.
All right, I'm going to see its eyebrow for just a minute here.
We can take that down. May I continue?
Yes.
Thank you. With regard to the
Livid.
It's my word, not yours, doctor, so forgive me. The defects, the redder marks that you're mentioning on the rugae or in and around.
I think she has a chest infection because I saw her 2 months ago in another trial where she didn't have this heavy breathing. So just like everyone else, she catch some bug. I haven't kissed her. The rest who has the bug right now, I might have kissed.
We've decided it's called the Danish flu.
Did you note that there was a machine that was used for life-saving measures as it related to Mr. O'Keefe?
Oh, yes, it caused some damage to the body.
Okay, let's talk about that for just a quick second. What is that machine called?
It's a mechanical device to administer chest compressions, and the company that makes it is called Lucas, or one of the companies, so it's called a Lucas machine, and it can be attached to the body. Your arms go up over a ridge, and there's a plunger, and it goes around your back, and so it just plunges, and it does mechanical resuscitation and chest compression, compressing the chest right over the lower sternum, about 2 inches or so, and it's very helpful in a situation where the manual compressions, where the attendants and the ERT people, they get tired continually compressing for a long period of time. So the mechanical device was invented to prevent the EMT fatigue when administering chest compressions.
When you mentioned the sternum area of the body, are there organs beneath the area that's being compressed by the mechanical Lucas machine?
Oh, absolutely.
What do those organs include?
Well, ideally they include the heart, because that's what's supposed to be pumping the blood out. But it's also in a circular area that's right below the sternum, which includes the heart. But what is also under there is the esophagus and the interior of the stomach. So this area is right under where the machine is compressing as well, as long as, in addition to part of the head of the pancreas, which is also right there under the lower sternum. And what can happen with the Lucas machine pushing in for 100 times a minute for a depth of about 2 or 2.5 inches, that these organs right underneath of it get compressed between the Lucas pump and the bony vertebral bodies that's along your back. So you have the Lucas machine compressing these organs, and they're compressing them against the vertebral bodies of your bony vertebral column in the back. So you can get other injuries, organ injuries, that is a complication of the automated mechanical resuscitation. You can get cardiac ruptures, you can get ruptures of the liver, because all those organs are clustered right there, and that machine is pushing those organs in between the pump and the back of the bony spinal column.
Doctor, in your review of the medical records, was there any indication that an automated chest compression machine, a Lucas machine, was used on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
May we can take this down?
Yes.
The two documents that I'd like to show you first.
Yes.
That document, and then after you're finished, notarizing yourself. First one and the second one.
Sebastian Müller. Bev is doing everything not to give Karen Reed a fair trial. Abso-effing-lutely. But could you speed it up, Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, it's starting to get a little more obvious, in my opinion. People say a baby on an airplane is the worst thing that could happen to you. I disagree. I could give you 4 examples, but they were all on 9/11.
Which is Brandon's birthday.
Yes, it is, indeed. Happy birthday, Brandon. Okay.
Yeah, happy birthday, Brandon.
Happy birthday.
Yes.
Taking the first document that...
And by the way, 2 babies on the airplane that leaves at 10:30 from O'Hare.
That sucks. Going over the Atlantic too.
Dear people with kids, I have had kids. Either make sure your kids are not overtired if you want to take a night flight. I like the red eye because we get back and we only lose 1 day instead of 2 days. But having 2 kids, and I paid for premium economy, and I had to sit between 2 fat ladies. That was a lot of meat on that row. Let's just say it. I'm a fat guy, 2 fat ladies. None of us moved. And I had to listen to 2 babies screaming back in economy, hey, I'm kind of famous, you know, I pay for premium economy. So I'm Paul Plus. So listening to that, and even with my earbuds in is turned up, there was an hour of screaming. Do like in the restaurant, if your kid can't stop crying, you step outside. It should be an option on transatlantic flights as well. Let's make an airlock in the back of the plane, so if your baby can't stop screaming, you'll just step outside and until it stops screaming. Then you can come back in.
That's absolutely terrible, man.
Well,
she must have saw the old Baker takes you out in a date video.
She's breathing heavy because she's thinking of Baker. Thank you so much. Did I try cinnamon bread at Dollywood? I tried it last year. Not a big fan. It's way too fatty American bread. I don't like that. And there's way too much stuff on top of it.
Addresses the Lucas machine.
Yes.
How do you recognize that photo or those series of photos and graphs?
I don't like most American bread. That's just not good. And you pour all of that glaze or whatever you call it on top of it because it's bad bread. You wouldn't put so much sugar over it if it just tasted good. So
These are illustrations I put in my report, and one shows a generic patient with the Lucas machine in place around him to do the chest compressions. Then I have a photograph of the actual apparatus of the Lucas machine itself. Then I show what's recognized as medical complications and injury from that machine. It shows, I have an example of a CAT scan of a section through the body horizontally, right where the plunger goes into the chest. And it shows in another patient hemorrhage around the pancreas and around the top of the stomach. Then I have a diagram also taken from our medical literature that shows the direction of force that compresses those organs between the resuscitation paddle and the vertebral body and the backbone.
Doctor, are those photographs and graphs taken from peer-reviewed literature in the medical field that's normally relied on by other medical professionals?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd move for the admission of that first document.
Right, subject to redaction.
you can go back and think around Christmas time. I made our cinnamon rolls, which is superior.
I don't think so.
Don't trust his
that one
upside down
not
pineapple
attempted to.
cake recipe, though.
That wasn't mine. That was LVR who sent me that cookbook. It was horrible.
Exhibit 227.
It didn't look right.
Well, I understand why your wife might get mad at you sometimes.
Doctor, I know that's a little bit small and far away. We'll enlarge it as you need. It's not an eye test. Can you tell me what we're looking at? Yeah, let's take the top half of the document. What is that to the left, and then what's the machine in the
Okay,
middle?
so what you see on the left is a anonymous patient showing how the Lucas machine is placed onto the patient, where the arms are pulled up and clasped against these rigid mechanical bridges, and then here is the engine which puts the pump, and that's the pump which just goes up and down to do the chest compressions, and so that's how it's affixed to a patient.
To be clear, Doctor, that is not Mr. O'Keefe. That is
No, this is
could be a model.
an unknown person.
Okay. And then what are we looking at in terms of the actual machine to the
Yeah,
right?
this shows the actual machine before it's put on a patient. You can see how it encircles the patient, and then there is this circular pump, which is the compressor pump.
If we can look at what is that a picture of, the highlighted portion?
That's the circular part that actually is projected down onto the body.
That makes contact with the chest?
Correct, and it has a spring in there that the engine above it gives a certain number of compressions per minute.
And you said on average the compressions per minute would be about what?
They should be around 100.
Okay. If we could go to the bottom half of the page, or the graphics on the bottom.
Looks like a medieval
What are we looking
torture
at in
device.
this photograph?
Yeah.
And we're looking at, on the left side, we're looking at a CAT scan, which scans a person who's had some injury from the Lucas compression machine, and it's a cross section. So the arrow here is pointing to the head of the pancreas and the area of the esophagus, and then the machine would compress down onto that. And the important part is that I don't know if that's working on there. The little thing that looks like at the very bottom, it's circular and then has a little, looks like a little steer head. That's the vertebral column, and that's bone. And so the pump is pushing in that area where the arrow is pushing those organs against the bony vertebral column. Excuse me. And that's on an actual patient that had that. Then on the right, it shows the schematic of the blue arrows indicating the force coming down. Then we see the organs, and the red arrows show how the pancreas can get hemorrhaged, and also some of the esophagus that goes into the top part of the stomach. And we see that that's, I can't really see where that, I think it stopped.
Yeah, Coach Young?
Yes.
They really struggle with laser pointers in this courtroom.
Okay. Okay. And then we see at the bottom with those.
I actually didn't buy food at the airport well, I did in Finland, but that's because I slept through breakfast on the plane. But that was Burger King. Burger King is always bad, but it's a good kind of bad.
3 little things projecting from it. That is the vertebral body, which is made up of bone. So you can see how the chest compressions, not only hoping to save the life by keeping the heart blood functioning, can also cause some injuries and damage, not life-threatening usually, to the other organs there.
We can take that down. Doctor, take a look at the second document that's in front of you. Do you recognize what's depicted in that document?
Yes.
What is that?
This is a picture of Mr. O'Keefe's chest while he's at the hospital, which shows a lot of the resuscitation equipment.
Is that a true and accurate depiction of of Mr. O'Keefe at the hospital based on your review of the medical file?
Yes.
I'll move for the admission of that.
Okay. Oh.
Exhibit 228.
Ralphie's looking to
Permission to display briefly.
Luke's device with gasoline over here.
Taking a look at the photographs to the left and to the right, do you see any indication on Mr. O'Keefe's body that is suggested that where the Lucas machine was situated?
Yes, as I pointed out here with the blue arrows, that big circular mark there is the mark on the skin where the compression pump compressed the chest of Mr. O'Keefe, and it caused some rib fractures, and it also caused those reddening of the stomach and some hemorrhage in the pancreas.
We can take that down. Doctor, based on your review of the medical records, did you calculate the approximate number of compressions that Mr. O'Keefe would have been subject to based on that Lucas machine?
Yes.
What is that calculation?
His body was found around 6 in the morning, and he got to the hospital around 6:37, I think. So if they put the Lucas machine on him when they got him into the ambulance, and it's compressing at 100 times a minute, and that is from the time of the body being discovered to the time at the hospital, that's around 37 minutes. So if you multiply 37 minutes times 100 compressions a minute, that's around, over 30,000 compressions that would have been done to Mr. O'Keefe's body in the course of his resuscitation efforts.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to what caused the hemorrhaging that we saw on Mr. O'Keefe's stomach lining?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
It was from the blunt compression of the Lucas machine.
Did she just do her math
to a
wrong?
reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes.
You indicated earlier that there is a difference between someone dying of hypothermia or complications associated with hypothermia and a body that's already passed away just cooling, correct?
Correct.
Do you have an opinion as to a reasonable degree of medical certainty
Yeah, it's
as to whether Mr.
3,700.
O'Keefe suffered from
Not
hypothermia?
37,000.
I do have an opinion.
What is that opinion?
He did not experience hypothermia.
Did you observe any signs of frostbite?
No.
Did that have any weight concerning your opinion, overall opinion, as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe died with complications associated with hypothermia?
Well, if someone dies due to exposure to low temperatures, you expect to see not only the Wisniewski's ulcers, but you expect to see some frostbite changes in the extremities.
Brennan's going to jump all over that.
Based on your overall review of the medical records associated with Mr. O'Keefe, were you able to reach an opinion and conclusion as to the cause of death of Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
What is that opinion?
He died of brain injuries and skull fractures due to blunt force trauma of the head.
Do you hold that opinion for Mr. O'Keefe's cause of death to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a minute, Dr. La Posada, and talk about patterned injuries elsewhere on Mr. O'Keefe's body. You've obviously talked about your training and experience as it relates to recognition of patterned wounds, correct?
Correct.
That's something that you were trained in when you were training, correct?
Yes, it's very basic to the discipline of forensic pathology.
And have you also trained others during the course of your 40-year career on the issue of wound pattern recognition?
Yes.
You've taught courses and given lectures, is that right?
Yes, I have.
What's the difference between a car key and a young boy? A car key doesn't turn Val on. Also, pizza casserole plus steamer plus minions equals Richards. Thanks, Lesko. Appreciate it.
I'd like to show you Exhibit 167 with
Appreciate
the court's permission.
Okay.
Yes.
Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Is a photograph of
100.
the right arm of Mr. O'Keefe.
It was 100 a minute.
Did
not
you
1,000.
review and consider this photo?
A goat, a drum, and a snake fell off a cliff. But
photograph and others in coming or forming your opinions, coming to your conclusions and opinions
like
in this
that.
case?
Yes.
She's definitely a better presenter than Dr. Russell. I said that yesterday, too.
In order to come to your ultimate opinion and conclusion, or opinions and conclusions in this case, is it important to take all of the injuries that a decedent may have suffered into account rather than one or two piecemeal?
Now you have to look at the whole picture to understand what happened to the body.
Why is that? What's the importance of that? It may be obvious, but explain that for the jurors, please.
Well, there are, when you're looking at changes and injuries to the body and trying to understand what happened to the body, there are different patterns of injuries on different parts of the body. And by trying to separate those and understand what patterns were caused by certain things, then you're able to put together a sequence of events that happened to the body prior to death.
What role do photographs play in a forensic medical examiner reviewing the medical evidence and coming to opinions and conclusions? How important are photographs?
Oh, those are huge. It's standard practice to always document at the postmortem examination important findings with photography.
Were the photos in Mr. O'Keefe's case useful in coming to opinions and conclusions concerning his injuries altogether?
Yes.
What about the injuries to his right arm?
Yes, those photographs are very important to understand those injuries.
Do you believe that there is a patterned injury on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes, there is a pattern injury there.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, either being taught or teaching, patterned injuries as they relate to animal wounds, generally?
Oh, absolutely. Very common.
Do animal wounds include both claws and teeth, dentin?
Yes.
So bite marks and claw marks might be two different types of patterned wounds that you may see in your evaluation, just
Correct.
in general?
Correct, because when an animal approaches a body, there may be damage from the claws and also from the mouth.
Do you expect to see punctate wounds as well as linear abrasions?
Yes.
Do you expect to see certain bite patterns as well?
Yes.
What types of injuries, let's talk about animals in general, what types of injuries do animals produce on the skin of human beings?
Well, animals can produce, if you're talking about, mammals, they can produce injuries from their claws, where you get parallel scrapes of the skin from the claws applied to the skin, or you can see a pattern.
What did Bill Murray say when he visited the haunted farm? I ain't afraid of no goats. I like that.
From the jaw configuration of the animal, and most animals that attack or get in contact with the body have canines. So there's two canines on either side that make paired marks, and that would be called a pattern injury. So it makes parallel sort of gouges, and as the canines move in a horizontal pattern or a vertical pattern, the space between them can change. The other thing you see in a animal bite is you see not only the canines that come out, but depending on how the jaw is applied to the body, you can have little dot-like imprints in sort of a U-shaped pattern, which are from the incisors, the little incisors of the animal. So you look for punctures, you look for paired gouges, which would be the canines, and then you look for arced patterns of little dots, which can be the application of the incisors of an animal bite.
What is an incised wound?
An incised wound is a wound due to cutting from a sharp object.
Would you expect to see incised wounds from an animal bite or claw marks?
No, they don't cause, they're not like knife wounds. They cause more of a scraping injury.
Do you see the injuries that you're looking at in Exhibit 167, are these more consistent with incised wounds or the scraping abrasions that you just talked about?
Sustained.
Were you able to determine from your review of the medical records whether the injuries that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem or post-mortem?
Yes, I can determine that. They were inflicted prior to death.
Do you have an opinion as to whether or not the wounds that you see, the patterned injury that you see on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, is consistent with an animal bite or claw marks?
Yes, it is, very much.
Thank you. We can take that down.
Boom. Got it in there. Didn't get Chloe in there, but...
May I have just a moment, Your Honor? Actually, Your Honor, may we approach very briefly?
Okay.
Yeah, that's what they needed. I wish they could be a little more direct.
Yeah. And now he's going to go up there and say, have you ever met Chloe the dog, who is a 2-pound Pomeranian, formerly identifying as a 70-pound German Shepherd?
Yes.
You indicated that, in your opinion, the wounds to Mr. O'Keefe's arms were pre-mortem, not post-mortem. His right arm, I should say, were pre-mortem, not post-mortem, correct?
Correct.
What's the basis for that opinion?
Well, a forensic pathologist has to be able to differentiate changes that happen to the body while the person is alive versus things that happen after the person is dead. For instance, there is something called post-mortem predation, where if the body is out in the woods and dead, then wolves and such can come and make quote, injuries to the body, but we're able to tell from our training and experience that those were made after death. The usual way we tell is that when it's made during life, the blood vessels that are damaged, the heart's pumping blood through, so you can see a reddish color and maybe some blood around it. Whereas if the body is damaged after death, the changes to that body and those, quote, injuries look more yellowish and kind of brown because the blood is not flowing. So that's how you can tell if something done to the body is while the body was alive or whether it was done after death.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty that the wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's right arm were pre-mortem?
Yes, they were done while he was alive and bleeding.
You talked about death investigations. As a matter of fact, you mentioned something about...
No, she didn't get dog bite, but she got mammal bites. An animal mammal bite.
What a forensic pathologist's role is in a death investigation to potentially send investigators back out to answer certain questions, correct?
Yes.
Did you see any evidence in the medical records or the medical examiner's complete records that any effort was made to send investigators to the location to see if there were any animals at the location at or around the time of John O'Keefe's death?
Sustained.
Do you believe it's important? Well, let me ask it a different way. Would following up with investigators be an important part of any forensic pathology investigation?
No, absolutely. You're working as a team to figure out what happened to the body.
Thank you. We talked about the theme and theory of differential diagnosis, correct?
Yes.
How does engaging in the process of differential diagnoses avoid bias in an investigation?
By after you have your findings and you sit back and think, well, how many ways could I get this finding? And so bias sometimes means, oh, I think it's this, and then you just stop. So that's a sort of a bias where you make a decision too quickly and you don't then stop to consider what other things could cause this same finding. So you have to consider not only what immediately comes to mind, but then you think, how else could we get this pattern of injuries?
Did you engage in a differential diagnosis as it relates to this case?
Yes,
Did you consider whether the injuries could have been caused by a motor vehicle accident?
I did consider that.
Did you consider whether Mr. O'Keefe's right arm injuries specifically could have been caused by being hit by a motor vehicle?
Yes, I did think about that.
Were you able to rule that out?
Absolutely.
So the objection sustained, jurors strike that answer.
Tell me about, well, let me ask it this way. Did you come to an opinion or conclusion as to whether or not Mr. O'Keefe's injuries as a whole were produced by a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
Sustained.
Why can't she? She's not a biomechanical engineer.
Done thousands of autopsies yourself, correct?
Yes,
You've supervised many times more than that.
correct.
How many of those autopsies that you've performed or supervised have involved motor vehicle incidents?
No, hundreds.
How many of those hundreds have involved motor vehicle pedestrian incidents?
Almost as many.
Have you performed autopsies specifically on individuals known to be hit by vehicles?
Yes,
Have you performed autopsies on individuals believed to be hit by vehicles?
yes,
Have you engaged in differential diagnosis and inferential thinking in terms of developing an opinion or conclusion to a medical certainty about whether or not the injuries that you see on a decedent are consistent or inconsistent with a motor vehicle pedestrian incident?
yes, that's part of what we figure out as a forensic pathologist.
Did you do that in this case?
Yes, I
Sustained.
On Tuesday, we do Kegels because if you want a random chick to give you a rusty trombone after you broke into her home, your grundle better be swole. Thank you, Brennan. Appreciate you, man.
What are some of the injuries that you would expect generally to exist if a pedestrian is hit by a motor vehicle at speed, not 1-2 miles an hour, let's say 20 plus miles an hour?
Yes, one of the things you see is a pedestrian is, standing upright and is impacted by this blunt object of a automobile or a van or SUV. And what you see first most is the tissue is crushed where the projections of the vehicle impact the tissue. And when you crush the tissue, that gives you a bruise. So that's the first part of the pattern of impact. It crushes the tissue. It gives you a bruise because it breaks the blood vessels underneath the skin. And then depending on how much more force is applied, the skin can break.
So I'm going to strike that. Next question, Mr. Jackson.
In addition to bruising, what else might you expect to find in an individual who's been struck by a vehicle at speed?
So let's come over to second.
To think
He really doesn't want that in.
To think that this woman wouldn't be qualified or able to differentiate between somebody being hit by a car and
I
somebody
forgot where I left off, so I'm just
hitting
going
their
to pick
head
up.
on cement is ridiculous.
As best my memory can serve me. It has been suggested that Mr. O'Keefe's right arm, doctor, was injured by contact with the right rear taillight of Miss Reed's 2021 Lexus LX 570.
No, I'm allowing that in.
Thank you.
Oh, I like that. Nope.
Good.
I allow it in.
As Mr. O'Keefe, it was struck as Mr. O'Keefe was standing and the Lexus backed into him. That was a postulate put forward. I want to find out from you, do you agree with that?
Well, that's something to think about.
So,
Oh, I'm sorry.
yes, I'm going to strike that question and answer.
Let me ask it a different way. Let me ask you a different question. Do Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm, do they correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm?
No, not at all.
Why do you say that?
First of all, those injuries are patterned injuries from an animal bite. We have the canines, we have the incisors.
All right, so I'm going to strike that, and let's see you at sidebar.
Did I give you some kind of special permission to type every word in the alphabet, or are the feds going to kick my door in soon? Brendan, you are a mod on the channel because you complained a lot about certain words. Peter Parker was told by Ben, with great power comes great responsibility. And just like Peter Parker, sometimes you let one slip by and then it'll kill your uncle. And today it might be my uncle that's killed in this channel because that was spicy.
Channels.
It doesn't matter how many times a judge tells the jury to strike an answer; they heard it. I agree, Sebastian Müller.
I think if they get the same answer struck several times, then it's more obvious that there's something there.
Yeah,
the jury would key into that.
Yeah, they'll probably think, oh, I really need to listen to that because that must be important since they strike it.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand. She didn't say anything wrong. She stuck with animal bite, so I'm not really sure why the sidebar here.
Because the Lexus, she's not a biomechanical engineer.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
In your report, Doctor, you indicated that Mr. O'Keefe's pattern injuries on his right arm do not...
I love how she was forced to say animal, but follows up with canine teeth every single time. Well, I have canine teeth as well. You have canine teeth, unless you have your... Because we that's why your teeth will tell you are not a vegetarian, because you have sharp canines. That's used to wrench and hold on to stuff. And RJ gifted one Broken Baker membership to Haley Wolf.
Nice.
Correspond to injuries that could have been produced by irregular fractured plastic pieces impacting his arm. Do you recall putting that in your report?
Yes, I wrote that.
Do you stand by that?
Yes, that's my conclusion.
And you also wrote his arm had no tissue bruising from impact injury. Do you remember writing that?
Yes,
Do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote, neither did his skin show any array of irregular, unpredictable, randomly scattered cuts and scrapes at various angles and depths. Do you remember writing that?
I did.
And do you stand by that?
I do.
You also wrote that you noted Mr. O'Keefe had no bruising on his arms or torso. Is that right?
Correct.
And you also wrote, in particular, Mr. O'Keefe did not have bruises on his legs, correct?
Yes, correct.
And you indicated that that was shown by dissection of the leg tissue and muscle at autopsy. Is that right?
Yes, there was a special leg dissection done to look for bumper impacts.
Back in 1980, I fell off my bike, twisted my foot, and hurt my knee. I'm telling you this now because there was no social media in the 80s. I'm glad that we got to know.
Yeah. Claire DeLune, I'm glad to be back. I just wish my voice had traveled with me.
Valkyrie's been down for 2 days.
Yeah, and it just hits you like a hammer, but mine is, I'm not tired anymore. I'm just beat
Yes.
in my voice and my nose.
Including photographs
Taken to the hospital, yes.
It's all those
and
patients I
autopsy
got.
photographs
Yes,
and other data and documentation, correct?
yes.
Well, I told you to
Are
quit.
X-rays an important part of?
Yeah, you said close your eyes, but
Oh,
not my
yes,
nose.
usually there are x-rays taken of the body prior to the examination.
What do X-rays show? Why are those important?
They're important because they show
I don't have jet lag. I slept.
No, he had-
I slept. I don't have jet lag now, but I didn't have it over there. I just got, I think, the heat exhaustion and then some bug. But everyone is down. The expert, the rabbit, Valkyrie, everyone got it now. So
Rosemans. I think the
the Rosemans. And I'll blame Mr. Roseman because I'm not saying he was handsy, but when he said, "Well, I used to live in France. It's a tradition," and he used tongue. That's not how I know French people. But again, once a sailor, always a seaman.
foreign material in the body, like a bullet. They also image the skeleton, so we can look for fractures of the bones.
Renee, there was some sidebar. She's not allowed to talk about dog, but she's allowed to say it's consistent with animals. She's been pretty good. She wasn't allowed to talk about the garage, but I like her better than Dr. Russell. Brennan hasn't started his bitching yet. Well, he cried a lot in the beginning, claimed he never said something, and then AJ read it verbatim, and Bev still said, I don't care. They did take no, I don't. They didn't take X-rays of his arm. They did take of his lower body, I think. Yeah, I should have known that. Well, I'm just saying, Mr. Rance was he was very friendly on the panel. How much baby oil did you guys buy? Well, Diddy is off the market. Someone has to keep Procter & Procter in business.
I may have just one. Okay.
And Medina, I was in Helsinki twice in a week. Yeah, but that's different because he did it.
May I approach?
Okay.
What is this now? I think he was cremated. Another sidebar. Well, we're catching up fine today. Did you fall from heaven? Because it looks like you landed on your face. Thank you so much, Bad Dog. I take that personal.
Another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that. All right, work it out. If you can't work it out, let me know. I'll come out before the.
Work what out? Well, apparently we are on a break because something they can't agree on, and Bev is not going to entertain anything, and I don't know what happened. AJ's an architect, just showing her some floor plans. Yeah, where would you put a doggy door in this ground floor? Yeah. I don't know what happened, because let's go back and see what happened, if anything was said.
Yes.
Just says approach. And then a long sidebar.
Please rise for the jury. You may be seated.
Dr. Lapasada, you can step out, okay? All right, I did receive another motion this morning for a curative instruction. I'm not going to even consider this today. We can consider this at the charge conference. So that's where we're at with that.
I don't know. It looks like he's going to bring in some demonstratives that Hanky Panky don't like, and then they had a break, and then they took the morning break, and someone filed them. There's so many motions filed right now, especially by Brennan. I'm looking at my Discord. I can't see any of the girls have found anything. So yeah. I can't tell you what they have put in there today. When they decide how to charge the jury, aka instruction. Yeah, that's the charge conference. That'll be held after the closing arguments or before the closing arguments, whatever it fits, and they'll have the charge conference. Perfectly normal. Nothing new to that. She said work it out so they must need redaction to the pics. Maybe, or maybe some of them are okay. But I couldn't tell what the picture was of because we could only see a little bit of it. Maybe we can we catch what's on it? I can't tell what that is. It just looks black to me. It's black, it's white, it's got to be, yeah.
Yes.
I can't tell what it is. Could it be, with this up here, could it be X-rays? Does it? Looks like a CT scan. Yeah, because you have all the, looks like you have all the data stuff up here. This could be the skin, that parallel line. Well, it's just like in the Sarabu case. Well, I can't do screen grabs. He had Brawler's features, right? Fractures. Yeah, he had he had fractures to his right hand. And he also had that discoloration that they said was not from the IV because they put it into the thigh to heat him up. Yeah, but it must be from the Commonwealth because they couldn't do a CT scan of a dead body because, again, I think he's burned. The motion that has been filed is this regarding Exhibit 88 and introduction into evidence as exhibits. Exhibit 88. Attached as Exhibit A is the re-cross-examination of Dr. Wolf by Mr. Brennan and the redirect of Mr. Jackson. This is not an exact transcript produced by court, but a rather transcript created by defense to the best of their ability from the recording available on YouTube, beginning at runtime, blah. Ms. Reed respectfully submits that the instruction issued by the court on June 9th was not curative or otherwise sufficient. This point is underscored when one reads the deep level of prejudice that excludes from the questioning of Dr. Wolf by Attorney Brennan, which is attached as Exhibit A. With the intentional misconduct being deeply and directly intertwined with the central issue in this case, whether or not an impact between Ms. Reed's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe even occurred. Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process compelled the request further curative instructions by Your Honor. The intentional misconduct of the Commonwealth also wrongly impugned the credibility and competency of the defense witness, Dr. Wolf, by asserting that he did not properly account for the holes in the back of the sweatshirt and incorrectly posited to the jurors that the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt of the decedent, Mr. O'Keefe, were caused by alleged events occurring on January 29th. Where Attorney Brennan appears to cut off Dr. Wolf from noting the holes on the back of the hoodie sweatshirt were subject of cutting. This, therefore, must also be part of the curative instruction. On June 9, Your Honor initially proposed the following language outside of the presence of the jury. Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about the holes in the sweatshirt, and I instructed you that those holes were made by Ms. Hartnett during the course of her inspection and sampling on May 18th. The court then instructed the jury with the following language. So, jurors, I instructed you that those holes were made by the criminalist, Ms. Hartnett, during the course of her inspection and sampling of the sweatshirt. Proposed curative instruction. Ms. Reed respectfully proposed the following language to address the misconduct and harm to Ms. Reed.
During the cross-examination of Dr. Wolf, Mr. Brennan asked Dr. Wolf about holes in the back of the sweatshirt, Exhibit 88, falsely insinuating that those holes were sustained on January 29, 2022, from a fall backwards. I instruct you that those holes were not present on January 29, 2022. Those holes were made by Marion Hartnett, a criminalist at the MSP Crime Lab, in the course of her inspection and sampling of the clothing on May 18, 2023. Dr. Wolf correctly testified that those holes did not come from any alleged event on or about January 29, 2022. Yesterday, the court agreed to enter the evidence and allow the defense to display, etc. This has not been done yet. The information regarding the clippings from the crime lab still need to come into evidence and be displayed to the jury. It unequivocally establishes Maureen Hartnett cut clippings out of the gray hoodie sweatshirt and that the damage was not from any alleged event on January 29, 2022. For the foregoing reasons, Ms. Reed respectfully requests that this honorable court instruct the jury with the above proposed curative instruction in furtherance of Ms. Reed's constitutional right to a fair trial and due process, and enter exhibits, all of those, into evidence. This is an inflection point for this trial and public confidence in the judicial system. Respectfully submitted for the defense. They're not going to say that entirely as the curative, though, because the fall backwards part. Aside from that, they might get it in there. I seriously doubt that Bev will go out on a limb, shall we say, for this curative instruction.
Yeah. We also have the motion that what the hell's going on from earlier about why Dr. Laposada should be allowed to testify about, but she didn't write that, so I'm not going to read that. But it's filed. Thank you, ladies.
She should. She absolutely should, because I was talking about that yesterday. It made Brennan, or not Brennan, I'm sorry. It made Dr. Wolf look like less credible than he is, right? It was an attack on him as well as an attack with fake evidence on Karen Reed.
And that's the big problem. Her bias is making this an unjust case, and I know everyone will say, well, you can't do anything. The judge is the queen, and there's nothing to do about it, but it's just so highly toxic to the defense, every decision she makes, that I don't know what you could do to fix this, but
mistrial with prejudice.
Well, she's the one who causes the mistrial, so she won't do it.
Right.
So, But we were looking. People are guessing it's either CT scans or X-rays that he want to introduce now.
That checks out.
Yeah, because there was like, when you see the pictures, you will see the little data on top, and there was a cross. It kind of looked like the CT scans I had of my back. I love when they come in and show you, and this is where you have the protrusion, and I'm kind of looking like when my wife sent me, hey, this is our baby.
Where?
And next time I called her, she said, oh, did you look at it? I said, could you put a ring around it the next time so I know which one is the baby? Because it's just black, white, gray. And then apparently you can't say that because it's so easy to see, and the baby is right there.
Yeah, duh, Baker.
I got this big of a photograph, and this part was probably the baby, and I was.
Well, you've seen recent ultrasound imaging. It's way better now.
Yeah. The ones I got a baby Baker, way easier to see.
You can make out features and the whole nine in these things.
Well, it depends on because there is the time where they're just the size of a bean. Well, not that easy to see, especially when you're a man and you're sitting there thinking, women body has insides too.
Never mind.
Well, I'm a virgin. I don't know that much about the female anatomy.
Fair. I think your children and grandchild would disagree, but whatever. The ear thing seems to have worked for you.
Yeah. If Mary could do it, so could I. Maybe I'm just like Joseph.
Oh, Jesus.
Imagine being in the most sold book in the world as a cock.
I think I missed a Bad Duck super chat.
Yeah, I read it.
Okay, good. Thank you.
See you later, Wolfie. And enjoy your lunch.
Eat something yummy.
Because no one wanted to bang you, or I could kind of see that as a dick. You had sex? Are you sure?
That'd be like one of our
I totally believe you, but maybe you have a nasty friend.
Maybe you need better friends.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how Mary got pregnant. Of course, Pernilla doesn't know because the Bible can't legally be sold in Sweden. You'll help with what?
Hey.
Identifying babies in sonograms.
I don't think that's what she was talking about.
Well,
little anatomy 101.
Well, I do have my female body inspector t-shirt, so maybe I'll get to inspect one now.
Now that you bought the t-shirt?
Yeah. That's why I should have it on the at the gym and say, any ladies need to, I can check your form. Let's chat. Yeah. Welcome back, Ray of Light. But anything else interesting? I was just arguing with absolutely not Kevin on the twit. He's an idiot.
Yeah. I stopped paying attention to them over there.
I got woke up at 6:15 a.m. this morning. I'm going to be a great auntie in December. Congratulations, nice. Susan. Nothing is better than having other people's kids because you can enjoy them and give them back when they cry, and you don't have to change them.
Disclaimer: don't take other people's kids, yo.
Well, with consent, of course. Can't just go down the street and say, a kid. Even though a Danish person was arrested I think she was arrested or at least charged in New York because she left her kid in the pram outside sleeping like we do all the time because it's good for kids to sleep outside. It helps with the lungs. And apparently, you can't do that in America because people want babies. Have you met babies? Again, they cry a lot. They poop a lot. And they can't do anything. At least wait till they are 3 or 4 years old, like in China, and they can build your iPhones. No, 6 years of people
There's
asking me
a lot of small parts in those phones, Baker. They need them little nimble fingers to get in there.
Go where you can make a little money off of them. Not endorsing Charles' work on the channel. I kept putting it off, so when the time came, they all thought it was a joke. We still laugh about it. I didn't show until almost 8 months. Well, my daughter also just got that little baby bump, and then boom. But she was just a little thing. Did Mr. Roseman release a viral virus after he gave you a first and second opinion on the couch on FNL? Is that how everyone got sick? Yeah, he did booty pirate me. Now I have to wipe your arse, teach you how to work a stick and buy your first beer. Can anyone else handle this? Maybe some with balls, Swedish meatballs. What?
Swedish meatballs are delicious. You're wrong on that
Swedish meatballs are the wrong meatballs, and I will die on that hill along with that the Walking movie is a bad movie. It's a trilogy. Yeah, it's a shit trilogy. I think that Peter Jackson is happy that he made The Hobbit because then the Lord of the Rings weren't his worst trilogy.
I didn't mind The Hobbit either. It was okay. It wasn't great, but it was okay.
You hit your head a lot when you were deployed, right?
Yeah.
How did he turn 120 pages of children's book into 3 40-hour movies?
Talent. That's how, Baker. He's a talented man. Also, he needed to get paid.
How many is a great granny in here? Howdy, hey, Baker. Glad you made it home. Also, it's my birthday today. I'm 29. T-Rex, congratulations.
Happy birthday, T-Rex.
And hope you made it back as well. And all the lot lizards survived.
That we know of. Give it a
Well, I'm just him and Farrell together on a lot. I'm just saying. Both of those people could get a little excited. All it takes is a crockpot and print out of the statue. I'm lost somewhere. I'm not sure where we're going.
Print out of the statue.
Oh, yeah, those videos where people yelled at the convenience store. They're always a little, what the hell?
That's terrible, Sea Winterstorm.
Yeah. That's how kids get good loans.
Don't do that here. Don't do that here. You will go to jail.
Who steals a baby?
Bad people, Baker. Bad people.
But don't they know babies? It's just, yeah. Oh, it's talking about child acquisition.
Yeah.
We had a former politician who might have been caught for with like 8,000 pictures of CP. And his excuse, he was writing a book and then was searching because someone had sent him a link with a movie of some bad stuff. And then he deleted that link, but then went looking for it on the dark web and found a lot of other stuff and wanted to write a book on it. He also might have had a child-sized doll with a modification between the legs that he claims that he got as a side purchase on something he bought on Temu. They just sent him that because, and he just left it because who doesn't want to have a child-sized thing with alteration to the groinial area? Because it has nothing to do with his urges. Nothing.
I hope that politician's still in a prison cell.
I just hope
meeting new friends every day.
If found guilty,
There you go.
But that I love his. Well, I got sent a kit Smexmol as a side gift on Temu. I don't use Temu because again I don't endorse child labor, but I'm not sure they're gonna send stuff like that if you're just ordering a new headset.
Bold move, blaming the Chinese. Bold move. Baker won me over with his love of Port. I can't say it. Poirot. We all know David Suchet.
David Suchet, yeah.
But every time he talks about Lord of the Rings, I wonder why he hates beauty. Yes, sir.
Well, I don't hate the cinematography. I hate the story. It's a boring ass story filmed in a beautiful surrounding. Let's walk some more.
How dare you?
Hey, boys, look like there's meat on the menu. No, there's boring ass trees standing around saying,
looks like meat's back on the menu, boys.
The ends have talked. We walk on Isengard. That's not even in the book.
I'm half convinced he's full of crap, y'all. He knows way too much about the story to not.
I read the book. I saw the movies. The books are better. They're also a little long in the tooth.
They should have added Tom Bombadil to the movies.
We have time because again, short breaks are always. This one has lasted half an hour.
That makes sense.
I hate it when they put in songs in native languages that you don't speak. The Elven songs and the Tom Bombadil weirdo. He's a tree-hugging hippie running around singing for trees. How much weed did this guy smoke? In the 1930s.
Why the movies were good. That's why the movies were good, though, because you didn't have to like fake read it. Because everybody just skips over that crap in the books. But actually hearing it, it's like, oh, okay, this is good. This is good. I like this. You stop it. You stop it, Lefty. That's a ridiculous take.
What souvenirs did I bring back? A coat. That's about it. And for Baby Baker, I brought back a Bucky's plushie.
Nice.
And
I don't know if Roseman told you, but the Roseman Ranch t-shirts, maybe I shouldn't say anything. Maybe I should. Never mind. Disregard.
We're not allowed to wear them. I had to burn this one. Is this where I got all my diseases from? Did she infuse them with smallpox?
Smallpox.
Instead of banning Lefty, I'll just leave this picture up to remind him you can win a tournament long drive and closest to the pin if you put your mind to it.
Would you find some Google image? Is that a quick Google search?
I can say
or crop.
It says long drive, I think, but I can't.
Longest drive.
Well,
Roseman says yes. Yes, she did.
Yeah, because no, I was sick before I got this T-shirt, and it's cool. We were talking about getting one for Baby Baker as well, so we can represent.
Outstanding. Keeping it in the family.
Yeah.
Multi-generational
traditions.
You're gonna end up on a list, man. Denmark don't play.
Everyone is going to leave if you keep this battle of the nerds going. Yeah. What's the thing you look forward to most when you go to the States?
Baconator.
The gracious, warm hosts and the fine dining, the nice culture. No, sowing some freedom seeds.
I was gonna say you're so full of crap, man.
Yeah, it's payback time. I had a deal with some guys in what's called a reservation that I should bring a little deceased for you guys? Did you just say Buc-ee's? If you went, what was your impression? Buc-ee's is nice. I think I had the brisket, the sliced brisket this time. Last time I had the pulled brisket. So they're too dry. They need more sauce. But I like it. They had the Hulk Hogan t-shirt, but again, I couldn't swing myself to pay $70 for a shirt with Hulk Hogan on it. That's 100% made just of pure plastic, because I sweat like a beast because of the humidity. Imagine me in a plastic shirt sweating like a beast. I would be sliding off every seat because there would be water running down my back.
Gross. Could have done without that visual. I've never been there. I've still never been there.
Never been to Buc-ee's?
Still haven't. I've driven past a Buc-ee's like 4 times, literally, with Baker, and I've still never been. Not the same.
At least I know next year to bring Portillos in for Valhalla.
Portillos. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Why am I getting barbecue for a gas station? Because we were getting something to eat on our way home from Hollywood. And the meat is good, but they need sauce. It's too dry.
I hear it's good.
I don't hate America. I like America. It's not humid in Denmark. I thought you were on the ocean. Yeah, that's why it's not humid, because we have the wind coming in constantly. And I don't. How hot was it yesterday in Tennessee? Well, Sunday, because I lost a day in Tennessee. In the 70s?
It was pretty mild, yeah. It felt pretty good. It might have hit 80, maybe. Today, I don't think we're getting that high.
We have 14 degrees in Denmark today, which is
Fahrenheit
57 degrees Fahrenheit. Imagine me hitting the Finland yesterday with the same temperatures, and I was in my shorts and t-shirt. Yep, I put on a hoodie real fast.
I think Dollywood, when we went to the park, I think it was 90 degrees that day.
Yeah, that was hot, and I think that's why I got so. I got hit so hard because I was just exhausted, and then the heat stroke as well.
Shock to the system.
Yeah. Hey, you should go. But Buc-ee's is nice. Again, I can get plushy baby.
Straight back into a sidebar, huh? Awesome. Hey, it's Aiden. Nice.
So you can get all this toys, but I thought what to take home to Baby Baker, and I thought this would be a cute little one. And by the way, thank you all, especially Food Fairy, for all the gifts. Peeps don't travel well, is all I can say. They get a little smushy. But I will do a special stream going over all the gifts I got over there, because I just showed them on Friday Night Live, and we'll do that.
Baker finally.
What kind of sauce do you like on?
Baker finally delivered the old Lego money tree that I won in the raffle months and months and months ago. Finally arrived.
Yeah, and I think when the White Rabbit gets well enough, she'll ship out the t-shirt that I promised to ship out as well over there. What kind of sauce do you like on your barbecue? I don't normally like barbecue because in Denmark there's a lot of artificial flavor, smoke flavor put into barbecue sauce, because smoking meat isn't a thing we do. We smoke fish, but not meat. It's become more of a thing now. So I don't like barbecue because of the artificial flavor. But we went to a barbecue place, Pete's, maybe.
No,
it's a
that was
chain.
this place.
It was a chain restaurant. That's
Cane's?
Yeah, I think it was Cane's. No, Cane's is the chicken one. The one next to Cane's. Or is Cane's the barbecue place, and then next to it there's a chicken place?
Cane's is the barbecue or the chicken place. Raising Cane's is the chicken place.
Yeah, the one next to that.
I didn't go.
Who's the big dude on the end of the bench? I don't know, but his jacket is too small.
He looks like a high-ranking police officer, if I had to guess.
Yeah, he has that small pen and the big gun. He's a police officer. I mean, you can just make ribs in the oven or brisket if you don't have a smoker. Yeah, but when we get ribs
Jim
in
and
Denmark...
Jim and Nick's barbecue.
Jim and Nick's barbecue, yeah. And I got some of them meat down there, and that was really good. I had the catfish sandwich because I thought it's going to be the artificial. I'm sad that I had that instead of getting some, because the ribs... the Volstorms got look really, really good because it's beef ribs. We get the pig ribs, and they're just small, and there's no meat on them. So I never really liked barbecue for that.
You need to eat more barbecue here because the barbecue here is delicious. Absolutely delicious.
The only barbecue I had was pulled pork last year, and pulled pork is just... It seems like I overcooked some meat and just tore it up and claimed that it's good. I want a piece of meat. I'm a meat lover.
Miss, we need that marked for identification.
I need all three of them marked.
Baby Baker gets a bucket beaver.
And we'll
Baby
do
Baker
that
gets a
afterwards.
bucket
Just
beaver.
please
Baby
go
Baker
ahead.
gets a bucket beaver.
Do you see any extra?
On your recommendation last year, I ate that Philly cheese steak. It was, I would give it a airport food a 7. Real world, probably a 6, maybe 5.5. And again, with all the taxes in Philadelphia, are you communist?
Pretty close, actually.
You missed that she was allowed to talk about animal bite, not dog bite specifically. And now we're getting into, we think it's CT scans or maybe X-rays. And Brennan didn't like it. There was some motion this morning. Brennan is a lying asshole who lies, and Bev allows it.
Always, because she's biased AF.
What were the X-rays of?
The X-rays were taken of Mr. O'Keefe at the medical examiner's office, and they were X-rays of his chest, his arms, and his legs.
But we heard there was no X-rays taken. So imagine people lying on the internet. Jack's Barbecue Rib Shack in Memphis was awesome in the late 90s and early aughts. Unfortunately, they're no longer in business. I think the Rona shut them down. Oh, that's sad.
I know there's a couple good barbecue places out that way.
I eat a lot of cheese.
With your shrimp?
The Rabbit made us a roast beef sandwich with cheese on it. That was good.
Did you specifically review X-rays of his right appendage, hand, forearm, arm?
Yes, they were included in the X-rays.
Have you seen X-rays before?
Oh, many times.
How many times?
Thousands, probably.
Is part of your job to review X-rays to make a determination of whether or not they indicate broken bones, fractures, hairline fractures, things of that nature?
Yes, it's part of the medical legal autopsy to study the X-rays of the deceased.
That's done in the ordinary course of being a forensic pathologist, is that right?
Yes.
Are you trained on how to read X-rays?
Yes.
Do you have to be a radiologist to read an X-ray as a medical doctor?
No.
Shrimp cheese.
Medical doctors do that all the time, correct?
Yes, it's part of general medical training.
And is it also part of specialized training for forensic pathologists?
It falls under the rubric of general radiology that a doctor knows. There are some specialized areas in forensic where you have to understand like decompositional changes that you can see on an X-ray that aren't something that you would see in a clinical setting.
Taking the appendage one item at a time, did you look at Mr. O'Keefe's X-rays of Mr. O'Keefe's right hand?
Yes.
Did you see any defect in the bones of the right hand?
No bony defects, and the tissue was normal.
Did you take a look at the X-ray of Mr. O'Keefe's right arm?
Yes.
Did you notice any defects at all in the bones in the right arm?
No, the bones in the right arm were intact.
No breaks?
Correct, no breaks.
Fractures, hairline fractures?
No,
Did you look at
If Baker eats a log of cheese, Lesko graped the Pope.
the upper arm?
He followed that up
X-ray?
immediately with I'm very
Yes.
close to sending this man a wheel of cheese.
Do you note any defects in the bony structure of Mr. O'Keefe's upper arm?
no, the bones were
do have
100% intact.
No breaks, fractures, hairline fractures?
Correct, none of those.
Was there any indication in your mind, based on your review of those 3 x-rays, the hand, forearm, the arm, that that arm had suffered any kind of bone trauma at all?
Sustained.
Was there any indication, based on your review and your expert opinion, that his arm had been broken, fractured?
No, the bones were intact, no breakage, no fractures.
Thank you.
Thank you. Examination.
Who did Brennan jump all over for not having the X-rays? Not looking at X-rays? There was no X-rays to determine whether or not there was breaks in those bones.
Wasn't it Dr. Russell in a pretrial motion? And just to prove it, this is a slice of cheese.
Is it? Why is it
I
so
do eat cheese.
hard and rigid?
What a slice of cheese. That's fine.
Okay. Okay. What kind of cheese is it?
Just it's just I don't know what it's a Danbo. I don't know what type it is. It's a normal sliced cheese, Danish, good. This is my after stream. Before I go to bed, I'll have a couple of pieces of knäckebröd with cheese on it. So just dispel the myth that I don't like cheese. I just don't like cottage cheese or all the nasty soft cheeses that all the weirdo people who je suis français. No, you just have a bad taste. Which
Cream
is the
cheese
same.
is delicious. Absolutely delicious.
I swear to God, Brennan is more allergic to microphones than Valhalla is to having people out on his goat farm.
I don't want none of y'all here. None of you.
He said the only way you are coming to the goat farm is if you're going through the pigs. And I thought, that's a weird thing. But then someone told me that's how you get rid of evidence.
Good afternoon, Dr. La Posada.
6 minutes till the afternoon. Good afternoon.
What?
She just,
Good afternoon,
she
Dr.
came out with the
Laposada.
snark.
6 minutes till the afternoon.
I agree.
Good afternoon.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
You wrote a report in this case, doctor?
Yes, I did.
Do you think that based on your analysis, was Mr. O'Keefe thrust backwards? Is that what you determined looking at his head injury?
That he was, I didn't understand.
is
You had
that?
your hand in front of your
Sure,
mouth.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
You talked about a head injury that Mr. O'Keefe had, that
Yes.
he suffered from,
yes,
that caused his death.
yes.
Was that caused by being thrust backwards?
Yeah, the motion was upwards, down.
Okay. And the way you just showed it could be a fall.
Correct.
Did you have an opinion looking at his wound that he was thrust backwards?
What do you mean thrust?
Well-
His body went backwards. There may have been some applied force to it.
I don't know about thrust. I'm asking if you have an opinion. Your words. Do you have an opinion about thrust?
She never said thrust. You said thrust. And now you're saying it's her word thrust. And in her opinion about thrust. I know I haven't watched all week with all of the defense case, but everyone has told me, oh, he's so great at catching them out. But he's so disingenuous. He's constantly lying and making up what people say to him.
Well, yeah. He's a lying liar who lies.
Yeah. And normally I don't thrust backwards.
Have these two haven't had any interaction, right?
Only doing what? Yeah. She got a small
snark
wadia
coming out of her
yesterday.
ears. I love it.
Yeah. I think they have prepped her for him.
I'm sure.
What do you mean thrust?
I think she's
Did
got
the
him rattled
forensic
already.
pathology diagnosis mean Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward?
If you want to say thrust as indicating movement, that it went backwards, then you could say it was thrust.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm showing you page 2 of your report, Dr. LaPosada.
Yes.
I'm just going to ask you to read it, not out loud, and then I can ask you the question after you take it, but I want to
Yes.
take a look.
Yes.
Are you familiar with that?
No, absolutely.
So, Dr. LaPosada, what did you mean when you described that Mr. O'Keefe's body was thrust backward from a standing position?
I mean that he was standing upright and his body had momentum and went down and hit at the back of his head.
Brennan gets his cheek clapped right now by an 80-year-old lady. This one is actually good. The other witness got destroyed. Chat was simping. I don't know. Maybe, but...
So when it was thrust backwards.
You cannot tell forensically how much momentum he had, can you?
No, we don't do those analysis.
And you can't tell if anything caused that momentum based on the head injury, can you?
What do you mean causative? It was caused by his body went backwards.
Yes. And so the amount of force causing him to go backwards, that's not something you can determine from the head wound, is it?
No, I can't tell you the amount of force. It was significant because he had the massive skull fractures.
Did you say it would be significant?
Yes, significant force.
In modern medicine, there are a number of different machines that can help us see the brain, like a CAT scan, perhaps?
Sure.
MRIs?
Yes.
Would you agree with modern medicine that the use of MRIs and CAT scans and other tools give a clinician equal, if not better, opportunity to examine the brain as actually cutting it and holding it in your hand?
No.
No, the actual gold standard is the pathology, to be able to have the brain in your hand, look at it with your naked eye. And we have conferences in the hospital where we meet with radiologists and say what we find at autopsy and see if their radiology was correct.
Can CAT scans and MRIs show contusions on the brain?
Well, they might.
Subdermal hemorrhages?
Subdural hemorrhages. Yes, they can.
Herniation?
Oh, yeah. Get this. Subdural.
It's a big word, Hanky. Keep up.
Please try and say ursupt again.
Or hematoba.
Oh, yeah. And again, she didn't do sorry, she just did the teacher thing. Subdural.
You're doing it incorrectly, young man.
They can.
And the look, I remember that time my mom picked me up when I had a blackout after sharing a bottle of vodka with my buddy's dad, who was an alcoholic. I shouldn't have done that. Hey,
oops.
I was 17 years old. You make mistakes. My mom looked kind of like that at me when she found me sleeping on a lawn. I don't know. It's not a good look to get from an older woman. Remember the inhaler, score points before you drop Granny. Val or Mo will raise your grandchildren and are both expert in handling kids.
Because I have baby goats.
Yeah, and
Mo
you can
has
treat
a
them
lot of
kind of the
children.
same way.
Pretty much. Feed them. Let them poop in the yard. Good to go.
Yeah, and they can butt heads.
Do you have any doubt about the modern medicine and the use of MRIs and CAT scans? Do you think
You never said
they're
that.
inadequate in any way?
Well, I'm not a clinician, so I don't use those to diagnose diseases in living patients.
Dr. LaPosada, have you ever had any experience studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull.
This is going to be one of the dumbest questions he have ever asked, because now he is going to imply that she can't, with her extensive knowledge of pathology, can't determine a brain injury. But because he had a guy who works on living brains, he's way smarter. The problem is the swelling of the brain led to the death of John O'Keefe because it swelled up, went into the brain stem. Pathologists see that because Dr. Wolf will not have fixed a lot of them. He might go in and take a tuber out of there, or maybe fix up a broken blood vessel. He doesn't fix swollen brains that went into the, because you're dead.
There's no
You're
fixing
dead,
that.
bro.
Yeah, there's no fixing that.
And now he's going to say just because she didn't look at an open brain, she can't. This is so infuriating with Bev, because they need all of this credential just to be able to say, well, actually, I did go to medical school. And then he's just going to stand up and say, well, it doesn't matter. Even though he uses exactly the same credentials to put his experts in. I hate this guy. I take back what I said yesterday about this woman. Now she has slapped 11 inches down on the witness stand. My God, someone's here to play. Yeah, this is the biggest nutsack we have seen in this case.
Have you ever had any experience?
She's certainly not going to put up with this shit.
Studying the brain in real time, clinically, going and opening somebody's skull and treating the injury before the person dies?
No, I'm not a neurosurgeon.
You don't have any neurological expertise, do you?
I'm not a neurologist. I'm not.
Jess, is Brian a Richard name?
Not a
Brain to
neurosurgeon.
science.
I'm a forensic pathologist.
Do you have any clinical experience at all where there's an acute head injury and you're making an effort to observe it and analyze the injury as it progresses in an attempt to save the person's life?
I don't treat or diagnose living patients.
I understand, but as far as your background, have you ever had any experience, clinical experience, showing the progress of an actual brain injury and trying to treat it?
I understand the physiology of what happens to the brain when it is impacted by something, whether it be a bullet, a boulder, a fall. So I know what happens to the body to cause the changes from that trauma. I don't treat people for those injuries.
In observing a brain that's in trauma and making determinations of how long it's viable or whether the person will expire, do you know the process that a neurosurgeon would go through in order to fight to preserve the person or save the person? Do you know the step-by-step process that they would undertake?
To do what?
To try to operate or save somebody from a head injury, from a brain injury.
With a swollen brainstem?
I'm going to allow it because of prior testimony.
Well, it depends on what the brain injury is. If you have head injury.
The funny thing, he's now impeaching her by not being a neuroscientist. He put on a guy who only works on living people. He had a woman who works on dead people's brains, but he chose not to bring her because she would again be supporting the defense case. Dr. Stonebridge is probably more experienced than any other witnesses we have seen in this case when it comes to pathologic brainology. I can't remember the name of the study, but she is the gold standard on that. And he's now going to impeach this woman with her lack of touching living people. You know, you can stick your finger through
There's
it.
a difference. So
yes, because
again,
they are there to determine how he died. And And now he's going to say, well, do you know how long it will take to treat this illness? Well, that's not what it's about. Did you determine he died from a fall? Yes. Why? Because his brain swelled up, went down to the brainstem. You're not here to figure out, do you know if he had been, say, found 2 minutes before he could have survived? That's not what we're here for.
Well, no, but also she's a different kind of doctor. Again, this is what happens when you have lawyers who don't understand the very intricate details of how an expert works. She works on the dead. She wouldn't use clinical things to try to treat someone. So, and again, she's already said that for her line of work, for pathology, the gold standard is to actually look at the head, at the brain, take it out. Your doctor was an ass. So how about we not try to compare this doctor? I did hear her correct him, and I did a happy dance in the car. I was like, subdural. He's like subdermal. Again, these are things that a person who has any sort of knowledge with medical, any sort of medical background is going to realize that this is bad. And I don't think Hank's going to get her. She's testified in thousands of trials. I do think that Dr. Russell did she explained things a little bit, I think, less clearly sometimes, maybe with her methodology. This particular doctor, I think, is doing a really good job.
Whoopsie.
Are you there, Valhalla? Oh, okay. I was just making sure I wasn't just talking to talk.
Well, I hope we're back. Everything's ticking. I don't know what happened. It just said lost connection. It might be our problem. Okay. Just to confirm, Dr. Welcher said there was no x-rays done. So Brennan didn't send his expert everything.
Well, no, but also a CT scan and other things are for living patients. They're looking at blood flow. They're looking at that kind of thing. It's different methodologies for different doctoring. Just because, again, Hank fails or continues to willfully ignore that there are distinct differences between doctors who work with living patients and doctors who work with dead patients. And from what she's saying, even if they got him to the hospital and did some trepanning or putting, holes in the cranium to try to relieve the swelling, this was of such significant force that he was basically going to pass away even with good support.
Yeah.
And I think I was listening to your idea of what happened, and that sounds pretty right. Again, they're over there pussyfooting around, some Chloe comes in, sees that her master's getting hurt, doesn't realize, it's a game, tries to bite on John. John's like, get this damn dog off of me. He trips and hits something, either the weight bench or something like that.
Yeah, and
that seems more
again,
logical.
And then he was calling an Uber and we didn't see him. And that's why Brian went to the police station because he had that little problem. He had smexed it with Karen Reed.
And you have bleeding on the brain that's pushing the brain one way or the other. It would be a subdural. Then a neurosurgeon would come in. Yeah,
you need the contrast dyes if you do the CT scans and stuff like that. That's why it's so stupid that he's, do you do that? Wouldn't you do that on a dead body? No, you wouldn't, because a dead body has no blood flow.
And try to take that blood away so it doesn't compress the brain. So that's something that neurosurgeons do to treat head trauma. They can also put in drains into the ventricle of the brain, and that can relieve pressure in the brain, because that brain swelling is a bad thing. So those are some of the things neurosurgeons do to treat brain injuries.
And can they remove part of the skull to relieve pressure?
Oh, yes, they can do that. It's called a craniotomy. They can take out part of the skull if they need to.
So there are a number of different steps that a neurosurgeon can take when someone suffers acute brain trauma to try to save the person, isn't there?
Well, the job of any doctor is to try to save a human life if you treat living patients. So Certainly, a neurosurgeon would evaluate the patient and decide if there's any treatment needed that could improve the patient.
When you've had cases in the past as a medical examiner where there have been issues regarding brain injury, wouldn't you agree that you have sought outside consultation with people who have a higher degree of specialty in brain injury than you?
Sometimes what we do is when we're examining the brain, we can call in for a conference and have a neuropathologist come in and review the brain with us.
And back when you were a medical examiner, you did that on a number of occasions, didn't you?
Yes, that's routine.
The reason why is because there are different specialties in medicine, and some are different and separate than your specialty, correct?
Of course.
In a neurosurgeon or a brain surgeon, it would be a different specialty than yours.
Yes.
And they're
Correct.
focused on the brain, yes?
A neurosurgeon does brain surgery.
And so, how many times in your career do you think that you've assisted the help of neurosurgeons to take a look at brain study to help you?
I've never needed to speak with a neurosurgeon to look at a brain. Sometimes we call in neuropathologists and we have a forensic neuropathology conference where we look at brains with the
misunderstanding what
interns
a
and residents.
neuropathologist and a neurosurgeon are. He's
But
mixing
he
them up.
is doing it deliberately because Brennan is dumb by calculation. Because the jury will sit there and say, well, Dr. Wolf was one of those people that she should have called. No, Dr. Stonebridge was one of those people who should have been called. Why didn't you call Dr. Stonebridge? I would love if there is a way that they can bring up Dr. Stonebridge and say, wasn't a neuropathologist actually consulted in this case? Yes, I read the report of Dr. Stonebridge. That could be the good thing. And then the jury could sit there and think, why didn't they bring back that chick?
How often would you call a neuropathologist?
For the handbag and hat fund, Mr. Mo just got it, lol.
Maybe once a month we
Yes.
would have a routine conference.
And again, the neuropathologist that's dealing with a person's brain after they're already died.
Correct.
So it's not a clinical setting or
Yes.
a clinical experience of actually watching the brain at work and seeing the injury as it progresses.
No.
We don't do neuropathology like that on living people. The person is deceased.
You had an opinion to the jury today, and you said that you believe that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes.
Yes, I think that process would start within 15 or 20 minutes.
Is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, that opinion?
Yes, based on the severity of the injury and the brain swelling.
You're aware that there are numerous level 1 trauma centers around the country that deal with brain injury, right?
Sure.
And the idea is that people suffer all types of brain injury, and if they are given medical attention in a reasonable amount of time, there's a chance they can be saved, yes?
Well, it's possible, but many are so severe that they cause death no matter how fast they can get medical attention.
In fact, every day, when people get the right attention or proper attention, they're brought to.
KDP says, next he'll ask a mortician these questions. Yeah. Why didn't you do a CAT scan? Well, I just burned the body. That's my job. Yeah, but did you know that burning the body removes evidence? Yeah. Why did you do it? Because the family told me to?
I get what he's trying to get at here, but the fact is, with the severity of that, I doubt even the car ride, would he have made it to a hospital within 15 minutes? I just hate Brennan so much.
But that's his theory, because again, he knows murder 2 is absolutely stupid. So they have to have her leave the scene of an accident that he could have been saved from. If he got to a Class A, how many Class A hospitals are within 15 minutes of Canton, Mass, Fairview 34? Anyone can tell me?
And it would have to be a trauma center that had a neurosurgeon on
Yeah,
on top,
class
because if
class
not, they would
A
have to air.
neurosurgeon. You should probably go to Boston. So she hits him at 12:32:38, according to Brennan. Instantly calls 911, says, "Hey, this lying, cheating scumbag of a boyfriend I have, I just clipped him with my car. He's got a severe brain injury. I already can tell that. You don't have to send the EMT. Get the crash helicopter here right now." And they take off immediately. What's the return time? Or would they be, okay, so we're going to send an ambulance. You said you hit someone with your car. Yeah, where did you do it? Fairview 34. Oh, yeah, we know that. We're going to scramble the ambulance. 4 minutes later, the ambulance rolls up. The friendless firefighter comes out saying, "Hey, can I take a picture with your boyfriend first? Because I have no boyfriend or no friends in real life. I have acquaintances." And they say, "We have a person over here. Could you please look at him?" "Oh, yeah, I forgot. That's my job." She starts moving him around saying, "I don't know what to do because I'm an idiot, but I'm kind of hard and people gave me a job based on that." And she'll take 5 minutes to say, "Yeah, I don't understand. He's making all the weird sounds," which normally means that the brain is gone. We better get him staffed to a class A. Let's scramble a helicopter. Do you think he could have been at a class A hospital within 15 minutes to save his life? No. There's no absolute effing loogly way. Even on the best circumstance, his life could have saved if she hit him in the way Brennan tries to imply.
Well, also the EMTs were less worried about the head wound because they couldn't see it, more worried about him being cold. So they kind of said, "Oh, he had a small laceration." They were unaware of how devastating this, impact was. And Sir Hank, can I tell you, I want to bar you. I'm going to start a petition, a cease and desist from you saying thrust, because ew.
And the bad weather wasn't at that point because it was only snowing slightly. He's trying to preserve count two. Yeah, that's what he's doing. He's she left the scene of an accident. And she could have saved him, and that's why it's manslaughter. She couldn't have done anything, even if she hit him and he had these injuries. There was no way he could have been saved because the EMT were so inept they didn't even notice that he had an injury to the back of his skull. So, yeah.
Level 1 trauma centers around this country to try to help them or save them. Isn't that fair to say?
I would hope so.
Do you think?
Sure.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's brain, obviously it's after he already expired, correct?
Obviously, yes.
And so you didn't have any clinical observation of the progress of his injury that night, did you?
I was not observing him. I did not observe how he got his injury.
Gross.
When you gave an estimate or you give an opinion about how long he was alive for, are you aware that there's certain tests that are done by neurosurgeons when people are suffering brain injuries but there's an attempt to save them?
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
No, but it's Glasgow, but it's Guzman.
Oh my God, I think you're ridiculous.
I lost both my grandmas and I lost my mother. Would you please adopt me?
Yes. I love
Glasgow,
her.
you mean?
Again, this is what happens. This is why Alessi talks to the medical people, because he has a familiarity with these terms. Hank now looks like an absolute moron, which I'm for. But
the best part is he's trying to correct her now.
Is he? Let's go back and get it in full
gosh.
context.
That face is like, "I'm so disappointed in you. How were you the sperm that won?"
Sure.
Have you ever heard of a Guzman coma score?
Glasgow, you mean?
No, but it's Glasgow, but it's heard of Guzman.
It's called Glasgow coma score.
Have you ever seen the assessment that a level 1 trauma center goes through when they're trying to save somebody with a brain injury?
I'm generally familiar with the emergency procedures to save somebody's life.
Have you ever read any statistical studies attempting to correlate the brain injury with the time somebody would live for?
I am aware of that, and I see that in my practice of people who have survived brain injuries and died of something else. Then I can look at the brain and understand how the brain can heal or react to injuries.
And many people who suffer coup contre coup will go into a brain surgeon center, and
It's not coup con coup, it's coup counter coup.
many of them
Look,
pass
he's
after time, don't they?
special.
Now, every case is different.
Right. Some might live for an hour, hours, weeks, months, or survive the injury.
It
Isn't that fair to
depends,
say?
it depends on the case.
In this case, you don't have any objective criteria to identify the amount of time Mr. O'Keefe would have lived if he had the appropriate help. Isn't that fair to say?
I don't think it would have been effective because there were massive skull fractures to the base of the skull, and there are cases where the amount of force and energy applied to the head, causing skull fractures, breaking the neurons, causing the brain swelling, despite rapid medical treatment, those people cannot be saved. They can't effectively stop the brain swelling.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has
But
different sorts
2/3
of injuries.
die.
1/3 of what?
Oh. Let's just
I
get that
love
in
her.
context, because I like
you
this
would
woman's snark. Lefty, if you beat me in a long drive context, Baker said he will make you a mod so everyone can see you. What's up, nerds? Over and over and over again. I said no such thing.
Many people can't be saved. Did you know that about 1/3 of them do get saved?
I don't know what you're talking about. 1/3 of everybody has different sorts of injuries. 1/3 of what?
With a clivus fracture, coup counter coup. Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
She's a
It
dead
depends on
person
the amount of
doctor.
force.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm sorry, Mo. I know you have been under Marissa's watch, but I would really like to hear what she answers, because
Oh, sorry.
you get snarky as she gets snarky, and I'll stop right after, and then you can snark.
Injuries. 1/3 of what?
Will do. Back.
With a clivus
Dad's
fracture,
back,
coup
damn
counter
it.
coup.
I mean,
Are you aware that 1/3 of those patients survive if they get the proper treatment?
It depends on the amount of force.
Okay. Are you aware that a study would show? Have you ever read a study by Isaac Wolf on clivus fractures?
No.
Have you read any studies on clivus fractures?
Clivus fractures? Yes, I understand what clivus fractures are. It's a part of the base of the skull.
Okay.
And
And
it
have you?
Oops. Okay, go ahead.
Please. Did you want to?
No,
say?
you go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. Have you read any studies that tell you, with the proper treatment, despite these potentially catastrophic injuries, that 1/3 of patients can survive?
No, but that's not the case we have here.
Sorry, Mo, I forgot to let you snark.
I was just saying, she's a dead person doctor. Why is he fundamentally not understanding that she doesn't work with the living?
Because it doesn't fit into his... Rongle put this on Twitter. Isn't it true you never work with a living brain? I deal with dead people. But no living brains. Not my job, just look at dead brains. But what about living brains? No, just brains just like yours.
And so, in this case, I asked if you had any objective criteria. You don't have any objective criteria about the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's wound that can be a basis for you to conclude that he would have died in 15 minutes. Isn't that fair to say?
No, I understand what happens to the brain when it gets that sort of injury. I understand the time course and the physiology. I've seen hundreds of individuals who've had brain injuries. Some survive for a longer period, some die earlier, and it depends on the amount of force and the amount of brain swelling. And in Mr. O'Keefe's case, we had the massive skull fractures of the base of the brain and immediate swelling and subarachnoid and subdural. So he had a large force applied to his head, which caused the brain swelling and the herniate and the progression of the brainstem down through the foramen magnum that stopped the brain. It was a very forceful impact.
This is what you say when you say, don't ask questions you don't want an answer. You don't know the answer to. So you have no methodology to figure out what happened. Oh, she had. She actually could give you the entire list of things that made her believe this was what happened. He's such an idiot.
What's the amount of force is large enough to be a Lexus? Is that where he's going to go?
Probably.
Well, but
Yeah.
but if he asks her that, then he's eliciting biomechanical evidence, and he's already testified that she can't talk or speak on that because she's not a biomechanical expert. So wouldn't he be opening the door for her to opine on, is this a car wreck, is it not?
Maybe you'll get a hematoma.
Oh,
You examined his brain after you looked at photographs. You can't tell us objectively when his brain swell started.
It started immediately after impact.
Are you stupid? Are you that stupid? You can't tell. Do you know what a concussion is? That's when your brain gets rattled and there'll be a little bit of swelling in it. When does that happen? It doesn't happen. Okay, you get punched in the face. 2 days later, you get concussed. Concussions happen with the impact because it's your brain rattling around in your skull. Of course, she knows when the swelling started. It started with the impact.
Hank is not going to get a Werther's original. Look at the pause face on her. She is like, I'm so disappointed you are also in humanity with me. Don't judge me by him.
Last year, Diva said I could get a little bit of her property down by the black side. Is that still an option? I think I'm out of here.
You can tell us what the progress of that brain swell was by looking at his postmortem photos.
By looking at the postmortem photos and the postmortem examination, I can tell the degree of force from the extensive skull fractures that were present.
What was the degree of force?
It was medium to large.
Well, that's a wide range. What do you mean? Quantify medium
I'll
to
strike
large,
the comment.
please.
Ask the question, Mr. Brennan.
What does medium to large mean?
Enough to...
Well, it depends. In Europe and in small. Just saying. We saw that
That's why I'm
smack.
getting my
Now the
passport.
divorce makes sense. Yeah, I learned it from the best. My ex-wife. No, I shouldn't say that. She didn't do that. It's a joke, y'all. I forgot I'm online.
It happens.
It happens.
to cause a lot of fractures to the skull. He didn't just like sit down and lie down.
If he sat down and lied down, he probably wouldn't have fractured his skull, correct?
That's obvious, yes.
Right. And so when you're telling us you can identify that he immediately died or died within 15 minutes, I'm asking you for objective criteria. For you to give that opinion,
She
I'm
just
asking
gave it to you, you
what objective
idiot.
information you have. And so you said that there was a large amount of force, correct?
Sure, but because there were massive skull fractures and
It's been up
there's
there
a lot
a few
of
times.
energy transmitted to the brain, starts swelling immediately
How do you know this wasn't medium force and not large force?
because of the extensive number of skull fractures.
So are you saying it was medium or large force?
Medium to large.
Okay. How much force is that? Can you quantify it?
No.
What other objective
Yeah, this is the thing. He'll just ask the same question 45 times to make her say the same thing, and then he'll say, so you can't answer it?
Why are you avoiding my questions?
I had a guy who said it was so. No, you didn't.
She is unflappable. No flapping detected. Her flaps don't F around. Beware of complete and total unflappiness. Why the flap are you still reading?
That was
criteria
Valid
you
question.
have
Valid question.
to support your opinion that Mr. O'Keefe died within 15 minutes?
And my training and experience of seeing thousands of deceased people from head injuries and knowing some of their clinical course when they get immediate medical treatment, they don't survive.
But you would agree many do.
Depends on the case.
And in this case, you didn't have any opportunity to observe the progress of Mr. O'Keefe's injury that night, correct?
I'm going to allow that.
I wasn't there.
That's why
The
they don't
body-
object.
The body told me what happened to it.
You have no assessment of the development of his brain injury and how much time it took that night, do you?
I do, from understanding the significant skull fractures and the swelling of the brain and the compression of the brainstem that all happened very rapidly because of the amount of force that caused all those skull fractures on the base of the skull that actually then hemorrhaged into his upper eyelids. That's a large amount of force.
Was gross edema found on his brain?
I think it was swollen, yes.
But was that a finding?
Yes.
Where did you see that finding?
Well, in order to have the herniation of the brainstem, the brain swells.
Where did you see that finding?
I can't answer that. I just know it from understanding, looking at the pathology.
So at the end result, at some point, Mr. O'Keefe had gross edema.
In order to get the brain stem hemorrhages, the only way you get that is because the brain has swelled and there's no, after injury, tissue swells, and there's no place for the brain to go when it swells except down into the natural hole in the bottom of the skull where the spinal cord goes down. So that's where the pressure goes. So that seeing the brainstem herniation tells you that the brain has swollen a lot.
Undoubtedly. But it doesn't tell you when it began to swell or the progress of that swell, does it?
I don't know what you mean.
Let me do this again, because this is the fourth time you've asked her exactly the same question. The swelling occurred when the head hit the basement floor. That's when the swelling started. It didn't impact the grass or the floor or the baseball bat. And then he walked around for 3 days, and then all of a sudden the brain said, oh, by the way, I got slapped 3 days ago. That's not how... Brennan, if you have something heavy, try and take it and smack it against your hand, and you'll see that you'll have an instant discoloration. That's because you'll have a subdermal hematoma. That's technical what it's called. And that'll swell a little bit because you get an injury.
And she said multiple times.
I was just about to put a poll up saying, does he even understand the questions he's asking? Because he uses a word, and then she says, yes, this is what it means. And then he says, but that's not what it means.
We might need to give him the Guzman coma score. I don't know if his brain is working. Along with the subdermal.
Oh, you mean the Guzman?
Yeah, the Guzman. I love how she's like, it's Glasgow, sweetie. That's okay. Bless your heart.
Bless your heart. That's true.
I just want her, when he's done, saying, well, aren't you special? Like a Southern lady can say it. It's not a tuba.
Inevitably, because of the swelling, there's the suffocation. But when you see that, you don't know when the swelling began or how quickly it progressed. You can't tell that from an autopsy.
Yes, you can, because of the severity of the skull fractures. I know there was a lot of force, and that force applied causes you to go unconscious, then your brain swells. If there was just like one skull fracture, then that's a little bit different. But this was massive skull fractures on the base of the skull. So there's a lot of force applied. So I know because there's a lot of force applied to cause the skull fractures, that the brain would swell rapidly.
You would be unable to identify the rapidity of the swelling if you don't know the amount of force. Isn't that fair to say?
Well, I do know the amount of force because of these amount of skull fractures.
In what you know is, in your words, medium to large force.
Yes.
You've heard of periorbital ecchymosis?
Yes.
I love that he doesn't know the word, so he's just, have you ever heard about periorbital ecchymosis? It's kind of like when
it's like
I
the
sit here.
rest of us.
No, but it's kind of like when I find one of those words I don't really know to say, whatever.
It's like Christmas carols. We all know the first couple lines to Joy to the World, and then we're like, there's a second verse. Like, yay, Jesus got born. What? In that, there's a second verse. Somebody help me.
That's sometimes called raccoon eyes.
Well, periorbital ecchymosis just means bleeding and bruising around the eyes.
And you saw the bruising around Mr. O'Keefe's eyes, didn't you, in the photograph?
Stated that very clearly, didn't
it wasn't bruising caused by blunt force trauma to the eye. It was bleeding in the upper eyelid because the plates above the eye and the base of the skull were fractured by the brain hitting it. So, and that's a result of basilar skull fractures and not the application of force directly to the eye.
Would you agree it takes a few hours for the bleeding to accumulate in a person's eyes?
No, as soon as you break the skull bones and the heart's pumping, the blood comes out of those injuries. It starts to accumulate right away. It starts within minutes, you can see it.
So you would disagree with the suggestion that it takes at least 1-2 hours for that bleeding to occur in the eyes. You disagree with that?
I did it.
He's going after the other eye because it wasn't swollen in the beginning. But she just said the heart has to be beating. It further goes to the point that he died instantly. when they got him back in the hospital and started pumping his heart for him, then the other one filled up too.
Val, have you ever been punched in the face?
Man, once or twice.
Have you ever broken your nose?
It's a little crooked, but I don't know that it was ever like broke.
I got punched in the face. It almost instantly swelled, and then the blackness came later because it'll fill up with blood to try and save it. When I got my nose broken, all 3 times my eyes just looked like I got punched by Tyson because there's so much force in there. And again, the magic word is beating hard.
Mm-hmm.
Because the black eye is just the blood trying to fix your injury.
Well, and the fact is, periorbital ecchymosis does just literally mean what she says. If you don't have a background in medicine and understanding this, it sounds like he has ecchymosis. I hope it's not catching. But it just means swelling around the eyes. Again, that's why you would have someone who understands the medical background if you are going to really drill into this expert.
Well, I've had a few black eyes, but my broken nose was a stupid sailor who, him and his 8 buddies was out drinking. Me and my 3 buddies were out drinking. He called me a man lover, and I said, you said something to one guy, and told the other guy, took 2 steps, jumped in the air, and just hit me straight across the nose. And I was pissing blood out my nose like I was a calf with diarrhea. I don't know why they piss a lot. And then I went into a bar to get some ice on it, and they were waiting at the door for us to leave. And I said, let's fix this. As long as he pays for the t-shirt, it'll be fine. There's no reason to make anything with the police with this. So I went over and said, hey, buddy, yeah, we were drunk and you're stupid, but let's go out. Let's calm it down. We went outside and we were talking and said, hey, this t-shirt, just wanted, you pay for that, and just give me your number. We'll find out tomorrow when we're sober. It's an accident. It happens. And he was calm. And then all of a sudden he said, you're never going to catch me in Esbjerg. Esbjerg is a city in Denmark that's 300 kilometers away from where I am. So I thought, that's a weird thing to say. And then he took me and he flung me on top of the hood of a car. And I looked up and the police lights went on because he dropped me on the hood of a police car. And then he yelled, it was self-defense, while I was still holding a towel filled with ice, red from my blood, on the hood of the car. And the police officers came out and said, no, that wasn't self-defense.
You're going to jail.
He got found innocent because I was a soldier and I should have been able to defend myself.
What?
Well, there you go.
Disagree with that. It starts
Was
immediately.
Bev your
Do you have
judge?
any studies that you've relied on or literature or support for that?
I understand the physiology of what
I had been deployed for 2.5 months. You guess.
happens when you get those skull fractures and the density of the blood vessels. And if your heart is pumping, you pump the blood out those broken blood vessels into this small area above the eye. And it can happen within minutes.
Do you have any studies or literature to support that?
That's my training experience. I can't cite you a particular article at this time. I could certainly go look it up and bring it to you.
Okay. Let me ask you questions about the wounds to the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
You see a linear abrasion?
Yes, the vertical lines, yes.
Now, would you characterize this as a classic wound caused by falling backwards and landing on your head?
What do you mean, every wound is different?
Every wound is different?
Sure, every person's different. Every way you get injured is different.
And so if somebody falls backward on their head and suffers the basal fracture, the wound, from your perspective, can look different.
It depends on the impacting surface.
Wounds on the same surface, say 2 people fell on the same surface, could they have different wounds on the back of the head if they suffered the same injury?
In theory, if they rotated their body, if you could reproduce something exactly, then you would see the same wound patterns.
This wound pattern is typical of falling backwards on a hard surface, isn't it?
We know it's from falling backwards and striking something hard.
Can the frozen ground be hard?
A frozen ground can be hard, but it doesn't fit the pattern in this injury.
We'll get to that, but is it
Oh, okay.
hard enough to cause a basal fracture?
It can cause a skull fracture.
The frozen ground is different than a sheet of ice, right? It's not smooth and flat like a sheet of ice, is it?
It could be, I guess.
Okay. You mentioned there's some granular patterns in this wound.
Yes,
Didn't you?
yes.
The area in front of 34 Fairview, the frozen ground, do you know if there was any impediments in the lawn that was frozen?
In the what? Oh, the lawn?
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, I saw the scene photographs when the snow was removed, and it was like winter lawn grass. So it was some green, some brown that was pushed down, and like straw that was going different directions, which wouldn't give you that pattern.
Did you see the exact area where Mr. O'Keefe last moved?
I saw that general area, and there were a lot of photographs,
Well,
yes.
You say general area. Can you tell us that you saw photographs of the spot where Mr. O'Keefe was lying when he was found?
Yes, that general area.
Could you see the ground where his head was? Can you identify it?
No one can because only shitty photos was taken.
You guys didn't pinpoint where he fell, so how the hell is she going to know? And why is he going to the ground when the berm kind of fits? The berm has a hard edge as it meets the lawn and is granular. It's, made of asphalt. Why isn't he bringing that up? But he's bringing up the ground?
The only problem is he needs to be 8 feet off the road, but the berm would be perfect, Mo. You're right.
Well, that's what I was thinking he was going to bring up.
Yeah, but that's what I say. If they didn't have that problem with the 8 feet off the street, it would have been perfect. If he could have rolled around or something, it would be way better to ask about that instead of stupid ground because there's no earth in the wound.
Well, that's where I thought he was going with this because I was trying to think as I was, at the doctor's appointment, where will Hank go with this? And the berm kept sticking out because it is, made of asphalt or concrete. It does get irregular from erosion and things like that. So I thought that he was going to posit that he hit his head, tried to get help, and fell down at the flagpole.
Grounds.
Yeah.
Yes, with the scene investigation, they shoveled the snow off of that area.
And you had never had a chance to go out to that scene yourself, did you?
No, I just looked at all the photographs.
You cannot see what's under the grass and the dirt, can you?
Well, dirt's under the grass.
Well, do you know if there's any rocks, bumps?
It was a smooth surface covered with grass.
It was a smooth surface? The front lawn was a smooth
It was
surface?
a flat surface.
Flat.
Covered with grass.
Okay, and do you know what was under the grass, whether there was any pebbles?
No, and we don't know if the aliens came out and hit him with a hammer either, Hank. You don't know either. You have presented no single witness who will testify to any of this. Your own witnesses can't even pinpoint when the car hit him. Trooper Paul said last year at the 1162-2, even though he gave it a different name last year, there was a half mile per hour decrease and a slight adjustment of the steering wheel. That's when he hit him. That's more than you have given us in this trial. And Plevin's fake account is sitting there and say there's so much new evidence and he's doing so great. Yeah, anonymous mass lawyer. You're Plevin. Don't tell me other thing. And you're an idiot. You are an absolutely disgusting dingbat of an idiot who will do whatever for money. I'm a YouTube grifter. We are about the lowest level of scum you can be when it is to perform for money. And I wouldn't even do this. Well, if you paid me $400,000, I could probably try and sell your case as well. You are the worst person in the world. Okay. And I know Bev Canoni.
We had a case like this, the Jose Ibarra case, where he used a rock and there were irregular skull fractures. This is linear. Are you telling me there was a rock with a straight edge? Again, why bring up the rock when you have the berm? I understand, but again, if Hank is going with the swelling doesn't happen all the way, he can change his closing to he was going to get help because his girlfriend had abandoned him in the snow.
And what's the difference between a joke? What's the difference between a joke and 3 giant Richards? Hank can't take a joke. And that's only in one of his orifices he can take 3 of them.
I still don't understand how he was the sperm that won.
He's asking her now if there was a pebble under the grass. A pebble wouldn't cause this damage. A pebble isn't a flat, linear...
And there were actual depressions in the Jose Ibarra case, where he had used a rock. So if there's and then they would found a rock with blood matter, brain, or, skin on it. They didn't find that.
But again, remember that Albert Stone that showed up for the jury viewing that hasn't been there ever before or ever since. You don't tell me that wasn't magically by the aliens, because the state would never do anything. That's scummy. Placed there for the jury viewing because it disappeared the next day. So now the jury is sitting there thinking, yeah, there was that Albert rock.
Weren't the Alberts moved from there? Why did they have a rock with their name on it?
And why does it appear and disappear the same day the jury viewing was there?
Somebody put it there that day.
That is so ridiculous.
Those rocks, debris.
I didn't see any.
Or the night before.
From the photo.
Correct.
But you don't have any firsthand knowledge that exact area where he ended, what the turf was like, do you?
I saw photographs of that lawn where they removed his body from.
So you're relying solely on the photographs. Is that fair to say?
So does all your witnesses.
Do you know if Mr. O'Keefe was wearing anything that could cause abrasions when he landed to cause that scraping pattern in addition to the linear abrasion?
He did have a baseball hat on, but that would not cause the pattern.
The area of the abrasions, is that in the area of the level of where a baseball hat would be on the back of somebody's head?
It could be.
If somebody hits the ground and falls backwards, can they slide?
If they're on an incline.
What if they're thrust?
Well, if you fall backwards and you fall backwards on an incline, your body might move.
Well, what if you fall backwards on flat ground? Does the body, can it move after it falls?
Not really, maybe a little. If from the momentum of the impact, it might move slightly, but not really.
So when a person falls backwards and lands, you don't think the head has any room for movement?
Not significant.
Well, not significantly, maybe just a quarter inch, half inch.
No, it's possible.
And did you see the...
How dumb are you? Because your big problem is, your theory is he fell flat backwards. And this is what she testified to. That's what all your witnesses. Now you want him to fall backwards and slide. That would have worked if you had anyone who would testify that he got spun around, landed, and slid across the ground. And then you maybe could get that hat theory in there. But because you're an idiot and your own witness testified he fell flat backwards, you can't use that. You're so dumb. Your case is so weak. My voice is about as weak as it.
I know. I feel like Phyllis Dillard over here.
I don't know who that is.
Scrapes around the wound of Mr. O'Keefe's head?
Of course I saw them, yes.
Okay. And they're all within, what, about an inch?
Well, what are you describing? What part? Are you describing the tearing, the laceration of the scalp, or the vertical abrasions?
The vertical abrasions.
There were maybe an inch and a half.
Inch and a half? Do you think that if someone fell backwards and landed on the head, they could move an inch and a half?
Well, he landed on something that had a ridge on it to cause the laceration in the scalp. And then with a little bit of movement, those vertical scratches were caused by some kind of like pebbly-like surface.
You mentioned that the orbital bones were broken and you had opined that it was caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean?
What? What did he say?
He asked her if the brain had a soft consistency like tofu, and she said, "Oh, gross."
Why did hang sperm cross the road? Because he put the wrong sock on this morning. Also, it's Pride Month. Like the stream if you love Richards. I did. Thank you for liking the stream, Brandon and Richards.
Oh, Brandon's brain.
Is he going to say that the brain doesn't have the power to break the orbital bones? Because it absolutely can. That's exactly, these are classic coup contra coup, symptoms. Is he going to say the brain is soft, so how does it break bones? Is he now saying that someone hit him in front because the brain was too soft to break the orbital bones? It's not the brain, you freaking flapjack moron. It is the pressure of you basically bleeding out. You have a blood-brain barrier. It does not, in a skull, that doesn't allow any of the pressure to go anywhere but down and out through the eyeballs. Dear God. This man.
Let's hear that again. That's
caused by the brain. Do you agree that a brain is very soft, consistent with, for example, tofu?
Oh, gross. What do you mean? It is soft.
Is it that soft? Is that the texture of it?
Well, it depends on what kind of tofu you have.
Okay. Do you think that the orbital could have broken when the break on the back of the head split the skull and then would cause the orbital break instead of the brain?
The orbital plate fractures, if you look at the base of the skull after you take the brain out, you can see the fractures go up from the back to the front into the orbital plate. Sometimes when you fall backwards, the brain can also slap those orbital plates and cause some damage, but I could trace the fractures from the point of impact along the base of the skull to the part of the skull over the eyes.
Do you think the base of the skull break, when it separates, could have caused those orbital fractures?
I don't understand your question.
Okay. When Mr. O'Keefe incurred that head injury,
Yes.
the basal fracture, do you think that the pressure, the damage from that basal fracture, the separation, could have caused the orbital breaks in his eyes?
Well, the fracture of the plates above the eye, when the blood is still pumping, there's a space there where the blood can come down into the upper eyelid.
So you described the brain as causing that break. I'm asking you, could it have been from the basal fracture, from the skull fracture?
Yes, the fracture that was caused by the impact.
Yeah, this lady literally vacuumed the seabed for parts of bodies, and he made her say, ugh.
Had to sort through 100 crispy critters in that fire and identify them all in 3 days.
Okay, to be fair, tofu, if you get the really soft kind, ew. I've done other tofu like stir fries, but the fact that of all the things
that's the part that
she's
grossed
seen,
her out.
I
That
know
was
of
the tofu itself was the gross part of that statement.
she's like, ugh.
The back of the head radiating to the front of front of the base of the skull.
So when you told us on direct it was from the brain that caused those fractures, was that just a summary, or is that to a reasonable degree of medical certainty?
Well, sometimes the brain can also, in a fall, flap and hit those. But in this case, I could also see that the skull fracture started at the back and came to the front, but it could also be contributed to by the brain hitting those delicate bones.
I guess my question is, when you've provided the opinions generally of what you believe and what you've seen, are these general opinions, or are they actually specific opinions based on the facts of this case?
They are opinions based on my examination of this case, but all that's based on my 40 years of training and experience.
But when you told us about the brain causing those orbital fractures, you would agree with me, at least now anyways, that it very likely could have been the basal fracture that caused those breaks.
Yeah, both.
It could have been both?
Sure,
Okay, could it have been just the basal fracture?
that's possible.
When you offered the opinion to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, had you considered the basal fracture as the source of those breaks?
Of course.
Is there a reason you didn't share that with us and you just said it was the brain?
I had no reason not to share it.
Okay. Was there any depressed fracture to Mr. O'Keefe's skull?
No.
Can you tell us a little bit about a depressed fracture? Depressed fracture is different than what we saw with Mr. O'Keefe, isn't it?
A depressed fracture is when something fractures the skull and then...
Yeah, and I don't think he even caught it himself. But again, he's stupid.
pushes the skull and moves the skull inward. This just had a fracture, but it didn't move the skull inward.
And you've seen depressed fractures in your practice over 40 years, did you say?
Of course.
In those 40 years, depressed fractures can happen from sharp objects,
Sure.
pointed objects.
Sure.
If someone hit a person in the back of the head with enough force, with like a hammer, for example, that could leave a depressed skull fracture, couldn't it?
Certainly. You can hit somebody on the head with a hammer and cause the fracture, and then the continued force will move that fracture into the brain.
There was no depressed skull fracture in this case, was there?
Correct.
So you like deep fried brain? Serenative. I know you're German, but that's nasty.
Gave some opinions today about you gave some opinions about wounds on Mr. O'Keefe's arm. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about that.
Sure.
Could we have that photo brought up, please? Do you see all of those superficial abrasions?
Yes, I see patterned injuries.
Right. Would you agree that they're superficial abrasions?
Yes, they go along the skin surface.
How many punctures would you identify in that photograph?
Let's see, there may be some punctures like around the elbow, consistent with the teeth puncturing. Most of them are the teeth scraping along the skin.
I'm not going to ask you what you believe the cause was. I'm going to ask you just about the wound. How many punctures do you see?
Well, this doesn't show, there are other photographs which show more of them, but there's the little dot-like areas, you could call an area of skin puncture.
Can you tell us from this photograph how many punctures you would say are in that photo?
I didn't count them.
Well, did you suggest that there was more than one puncture on that wound?
I think I see more than one, yes.
Pardon me?
I see more than one on there.
Okay, could you give us a count of how many punctures you see?
Well, without looking at all the photos, I couldn't give you a correct number.
Okay. You've written a report, haven't you?
What?
You wrote a report?
I did.
And in your report, you describe many of those abrasions as punctures, don't you?
Yes.
And a puncture isn't just a scratch. A puncture is a penetration of the skin, isn't it?
Yeah, a point-like penetration.
A puncture has a very specific medical meaning, doesn't it?
Yes, it's a point-like penetration.
Does he even listen to her answers? And I don't know if it's on Val's channel or Mo's.
I think it's Val's.
I have trouble sleeping. Other night ended up staring out the window for hours, and I saw my neighbor murk his wife in the kitchen. Now I'm worried he definitely didn't see me, but definitely heard me clapping. Well, keep it in the back pocket for the next time you have a dispute about the hedgerow or something, and that'll fix that right quick.
He's still willfully misunderstanding superficial. Again, to her, superficial is going to mean it didn't go all the way to the muscle. For him, it means, oh, it's really light.
Yeah. It just means that it hasn't broken through the underskin or the underlayers. I don't know what you call it. Val is a tot.
The skin.
And according to you, there are many punctures.
As I believe he was.
Yes, I can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 or 7.
Can medical professionals disagree on opinions about wounds and causes?
I suppose they can.
You also gave some opinions that you did not believe that Mr. O'Keefe's scratches were caused by having some impact with broken pieces of plastic or glass, correct?
Correct. They weren't caused by that.
Broken plastic or glass can cause a number of different angled wounds, can it?
It causes an array of irregular, random injuries.
It can have infinite different patterns, couldn't it?
Could.
There's nothing to hold a wound from a broken shard to be north or south, east and west. It all depends on how the force is impacted on the body, true?
I'm not quite clear on your question.
I'll try to do better. When you're talking about shards of broken glass and broken plastic,
So he's now asking her to do something that is very close to biomechanical, engineering, where he's trying to ask her to do the taillight. Now, does that mean she gets to talk about that? Because he's opening the door, I think. I mean...
And Jesse McClaverty, yes, I would say this lady and her brain, not her looks, have made it chop o'clock at my place.
No second direction that they may cut somebody, is there?
Well, it would depend on the case and how those occurred.
It can happen in many different forms as far as depth, yes?
Well, anything's possible.
How about length?
What about length?
Wouldn't that change? Couldn't that change depending on how the injury occurred, the length of the wound?
Sure.
And in this case, you talked about your opinions of injury relative to a motor vehicle, didn't you?
That was something I considered.
That's something you considered. Did you know much about the details of the motor vehicle in this case?
Yes.
Okay. When you considered your differential diagnosis, did you consider whether there was any DNA on the vehicle?
I didn't look at any of that.
I'm sorry?
I did not look at any DNA.
Did you know if there was any hair on the vehicle?
I don't know.
Did you consider the scene itself where there may have been a debris field? Did you take a look at the debris field in this case?
I know there were photographs of various pieces of plastic around the area where the body was found.
And do you remember where those pieces were found?
Somewhat, yes.
Did you have an opportunity to consider other evidence like a shoe in the area near where Mr. O'Keefe was found?
I know one shoe was on his foot at the hospital, the other was at the scene.
Do you know if his hat stayed with him after he landed on the ground?
The hat was in the area where his body was found.
Did you take a look at his pants, the back of his pants?
I looked at that, yes.
Okay, what did you see when you saw the back of his pants?
Well, because he had bled from the back of his injury and he was on a hospital gurney, some of that blood came down, so some of the blood was on the back of his pants.
Did you see anything else other than blood on the back of his pants?
I don't remember.
I'm sorry?
I don't remember if I saw anything else.
Did you look, when you were doing your differential diagnosis, did you look at any evidence other than physical evidence? Did you look at any data evidence?
I don't know what you mean, data.
Like data you
She's
found on a
so
cell phone?
done with this guy.
No.
Did you look at any of the data evidence from the defendant's Lexus?
No, other than looking at the contours of the back to see if it had impacted Mr. O'Keefe.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Whip. I'm just putting down a marker for that one. That's going to be a clip.
Oh, yes. Thank goodness. Yeah. And what time is it? Okay.
You can just press B. If you're on your StreamYard, press B. It'll put a marker in.
Well, it's not doing it because you're doing it. So you're hosting. But I wrote down the time, or timestamp, so I can find it on my stream when it goes up.
But let's listen to that again.
Yes.
When you were doing differential diagnosis, did you look at any information that would tell you what the speed of that impact may have been or allegedly was?
Well, it didn't hit him, so it doesn't matter.
Okay. So you didn't care to know anything about the car or the data in the car because you had already formed your opinion?
It did not hit him, so it was not relevant to my opinion.
Is that a different way?
By looking at the body, I could tell that there was no evidence of impact with the vehicle. So whether the vehicle was going slow or fast is not relevant.
And so you didn't try to get any information about the speed of the vehicle? It was totally irrelevant to you?
Brennan, you just had one of the most qualified experts testify twice. It doesn't matter if the car was flying because it didn't hit him. You're going to elicit a third response in front of the jury. The car didn't hit him. Stop asking questions about the speed of the car. She's ruining your case. Kimberly Ray, thank y'all. Sending love from the other side of Tennessee. Well, thank you so much, Kimberly Ray.
Correct.
And did you also disregard, well, let me ask you, do you ever look at statements?
I look at witness statements if they're available to me.
Were any of the defendants' statements made available to you?
I did hear some of them.
Did you consider the ones that you heard?
Of course.
Which ones did you hear?
I really can't answer that. I don't know what you'd have to give me an example.
You said that when Mr. O'Keefe was first incurred his injury, you think that he was unconscious?
Yes, I think that the severity of the impact made him immediately unconscious.
So if hypothetically Mr. O'Keefe incurred his injury sometime around 12:32, is it your opinion that he never moved again until he was moved physically by somebody else?
Well, I don't know the exact time that he got the injury on the back of the head, but after that time, he could not carry out any purposeful activity.
May I approach sidebar, Your Honor?
Okay.
So he's calling a sidebar while he's questioning a witness. So now he's going to go attack her because he dum-dummed and made her say 3 times that.
Jurors, rather than keep you here while we do things, I'm going to excuse you for lunch. Lunch will be about 50 minutes or an hour, and then you have to go straight through the afternoon. We're going to do everything we need to do now. So, Mr. Brennan, if you can briefly tell me what it is you want to introduce through this witness.
To remind the court, on direct examination, the defense promoted Dr. Lapasada's credentials, including specifying her successes with the station nightclub fire and her running of her office. We have an audit.
Oh, so you're gonna do the thing she got fired because she didn't respond fast enough because the emergency system didn't work? So
what a douche.
You're such a fucking asshole.
In 2005, State Department of Rhode Island, Department of Health. In that audit, it paints a very different picture than was presented on direct examination. In that audit, They investigated the chief medical examiner, and they compiled a history of statistics for the medical examiner, which was Dr. La Posada. There were no reports, incomplete reports, and unsigned reports of over 1,500 individuals between June 30th, 2000 to June 30th, 2005. So in that 5-year period, there was an extraordinary number of individuals that weren't properly attended to, showing negligence, if not malfeasance. It was recommended that the standards, policies, and practices of Dr. La Posada's office would need to change because of the extraordinary backlog of cases regarding autopsies. In addition, it was noted that the incomplete reports confirmed that there were significant concerns with the historical management practices of the medical examiner's office shortly after Dr. La Posada resigned. In addition, it was promoted that in the station nightclub fire, Dr. La Posada had a heroic effort, and in her testimony, she also noted that there was a failure, or implied there was a failure because the medical examiner or somebody did not go to the scene to look at the turf in front of 34 Fairview Road. She suffered the same criticism. For hours and hours after the station nightclub incident, she was contacted with a request to come to the scene. She refused to come to the scene, did not appear for at least 17 hours, directly on point to the claims that she's making against other people is the same conduct she engaged in on a more extreme scale. She testified in Commonwealth versus Tompkins.
Why wasn't this brought up yesterday during voir dire? Why now?
Listed and testified as an expert.
Because now he needs to discredit her.
Reconstructionist, which was denied. Inevitably, the court made conclusions. Actually, in that case, her efforts to be an accident reconstructionist were denied. Then she testified in a case called Patino. And in Patino, after testifying, she received great scrutiny and criticism from the court. The court noted on page 1025 of the transcript when Dr. La Posada gave the testimony, she knew the boy wasn't like this because he fell off a bed. She knew the mother was lying. She read the text messages and knew the defendant had beat the boy. The only reason I conclude that she offered such testimony was to distance the defendant from causing those bruises, setting up an argument against malice, but instead destroyed her credibility. On cross-examination, she came across as a hired gun. Sometimes it's seemingly small things that impeach a witness's credibility.
You brought in Aperture that was denied testifying in multiple cases because of their shitty job. And remember how much you cried about that, saying, well, that's prior statements and that has no influence and this is a new trial and you can't use this. Bev, you better rule exactly the same way you did with Aperture and say, well, fuck it, you had your voir dire.
Inevitably, on the credibility determination by the court would agree. The jury gave greater weight to the testimony of Dr. Gilson and Snelling than they did Dr. La Posada for the reasons I addressed previously. The jury was justified in discounting her testimony and concluding the other doctors testified apparently impartial. While she appeared as a paid advocate, at least on this occasion, without impugning the witness's integrity, because that witness is known to the court, but in this case, when she testified, she was not credible. That's a direct credibility determination by another tribunal about her testimony. So I would like to, and that's why I came sidebar rather than ambush, give the court notice that I'd like to get into the criticisms regarding her run as medical director that led to resignment after she was audited and left 1,500 bodies unattended or incomplete. Also get into the criticism she received for her handling or lack of handling of the station nightclub fire, and finally get into the adverse credibility determination in the Patino case.
And none of this has anything to do with her testimony today other than he will try and impeach that she's a hired gun. I have looked on Twitter. Get ready for this.
So I'm not familiar with the Patino case, so I'll need a copy of that.
Yes.
All right, Mr. Jackson, I'll hear you.
Thank you, Your Honor. First of all, Mr. Brennan said that the audit established that, as the chief medical examiner, the audit revealed that she left 1,500 bodies unattended, was his quote. Bodies unattended. That's absolutely not what happened in that situation. It was a political situation. The medical director for Rhode Island came in and took over. He began to change protocols and cut quality control. He said he did not want a second set of eyes on any of the reports, not the autopsies. There was never a suggestion, ever, that an autopsy was not performed efficiently and timely. Never. The reports that were attended to the autopsies it was a two-tiered set of criteria that Dr. La Posada put in place to establish quality control and quality assurance. First, the medical examiner conducts the autopsy and writes a report. Then the doctor herself, the chief medical examiner, because she is a perfectionist, determined that she was going to establish a protocol in which she would put eyes on every single report. Hundreds and hundreds of reports per year. In doing so, she had to prioritize which reports were going to take a priority, which ones were being subject to litigation, which ones were going to be subject to criminal cases, and which ones were never going to be subject to any review at all. For instance, if somebody was found, let's say somebody that was without family, etc., found and unidentified, there's no litigation attendant to that report, she would put that report aside and get to that report after she dealt with the reports that were on sort of on the front burner, if you will. After, by the way, none of the reports were ever not done. They were all completed. There were a small fraction of reports, according to the audit and according to Dr. La Posada herself, that had to take a back seat. When the medical director came in 2005. By the way, this is 25 years ago, right? These are autopsies that were performed, and the audit was performed for autopsies and reports dealing with the year 2000. It's 2025. This is 25 years ago. When the new medical director came in for Rhode Island, he said, I don't want any review of any of the reports because it's more efficient and it's faster to get the reports out in a timely fashion. She resisted and said, I will never, ever, and she was published saying this, I will never, ever sacrifice quality for speed. I want the highest quality coming out of this office. They had a difference of opinion. She walked away because he was asking her, the new medical director was asking
Yes, this is a sidebar.
her to sacrifice quality of the conduct she was undertaking as the chief medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island. So it's a very different circumstance than was just suggested. No bodies were ever
Brennan lied
left
again.
unattended, ever.
Shocking.
Certainly did not involve, the other phrase that was just used is negligence and malfeasance. It was a backlog, and they had a very public political fight over it. Number two, with regard to the station nightclub fire, her staff was on location immediately. She, as the chief medical examiner, was there the same day. So that's of no legal moment. It's of no consequence. It certainly has nothing to do with her opinions and conclusions in this case. The Tompkins case, we've already talked about that in voir dire, Your Honor. The Tompkins case dealt with an issue dealing with accident reconstruction, which she's not undertaking. I'm not asking her, and she ain't saying.
I've excluded that part of it, based partially on the Tompkins case.
Right, and I don't know anything about the Patino case, and what I would say is, given the fact, look, we don't know what the facts of that case were, we don't know what the trial was about, we don't know what the cross-examination was about, we don't know why she was called, we don't know what she looked at, we don't know why she was looking at what she did look at, we don't know why she didn't look at things that she might not have looked at, we don't know why her opinions and conclusions were ultimately rendered. We would have to have a trial within a trial, which I would be happy to undertake if someone gives me a file. Happy to do that, but I don't think we want to do that. I don't think the court wants to do that. Also, I will say, I don't think that attacking this witness's credibility is in good faith by the Commonwealth. Mr. Brennan himself has hired Dr. LaPosada personally, no fewer than 4 or 5 times, maybe it's 3 or 4 times. He knows her qualifications, he knows the quality of her work. He's actually undertaken to consult with her as a medical examiner and a consultant. So I don't believe that these last 2 issues are in good faith. I don't believe the station fire has anything to do with anything because she was late, according to Mr. Brennan, in coming to the actual location. She was there the same day, and she had an entire staff that was there immediately. And in terms of the audit, it's a 25-year-old political fight that isn't quite what Mr. Brennan made it out to be. So I don't think any of these things are relevant for cross-examination.
All right.
I just want to make a note that Attorney Jackson has a way with words to just inflate or make things up. I have not hired Dr. LaPosada 4 or 5 times. And so that is just a mischalculation, which he likes to do for the public. But the reality is...
Oh, he has a way with words, you fucking slime ball.
But the suggestion that somehow I'm endorsing qualifications of this witness, I am not. That's what I'm going to say on the record.
Okay. So the first 2, the backlog issue, if we can call it that, with the ME's office, I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to get into that through questioning. Same with the station nightclub fire, based on the testimony already in evidence. Those 2 areas, and Mr. Jackson, without leading, you can certainly go back and rehabilitate her.
Yeah.
But those 2 will come in. I'm not going to do anything with Tompkins because I used it for the basis of keeping out what appeared to me to be biomechanical engineering opinions of this witness, and she's not qualified to do that. So I have not read Patino. I will read it over the lunch break and see if we get anywhere with that. Okay, so I need a copy of that. I want you to give Mr. Jackson a copy as well. Okay? Okay, so, all right.
Yes, Brennan, go up there and say you didn't attend the fire. You left everything out there, and then let the defense go up and say, so Mr. Brennan just impeached your credibility by saying you didn't attend the fire. Is that true? I had staff on site all day. I was doing whatever. I didn't personally go to the scene at the instant that it happened, but my crew was at the scene. I personally partook in all the autopsies or something like that, and then go into so you had a bad luck because you didn't look at 1,500 cases. No, that was actually because I wanted a higher quality control than the DA's office, or medical examiner's office. The medical examiner's office just wanted everything to go through, and I said, no, I want to make sure nothing falls between the cracks. That's why I had to leave that job, because my integrity is always to make the highest quality investigation possible. Please have this very likable witness say that after Brennan has yelled at her.
Well, what I do think is that she's probably had to defend this in court every time. You don't think this is the first time she's been confronted with these bad facts in the 20 years since when she's been an expert witness? I'm sure these have been brought up a lot. So I think that she will take care of it, and she's been a witness for a long time. Now, I couldn't quite hear what Hank was saying. I didn't even hire her, so that's a myth characterization.
Yeah, I didn't catch it all exactly. But yeah, that was the gist of it.
Okay, so let's mark those now.
Sure.
Can we mark them all as one ABC?
I have no preference on what just three.
Mr. Jackson, if you can, I just...
Of course.
Dr. Rentschler? So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
I think I could, because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. I should be subject to the
Coming in through another witness?
Exhibits H, quadruple H, and I, through I.
Oh, all right. All right. Mr. Brennan, there's no objection to these coming in through another witness, so you agree that they'll be coming into evidence?
I'll stipulate.
All right. And what's the objection to them coming in through Dr. Lapisada?
It's not part of the report or opinion. She's gone beyond the report, talking about the fact that she's studying x-rays and giving an opinion. I think that suffices. Really, I think it's beyond the scope of her testimony to begin with. I'd be gracious with it. Stipulate these and show Dr. Rentschler utilizing the stipulation.
So you'll stipulate to them prior to Dr. Rentschler?
I will.
So you can use them with Dr. Rentschler?
I expected that I could, because he certainly used them in his analysis and opinion. I should be subject to the entry of evidence in the defense case in chief. I understand I can use them in Dr. Rentschler's testimony, but I want to use them with Dr. Lapisada. She's a medical doctor.
Would you
consider them for purposes of her opinion? I cannot understand.
So what do you want to ask her about them?
Are these x-rays to be reviewed? Yes, that's it. That's it.
Okay. So go ahead.
If that's always going to ask, I won't have a problem.
Okay. Yeah, I have no problem with that in that form.
That's it. Literally, so the x-rays that we talked about a little bit over, yes, this is the right hand, yes. That's the arm, forearm, yes, that's the upper arm.
All right. So they're cumulative, but if they're coming in anyway, I will let you put them in.
Thank you.
All right. So the last thing is Dr. Rentschler. I need to hear argument from both sides. I have a new PowerPoint, so I'll hear both of you. Mr. Brennan, I'll hear you on your motion.
Because you didn't call a witness that used the x-rays. Yeah, that's... and we were told there were no x-rays. That's so weird.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Hank told us that.
Yeah, Dr. Welcher said he never saw an x-ray. So, again, they were there, so Brennan withhold information from his experts. Funny. Oh, and he's coming back for cross. Oh, for rebuttal.
See the most recent update to Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint. There are some additions, different analysis in that PowerPoint. This is within 24 hours of him testifying. There are opinions on page 6 and 8 of his May 7, 2025 report. And there are a number of numbers that we have objections to. Dr. Rentschler just generally shouldn't be allowed to express opinions and conclusions about what he thinks about the case or about other witnesses.
All right, so I'm looking, I think, at the new,
Do you have a copy of the new one?
from today, page 6. So what I have are just photos with measurements, so I don't know what the testimony that corresponds with those. I've read, obviously, the report of Dr. Rentschler from May 7th. That does not seem to detail everything, and that's no criticism. I'm just saying it's a scant report, so I don't know what the opinions are regarding these.
I'm sorry. Yep.
I do want to speak over Mr. Brennan, I apologize. I just want to let the board know to comment out now. We went through, based on Mr. Brennan's objections last night, and significantly edited the entire thing. Literally every single slide we got, probably there were a couple, we just literally left, but it's very.
I see that a lot of the hearsay has been removed.
And I can identify this report as well.
Thank you.
I'm sorry?
I can identify this report as well, the ones that were changed.
All right, but,
They made 2 minus.
so what are you both, I'm going to hear from Mr. Brennan first. What are you objecting to as the report now stands?
I have a most recent copy of the report now. So 9 through 27.
Slides 9 through 27 or pages?
Slides 9 through 27 now have Dr. Rentschler identifying and attempting to match different abrasions with different holes in Mr. O'Keefe's sweatshirt. And so basically what he is trying to do is to suggest that there are a different amount of abrasions relative to the amount of holes, or perhaps he might want to specify about that the holes in the sweatshirt were in a different place on Mr. O'Keefe's arms than the abrasions. The reason why this is concerning is because there is no background for him regarding fabrics. This is a different and new opinion that we have not prepared or obtained an expert for. We probably have very little time to get somebody to rebut this analysis regarding fabrics. I don't see anything in his CV or his history that allows him to equate the number of holes in fabric with the number of abrasions on somebody's arm. It does not consider account that there could be multiple wounds from one hole, or there could be holes that don't create wounds. So whatever the implication is going to be by Dr. Rentschler, we're not very sure, but it obviously requires some type of expertise, which I do not think that Dr. Rentschler has a foundation for. So those are 9 through 27 generally, and then specifically, I can run through quickly the individual objections I have. Slide 6 tries to define the theory of the alleged incident. Doesn't say whose theory it is. It implies it's the government. It's an improper suggestion.
Hold on. Okay, so which one of 1, 2, and 3 on 6?
1 is objectionable. What's the core issue of the case? It's an ultimate issue for the jury. An expert reconstructionist or a biomechanical engineer shouldn't be defining the core issue of the case. And then 3, first event is alleged contact between the rear of the Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's right arm. Again, that's offering an opinion that doesn't have facts and evidence, not in position to draw that opinion.
And is 2 okay? Or are you moving to the whole slide?
No, on number 6, all 3 of them shouldn't be there. Asking what the core issue is in the case, Dr. Rentschler or no expert should be defining what the core issues in the case are. They should talk about their training experience, any testing, observations, evaluation, and then give their opinions, not core issue in the case.
All right.
Slide 9 outlines perhaps his process. The first step of the analysis to determine if the arm injuries are consistent with the physical evidence. Evaluate the abrasions and compare the evidence. I suppose this is what he's done. This is one of the less offensive ones, although unnecessary. It doesn't provide
offensive?
an opinion. I can live with that. The next
One of the less offensive ones.
Number 9.
Okay.
Number 23. Again, this gets into that new core opinion about trying to identify or, I think, compare the abrasions to the different wounds. I think the part that's objectionable is the words measurements, question mark. I'm not sure if it's implying failure of somebody else. It seems to be an opinion, and I'm not sure of the context of it. 24. The expert is trying to define what Dr. Welcher had done. It may be that he's saying he conducted his testing based on the position of Dr. Welcher's arm. I think that would be an appropriate comment, but it's not clear what they're saying. The pain transfer test, number 2, is the only test noted with respect to the arm.
So without the text, are you objecting to this slide?
No.
Okay.
31 posits questions regarding ultimate opinions. I think it's inappropriate. And then 32, I think, is improper because it ultimately endorses or vouches for the witness's credibility. I think he certainly can give an opinion that the evidence is inconsistent with the injuries to Mr. O'Keefe's arm, but I don't think it should be on the slide bolstering his opinion. 33, again, it's posturing the weight of the evidence. And it's resigning the government to a particular study, one study. It's really a commentary on the government's case. It goes like this. Number 1, Dr. Welcher only did A, and second part, A is insufficient. So that's really what this is saying. It's commentary, it's hearsay, it's inappropriate. 34. I think if one said that that's what he did, I, Dr. Rentschler, took a step to determine the kinematics of Mr. O'Keefe's arm during the alleged incident and asked how would this arm move, I think that would be appropriate. But he shouldn't be giving an opinion on what steps should have been taken by Dr. Welcher. Number 2 on slide 34. And number 3, I don't have a problem with.
That was probably just a blank page. That's why I didn't have a
46.
problem.
Yeah.
Again, this is bolstering the expert's opinion by putting it in writing on a slide. I think some of these opinions are appropriate for Dr. Rentschler to share with the jury, but his final ultimate opinion shouldn't be endorsed on a slide. 47. Again, this is self-endorsement of the success of his tests and giving his opinion about his success. Number 1 and 2, I think, are inappropriate. Number 3 has really no context standing alone. And number 4, if he notes that's his next step, I wouldn't have a problem with number 4. Slide 54. Again, number 1 gets into his opinions. Number 2, he gives an opinion about a different expert, a medical opinion. And number 3, it's, again, self-endorsement on his own opinions. So all these are opinions either bolstering himself or somebody else's work. I don't think it should be on a slide. 55. I think it's accurate. I think it's proper testimony. I don't think it's proper for a slide. Same with 56.
Can we just chuck ARCA at this point?
I don't know that he has the basis for number 1.
ARCA? Yeah.
Yeah.
Number 2, I don't have a problem with on slide 56. And number 3, again, it's bolstering his opinion. So I think 1 and 3 are proper too. Not. Slide 58. I don't know what the basis for number 1 is. I suppose we'll have to see.
Then why did you just mention it?
If these are Dr. Renschel's views, I don't know how they're relevant to the Commonwealth's case, but certainly I think he has the experience to make these conclusions, but it shouldn't be in a PowerPoint. He shouldn't be commenting on the reports of another expert in a PowerPoint, number 3. And number 4 is ultimately an opinion that he's self-endorsing. 66.
Self-endorsing.
Again, it is an opinion. I don't think it's an admissible opinion, and it shouldn't be in a slide. He's trying to draw a conclusion on what the jury should conclude based on the Commonwealth's evidence. He's not in a position to do that. 67. Parts of this are objectionable. I think that he certainly could testify. He hasn't seen any simulation by Dr. Welcher, but posturing it about in a manner that suggests there should be doubt in some way is inappropriate. 68, I don't think Dr. Welcher's report was introduced, and putting in a fraction of a report, I can't appreciate the significance of it. It's hearsay. Perhaps there's a reason to be able to point to the report or talk about the report. I understand that, but putting in a random page from the report is hearsay. Should not be admissible. I don't know if there's going to be a conversation about trying to introduce the entire report, but one page will take it out of context. 72.
Sort of like a documentary clip.
Yeah, out of context.
I think the expert probably can.
But that's because it's part of the
opinion. I don't think ultimate opinion should be in PowerPoint because it's self-endorsing.
Well, 74. He isn't, but Bev will have to rule on it.
Bolstering. Some of these can be said, but shouldn't be introduced.
Okay.
Fine, about other.
Ms. Little?
First of all, yeah,
that's fine.
First of all, there were no additions, just to be clear to the PowerPoint. The only changes that we made were directly in response to the objections that were filed by the Commonwealth. We did delete the large section, try to accommodate some of their concerns, as well as shorten some of the opinions. So those were the only changes. I just wanted to be clear before. There are no additional opinions that have been set forth in the PowerPoint. With regards to slides 9 through 27, that was not one of the issues that was identified in the Commonwealth's motion. They objected to slide 9. There's half of the slides are not referenced to.
I do agree. It's a new objection. I just don't know when there's an objection raised how a biomechanical engineer is qualified to testify to tears in clothing.
So this is a direct test. His testimony is going to be based on his knowledge of forces and forces applied to certain objects and how that results in injury.
And I understand that, but some of the specifics that he says, I'm just saying I had a concern, so I understand it's new.
I think that we'll be able to satisfy the court's concerns by laying proper foundation.
All right, so we can come back to the fabric argument.
The reason why she sounds so loud is because I have the audio boosted 10 times because Miss Little, Alan Jackson, David Giannetti has a severe illness called antimicrotis, which means that they can't get near a microphone and will just talk in court. So because of the microancritis, you will have to endure that Bev screams like a banshee when because she can hit the microphone.
Whether it's beyond his scope of expertise.
And it also means that we can absolutely not hear you because
well, no, I was going to say Miss Little is sounding really strong in her voice today. I mean, there's not a quaver. I'm liking aggressive Miss Little.
She gets.
And I like that she's going to finish up because she will be the last witness apparently.
Interesting.
But actually, Ms. Little, if I can just ask you, and I can hear you later, as I assume everybody wants lunch and we're coming back in at about 20 of, quarter of at the latest. Can you just explain to me why these slides, if Dr. Renschler is permitted to express these opinions, why we also need them on slides? That's the problem I have.
I think that's a great question, Your Honor. And the reason we didn't do these on slides is he objected to Dr. Welcher coming in on his PowerPoint.
So I looked at that yesterday.
A copy of this specific opinion that was placed up on the screen with regard to his opinions and conclusions. That was done over the defense's objection.
So which one? Because I did look last night at that and did not see it.
It's slide 136, Your Honor. The totality of the evidence.
Hold on 1 second. Is it a conclusion page?
I don't know.
Hold on.
But it's page 136. It's entitled Evidence Brief Lexis Dicton. And it states the totality of the evidence is consistent with the right rear corner of the big 2021 Lexus impacting the argument. And Mr. O'Keefe striking the rear posterior aspect of his head on the first ground.
Okay.
So if he's allowed to do that.
So that is different than what I said he could be asked on his ultimate question, right? But it still came in?
I can
Was there, I'm sorry?
Yes, documentary evidence.
All right. Because what I did note is that I was very careful to say exactly what the ultimate question could be from Mr. Brennan. In fact, there were objections. I sustained them twice, so I wrote out exactly what could be said, and Mr. Brennan asked a variation of the first one, and there was no objection. So I didn't remember that this came in. All right, so I will take a look at that. What I would like to do in the interest of time, so maybe we can talk about that in the conclusion page, but where he outlines everything else, there's so many pages with text that I may not have a problem with testimony.
And the good thing about them not objecting to it is she must let the door stand open now. Because he was allowed to do it, so they can use the same open door.
Regarding this, but why do we need testimony and text so much here?
This is just this jury.
It's what?
Just this jury. There is a significant amount of information that needs to be relayed.
Okay.
This is an 80-page PowerPoint. This is solely to make sure that this goes efficiently and effectively. I think it's helpful for these. We've narrowed down the text on the slide significantly as the court can see from those PowerPoints.
Okay.
Just to the major issues. I think we've streamlined this a lot, but I think having the PowerPoint will allow us to make this go smoothly and quickly.
All right, so I will look at these. What I'll try and do is if there are any changes in the first 15, I'll try and get those done during lunch, and then we can have this argument afterwards.
Thank you, I appreciate that.
All right. All right, we'll see everybody no later than quarter of.
Quarter off. Is that a quarter to or a quarter after?
Quarter till.
So
So she's giving
in
them
9
10
minutes.
Yeah, looks like 9 minutes.
So they
Wonderful.
got a 25-minute break. Well,
Well,
good. Yeah. If does anyone mind we just keep it rolling instead of shutting down, setting up new steams,
Yeah,
and I go
no,
chuck a
that's
pizza in
fine.
the oven?
I got to go marinate some meat for this evening's dinner.
Well, I'll see if I can do it over on mine, just to make Sue happy.
Why do I
Well,
hear
then do
this?
we need to take down our afternoon streams?
Yeah, you can just delete them in the StreamYard and say remember to say delete on YouTube as well, and then we'll just keep it rolling.
Sounds
What music am I listening to right now?
It's the music from
That's
from
what
the
I
court
was
stream.
afraid of. That's what I was afraid of. All right. So are you putting on Words with Friends or whatever the hell?
I'm
that shit is?
trying.
Okay. If it works, chats plural, you can only play on Baker's YouTube. So if you would like
Yes.
to participate in the fun word game, you have to go to Baker's YouTube to play.
Yes. And
Doesn't work.
thank you to DeFloofy Cat for being a member for 1 month. The overlords are watching this cat and mouse court. One of my furry overlords fell asleep, but... And
Is it working? It's
Giuseppe?
not working.
I-
Of course, it's not
Bounced
working when we are.
Once.
No, it's not working today.
Daggone it.
Stupid stuff. Well, I'm sorry. Words on the stream is stupid as always.
Dang it.
Dang it. Well, if you guys want to go marinate and do your food things, I'll hang out here and then you guys can let me get a bio break.
Cool.
Hey guys, it's Mo. So I have taken 4 pages of notes, mostly because I was at the doctor's office, but I don't... Should we not be hearing the music? I'm hearing the
I
music.
killed the music. It's just so I can hear it in my end when it starts. I killed the intro.
Oh.
Then I'll forget to put it on when I put court back on, and then yell at me.
Sounds good. I do like how this expert hasn't been thrown off, and honest to goodness, this has been 25 years that she's had to deal with the aftermath of the station nightclub. And if you don't think, she hasn't had to explain herself to defend herself, again, she has been the head and president of other, major areas, major organizations. Do you think if she actually left, like Brennan said, 1,500 dead bodies just laying around, she would have, continued to fall upwards. Like, well, Kathleen Kennedy did that at Lucasfilm, but I mean, this is the real world. What I do like is that I think Miss Little has found her voice, and I think she's going to be a great lawyer. After this, I'd love to see her in something she does by herself. Again, if this is the voice she's using now, I would love to hear her. I think she's on point and on topic. And I am feeling okay, Mani G. I will say that I didn't get that rebound until I actually came back home from Tennessee, so maybe that's it. And then Giuseppe, I did not know that Hank had a misconduct number. And I'm not going to read the numbers out. Sometimes numbers jumble up on me, and I don't want to give the wrong one. But that is in Valhalla's chat. So if you want to look that up, go about that. And then always reminding you guys, Baker and I am not sure about Valhalla, have Rumble accounts. So if you are tired of getting censored by the YouTubes, I do have Rumble or this stream going on Rumble, and so does Baker. So if you'd rather be a Rumbler, there you go. Bev, can we just talk about Bev's bangs? I know I have bitched about them the entire trial, but it's not her bangs that piss me off. It's the fact that I have to see through her nose. And she's got like an already slightly upward thing, so I already kind of see more nostril than I ever wanted to see. But I cannot imagine being a juror and getting this, okay, you guys, I have to ask you those 3 questions again. That would just be terrifying to me. And thank you, Vince Clortho, for gifting a membership. And that went to Kimberly Ray. Welcome to the Church of Mo, where we have dark chocolate sarcasm and all of the snark. But no recorders, please. Those are not allowed. I need to stop using fountain pens. I forget to put the thingy or the cap back on, and then they dry out because I'm taking so many notes. I don't know about you guys, but I've gone through about 2 highlighters and, well, this pen used to be full of ink. But and 3 notebooks. I will say yesterday I had 14 pages, front and back, for notes. I really like this witness. I don't think she's going to be rattled by anything that Hank brings up, but I also think that I like Dr. Russell, don't get me wrong, but I feel like this particular witness explains things a little easier. Just my personal opinion, no hate on Dr. Russell. I think I'm understanding more from this particular doctor than I did her. But I like the way she definitely... Streamer Mo, have you tried fountain pens? Yeah, I have one, and then if I get to 10,000, I have this really expensive fancy pen set that I want to get from Amazon as something to motivate myself. So I always remember, like, hey, you could be writing notes on a fancy pen if you work harder. The weird things that motivate you. But office supplies, like when Alessi comes up with the folder, it's just like, be still my heart. Be still my heart. Haley Mouse, I've actually been pretty good with the ad hominem attack notes. I will say I tend to take very dense notes when it's a subject matter I'm not really, I'm not comfy with. So when they're talking about physics, when they're talking about, force differentials, I tend to write everything they say down because I don't, as much as I like my speculation hat, I try to give you guys, the real information as much as I can and not exaggerate, really tell you when I'm giving my personal opinions versus, what are really facts. So for me, the notes just help me focus. I tend to have a touch of the ADHD. Ray of light. I'm sarcastic as well. Don't get me wrong. I guess he could have just not confronted the issue. I'm not sure. So I guess I don't understand Hank's premise here. You are now saying that he fell backwards. Again, if I wanted to follow Hank's idea, because I definitely thought he was going with the berm, I thought he would have said, okay, maybe even make it worse. You know, Karen runs back over, you lying heifer, Bella's mom, you know, beep, 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 crunch. He goes down on the berm, hits it because it does have an edge when it meets the grass, falls down just a little bit. Karen panics. She panics and she decides, I need to get him out of the road. And she puts him on the lawn. She drags him as much as she can. That's where I thought Hank was going with this, because again, unless you have a very straight rock with a sort of sharp edge, you're not going to get that straight, clean line, horizontal, you know, head fracture. You're just not. And that's why, again, all of this has been so nebulous. We don't know exactly where he landed. I would figure that would be the first thing that you would mark, because you assumed that it was either a domestic, or after you found taillight pieces, you'd be like, hey, we need to, you know, pinpoint exactly where he was. If this was a car wreck, we need to figure this out. The doctor's visit was for a kiddo. She's doing great. I just had to be there because she's not 18. But we did drive separately and she's going out with friends. That is a weird new place to be, where we don't, you know, sit down and talk, you know, after the doctor's appointment. She's like, I love you. I'm going to see my friends. I did ask them about their vacation, my 3 girls, and maybe it's just their age or just they were tired. But I was like, what is your favorite thing about the trip you took? And they're like, it was fun. We saw some things. We went shopping. It's kind of like when you ask a kid how was school and they're like, okay. She is not feral, Arca's chicken gun. And I do think it is kind of, again, to me, if I were to put my casual observer hat on, the fact that Hank is bringing this up, and I do want to hear how often Hank either consulted her or used her. I know Hank is saying that it never happened. Maybe his office used her, but it is a little bit rich that he is going to bring all this up if his office or he used her, you know, expertise when, you know, Ray of Light, Baker was trying to put on the Words with Friends, and it just wasn't working. And we were reminding people that if you wanted to play, you have to go over to Baker's chat. He's actually going to be coming back. We're going to keep this as just a long stream. We're going full Ricada, people. And to all my East Coasters, I hope you are listening to the weather. I saw that you guys are in for some really strong storms. So, you know, I just want you all to be safe. So if you're in the path of any storms, please listen to the weather people. Sometimes they're right, sometimes they're wrong. But if they tell you to take cover, please do. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Yeah, Marissa, let me see if it's still up. So you guys, just a tease, I will be doing a longer video about the Vampire Society, as a standalone newsy nugget, because I didn't realize how long that article was, and it goes insane-o. Also, Rex Heuermann's wife believes he is completely innocent. You know, I feel bad for her. I mean, who wants to wake up and find out that your husband's a serial unaliver? But at some point when like your DNA, his DNA, you know, hairs from him are all over the dead bodies, could you maybe start to make peace with it? Just a scotch. Look, I have no idea how it would feel to have my life implode like that. But reality is reality. All right. Come on, New York Times. Now, I know I was at the doctor. Did they get into any of, oh gosh, what was I going to say? Did we get into Alessi again asking for a different curative instruction, or has Bev tabled that until the end of the trial? Also, did I hear that Aperture is wanting to do more tests? At what point do they think they have time to do this? I mean, where are they going to find the blue paint? And what exercises? Again, they had $400,000. All they did, from as far as I can tell, even though the 973 PowerPoints were full of nonsense and point 0.4 font guaranteed to give me a cluster migraine. What did he do besides paint himself blue slightly and, drop Randy, or a Randy stand-in? I'm going to call him Billiam. He dropped Billiam. Also, they're going to sell the car. So again, what did these people do? Is this money laundering at this point? Because I can't imagine that the taxpayers of Massachusetts are impressed with the, $400K. Well, Serenative, I can't do the math either, so I will say fair point. What I do like about the defense's experts, and I know I've said this before, the way they explain things. I have been very honest about the fact that I failed most of my math classes in high school. Math doesn't make sense to me. It is like a completely other language. I know my sons love math. It makes sense to them. It's their happy spot. They hate English and doing writing and stuff. But I will say Dr. Wolf made me understand, if not the math behind it, the theory, the method, and how it was done. And they had the test to back it up. I mean, it is night and day. And I guess what I don't get about the aunties is their vitriol. Nowhere in any of this, when we said that Karen Reed, this is an unjust case, do we ever say, screw John, O'Keefe, we don't want justice for him? No, it is in fact part of the reason that we want, a fair trial, is because we want justice for John. We would like the answers. We would like his family to have answers. We would like, for this man to have, a reason why he passed, to understand that, to, give that comfort to his family, even though it is a cold and, unfeeling comfort. It's not going to change the fact that they're going to carry this for the rest of their life. And F you, Brennan, for bringing up the kid's father passed away. Why? There are very few things that can get me to call someone a human piece of trash, because that to me is the worst thing. You are irredeemable. How dare you? Every child deserves to have, a father they can, look up to, or at least not to put that out on national streaming. And these children didn't know. How effing dare you? I don't care if you had all the things. You had Karen running around after she hit him like, Ricky Bobby in Talladega Nights. To bring that in and so flippant casually, and then to go after Lucky and his wife that passed. Do you not have a soul? I get that you were the Borg sperm that won, but do you not have a soul? To go after someone who has lost a spouse. You are an absolute monster. I wanted to give you a chance. I came into this trial not having heard most of the hearings, with Baker and Valhalla saying, you're going to hate Brennan. I came in with an open mind. This is live, Brandon. The guys were just getting some lunch, and then I'm going to get some lunch.
Yeah. I can do because Jemima found that that hearing where she claimed that, she's clearly not qualified. At trial, the thrust of defendant's case was that although his punch may have injured Marco, it was Marco's mother, Miss Oliver, who ultimately caused the child's unaliving because she failed to get Marco the medical care that defendant argued would have saved his life. To support that defense, defendant proffered expert testimony from Elizabeth Lab. Oh, I can't do that because we're back.
Oh.
But the gist of it, I just quickly looked at it. It has nothing to do with Brennan, what he claimed. The issue on the appeal had nothing to do with her testimony. It was a jury instruction that was wrong. So I hope they had time to read it and can beat him in the face with that as well. And it has stopped being justice for John since the first trial. The case is now about sending Karen Reed to prison no matter what. Bev will do anything she can get to get a guilty verdict on Karen Reed. Yes. And thank you, Vince, for gifting a Mo membership. And Kimberly Ray, she's an expert. She knows how to handle hanky. Thank you for 7 months if I missed that earlier. Let's get back to this shit show. I'll allow it.
Open and you think you can.
I said you would yell at me because I would forget to put it on. Thank you, Marissa.
1 and 2, I've had a chance to look at 4. I think I already told you I would not allow in 3 because I've already considered it. I've now looked at the 4th one, the case. I'm not going to let you get into that during cross-examination. If the door is open and you think you can get into it after redirect, please come to sidebar.
Well, he believes he can.
And also, I had a chance to look at the actual exhibit regarding what came into evidence from Dr. Welcher and Ms. Little. Contrary to what you said and what Mr. Alessi was nodding to, page 136 did not come into evidence. It's a blank page. So that PowerPoint did not come in. I had a chance to look at Dr. Rentschler's PowerPoint, and at least for now, maybe you can persuade me otherwise. Any text that has hearsay on it that you say will help assist the jury, what I want to say is I think we have to give the jury some credit here, okay? They have been listening to this case intently for weeks. I don't find that anything that you've recommended here comes in to assist the jury is necessary to assist the jury. So before Dr. Rentschler testifies, those slides that were objected to that have text are out.
Can I have a moment just to examine the Dr. Welcher PowerPoint?
No, not right now. You can look at it, yes. You can look at it while we're bringing the jury in.
Okay, because we have 4 copies of the PowerPoint, and I know that
Find a microphone.
I'd like to be able to. 137 is the plan.
Mr. Alessi, please. One 136, 137, and 138 are all blacked out. All right, the jurors on their way, right? Okay.
And now my oven just went off.
session, please be seated.
Valkyrie's out here playing hide and seek
Right.
with my new
Mr.
USB
Brennan,
cord I
whenever-
needed.
I'm sorry.
Oh no.
Couldn't find it. It was in the
She's
bathroom for
sick.
some reason. It's okay. It's okay. We found it.
Okay.
We got there.
Good afternoon.
Am I on point now?
You are.
You were asked on direct examination about your qualifications. You were a medical examiner for the state of Rhode Island, is that fair to say?
Yes, I was the chief medical examiner,
For 20 years?
12 years.
I'm sorry, 12 years. When's the last time you worked as a medical examiner?
In 2005.
When's the last time that you conducted an autopsy?
I've done probably a handful of autopsies, private autopsies in my consulting practice.
Since 2005?
Correct.
When do you think the last time you did one is?
Maybe 4 years ago, four or 5 years ago.
4 or 5 years ago?
Yes.
Okay. Since
Why don't
you
you
left the
repeat
medical
everything she
examiner's
says?
office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
It's all part of keeping up with the medical literature and knowing the forensic pathology literature, reading medical literature. So it's a continuing endeavor to keep yourself educated with medical updates.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you had any specialized training in brain injuries?
I've not gone to a course on brain injuries.
Since you left the medical examiner's office, have you taught any students on brain injuries?
Yes,
Have you given any classes or seminars on brain injuries?
yes, I have.
And coup counter coup, how many times have you experienced that
Said it right
as a
that
medical
time.
examiner, that condition?
Well, I myself haven't experienced it, which was good, but in cases, hundreds of cases, it's a common injury.
You said you did differential diagnosis. That is to exhaust any potential bias you have, correct?
Well, a differential diagnosis is to think, how many ways can you get this finding? And it does help prevent bias.
Did you say on direct examination, part of the benefit of differential diagnosis is to make sure that you don't have a bias?
Yes, yes.
In order to eliminate bias, you're supposed to look at all reasonable alternatives, correct?
Yes, that's part of it, making a differential diagnosis.
So you don't just look at a person's body, come to a conclusion, and ignore other evidence. That would kind of defeat the purpose of differential diagnosis, wouldn't it?
Well, you always have to look at all the evidence.
And so if you didn't look at all the evidence and you disregarded some of the evidence because you had already made up your mind, that really wouldn't be the proper study of differential diagnosis, would it?
Right, I don't do that.
I'm sorry, ma'am.
I don't do that. I always look at all the evidence.
And would you look at all the evidence even if it was contrary to whatever opinion you want to give in court?
Well, the evidence allows me to come to an opinion. So it's not like I decide on some opinion I want to give and then look for the evidence. The evidence is going to tell me what happened to the body.
So you would never say, like, I don't need to look at that evidence. If it's presented to you, you'd look at it and study it and consider it in differential diagnosis?
Sure, it may or may not apply, but I'd look at it.
Because if you did that and said, well, I don't need to look at this, and it was relevant evidence, that would defeat the whole idea of differential diagnosis, correct?
Well, you always want to look at all the evidence that's going to help you decide what happened to the body.
If you were to ignore relevant evidence because you already made your mind up, that could create some type of bias, even if you're not recognizing it, correct?
Well, I don't make my mind up. I make it up on all the evidence I have. Then if something else other evidence comes up later, I have to reevaluate everything and consider that new evidence.
When you were talking about car collisions, I don't want to belabor the point, but you didn't major in physics, did you?
In what?
You didn't major in physics, did you?
No, I took physics, but no, didn't major in it.
Okay. And the last time you took physics was probably, what, undergrad?
Correct. Thank goodness.
You have no study in biomechanical engineering.
No, I'm
She
not
never
a
said she
biomechanical engineer.
Understood. You never taught courses in accident reconstruction, have you?
Only in terms of looking at the injuries on the body and showing how that they could or could not have occurred from impact with a motor vehicle.
Have you taught classes in accident reconstruction?
Only as far as it would affect the findings on the body.
Do you know what I mean by when I say accident reconstruction?
Well, accident reconstruction meaning, and I'm telling you that my expertise in accident reconstruction is restricted to looking at the body and then understanding how impacts may or may not have occurred to the body. I don't take a car and look at mileage and such like that.
You don't do any studies of the actual vehicles, you're focused on the body?
I'm focused on the body, but I also look at the vehicles to look at the points of impact that might be possible.
You do not have any advanced study in biomechanics, do you?
No.
Now, you had mentioned that when you were in the medical examiner's office, you had a number of higher profile cases.
Well, every case is important because somebody's dead.
You pointed out some pretty specific ones on direct examination. Were those more important, the ones that were highlighted, or is that the same as every other case?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you had mentioned the Egypt airline crash, station nightclub fire. Those were highlighted or pronounced on direct examination. Are they equally important as every other case?
Oh, absolutely. Every person is my patient.
You talked about some of your commendations. The station nightclub fire, you received quite a bit of criticism on that, didn't you?
Well, there was a flurry of negative press without any basis.
You had mentioned that a doctor, a medical examiner, should have gone out to the scene to look at the area where John O'Keefe was found to make observations. Did you suggest that in any way on direct examination?
You have to know what the scene looks like, and usually that is documented in police reports and in police photographs who document the scene.
The station nightclub fire, that had numerous victims, didn't it?
Yes, 100.
And you received criticism because you were repeatedly requested by emergency responders and police officials to come to the scene, and you refused?
That's incorrect. First of all, nobody called me to come to the scene, and medical examiners are not first responders. As soon as I got a call that there was that fire in the nightclub, my investigator went right to the scene, and I was in constant communication with him throughout the early morning hours of that horrible accident. And I went into the medical examiner's office because I had to start getting ready to run our office 24 hours a day to not only take care of the poor individuals who expired in the nightclub fire, but also the regular work of the medical examiners. So there was no need for me to go to the scene because I had my investigator there, and my job would be at the office to get things all set up to handle the influx of deceased.
Did you receive criticism that over 17 hours there was an effort to have you come to the scene, but you refused?
There were,
Going to allow it in a different.
He sees going to
that's incorrect.
Hold on,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no, I didn't mean to scare you. Just
Oh. Okay.
hold on for a second.
Okay.
Ask him differently, Mr. Brennan, please.
Did you receive criticism that officials?
I'm going to allow it based on the ending, pursuant to the ending. Let's hear it.
Did you receive criticism that for over 17 hours officials were asking you to come to the scene and you refused?
It was untrue. It was printed in the newspaper. We looked up all the phone records and provided it to the newspapers and showed that nobody called me to go. I would have gone if I needed to. I had my investigator there. It was just...
This is when you are stupid, you ask questions like this.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Somebody wrote a hit piece on her when they were trying to get her removed from office, and now you look stupid, Brennan.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you claim she... Sorry.
Oh, that's okay. If you don't think she's had to deal with, really tough questions and all of the BS, Hank is nothing. She probably had entire media crews parked outside of her home calling her, hateful, callous, negligent, all those things. She has gone through the ringer, and you're not going to shake her.
No.
No, and this is 25 years ago. She had been asked that question every single case since then. So you refused to go to the scene? No, I didn't. No one called me to the scene. But I read a
And she has
newspaper
records.
article. Yeah, and I read in a newspaper that Hank Brennan actually is a lawyer. Funny, not all of we read is true.
He
plays a mean harmonica.
Erroneous stuff.
Was there other criticisms in 2005 before you left the office?
No, there was a flurry of stuff in the papers. There were union issues, new director of health, new governor. So yeah, there was a little flurry of stuff, which was not substantive.
So you inevitably did resign in 2005.
Yes, because my budget was going to be cut, and I knew that if I had to get rid of a medical examiner, we couldn't do a good job for the state, and I'd done it. I'd been chief for 12 years. I'd been on call 24 hours a day for 12 years, which was an honor, really. But then if I couldn't do a good job, if we cut the budget, I had to get rid of a medical examiner. I couldn't serve the people of Rhode Island well, so I resigned.
Great answer.
You resigned shortly after
Great
the audit
answer.
and criticism?
No.
Same year?
Oh, I don't even remember.
After you resigned, you opened your own company?
Yes, I started an independent consulting practice.
How much of your business is consulting?
It's a consulting practice.
Yep. How much are you?
All of it, dumbass.
It's a consulting practice, you moron. I thought lawyers were supposed to be good with words.
You guys, Baker Media is a YouTube business. How much of that business?
How much of your revenue is generated on YouTube?
Well, it's a YouTube business.
Right, Baker. But
answer
how
the
much of your
question.
product is on YouTube?
Well, again, it's a YouTube business. So again, none of
Okay,
it,
I'm going
of
to
course.
ask this question one more time and maybe you'll answer it. Where is the YouTube, in your channel?
So
I saw
stupid.
it. I saw
Don't
it.
you sell merch as well? Yeah, but I don't really make any money on that. Oh, so you don't only make YouTube? Well, no. Oh, so you would say you're a liar?
Well, no, the store's connected.
I'm
to
a
my
YouTuber,
YouTube
so
channel.
of course
That's how
I
you
am.
find it. Oh, it's so dumb, y'all. It's so dumb.
Oh my gosh,
Is
this
Humphrey
man
Bogart
is
100%. It's consulting.
Do you consult in both criminal and civil cases?
Yes, I do.
What percentage of cases are criminal cases?
It's maybe half and half.
Half criminal, half civil?
I don't keep track of it in that way, but that would be a guess.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I don't keep track of numbers of civil or criminal cases that I'm consulted in. If I had to give an estimate, it would be half and half. I've worked on over 1,000 cases in my private company.
And fair to say you get compensated for your time?
Yes, I get paid for my time.
Dr. LaPosada, you had mentioned that there were some scratches that you had taken a look at on Mr. O'Keefe's body. If we could have Exhibit 165, please. Now, would it be fair to say, Dr. LaPosada, you do not know the genesis of that cut on Mr. O'Keefe's right eye?
I do not know what caused it. I can tell you what didn't cause it, but I don't know what did cause it.
You said that was from blunt force?
It's from application of blunt force to that little area that broke the skin.
Like a punch.
When you were asked a question about whether that was consistent with a punch, you opined that it was consistent with a punch, yes?
It could be consistent with a punch.
You weren't saying it was consistent with a punch to a reasonable degree of medical certainty, were you?
That would be within my differential diagnosis.
It could be consistent with all other types of blunt impact, or many other types of blunt impact, couldn't it?
That's correct.
Ground,
Like a pistol whip.
perhaps?
No.
Spain
an
could
object?
be anywhere.
If it was an object that could get into that area under the eyebrow, yes.
You mentioned the spoiler on the back of Miss Reed's
Not the spoiler again.
Lexus. Do you remember that?
I remember that.
Do you know how tall John O'Keefe was?
He's around 7 foot, 5'11", I think, 7'2", something around in there.
What?
That's
Okay.
really bad. 5'11", 7'2". He's 6'2", 220.
6'1" is what the prosecution's been saying. Also, earlier she said that there was 100 beats per minute on that. What's it called? A Jacobs machine?
The Lucas machine.
Lucas, thank you. I knew it was a 5-letter name. The Lucas machine, and then 37 minutes of it doesn't equal 37,000. It equals 3,700. Lady, don't give her numbers. She's as bad as Mo with numbers.
She's a doctor. She's not like a lawyer or anything who are really good with math.
Look, she picked dead people so she wouldn't have to titrate any medicine. She's really smart. She's like, I'm not good at math. I'll work with the dead.
Can't mess up their dosage.
Closer to 6'1". Does that make sense?
Sure.
Okay. And
I think she meant to say 6'2".
Spoiler.
But nonetheless.
On the Lexus. Do you know how high off the ground that is?
She learned math with me.
Did you ever try to measure it or ask for photos or any information about that?
No, I looked at the photos.
Did you ever ask for any measurements or try to take any measurements?
No.
Could I have Exhibit 166, please? Did you see this cut on Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
That's a scratch. It's not made by a sharp instrument. It's not a cut. It's a scratch.
Is there any scratches on the left side? Do we have a photo of the left side?
I got a new mic
Please.
from Shizzy.
And that you say that's a scratch, not a cut?
Correct, because a cut means it's made by a sharp thing like a knife, and a scratch is made by something that's kind of rounded that has a little point on it, but it's not sharp.
Okay. Do you have any information or basis to say where that scratch came from?
No.
Did you do any differential diagnosis on that scratch?
I don't know what caused that. There could be a number of things that caused it.
There was no scratch on the right side of Mr. O'Keefe's nose?
I don't see it one, no.
Could you zoom in, Ms. Gilman? So the only scratch was on the left side?
Looks to be, that's not a good photograph because there's some blood obscuring the skin.
Yes.
If my memory serves me, there is a scratch on the left side of the nose and maybe a small scrape on the tip of the nose.
And we can go back to the left side? And you said that could not have been caused by a sharp object?
Correct. It's not an incised wound. Incised wound means a bladed, sharp cut. This is a scratch, not made by a blade.
Were you aware the defendant made a statement that she pulled a piece of glass from the defendant's nose?
No.
And you would say that that wound is inconsistent with being caused by glass or a sharp object?
It would not be caused by a blade. It could be caused by a piece of glass that was thick.
I thought before I offered you that statement, you had said that it could not have been caused by glass. Do you now have a different opinion?
I don't remember saying it couldn't have been caused by glass.
Didn't you say it couldn't have been caused by glass or a sharp object?
A sharp object.
Like
a sharp object, like it's not an incised wound made by a blade. It could be caused by something sharper that's thicker, but does not have a thin blade. So it could be caused by a thicker piece of glass.
If somebody is deceased, does any blood pressure from their heart still move in their body?
No, they're dead.
If somebody removed a sharp object like glass from somebody's face, would they spurt blood if they've died?
If you're dead, there's no blood pressure. So if you're dead and you...
Now he'll go to, when I pulled it out, it sprayed out all over me. But that was said in connection with doing the CPR. That's why the blood came out of his mouth.
Yeah.
Well,
remove
and
something,
also
there may be
your brain plays tricks on you. It tries to protect you. So Karen's memory of what happened that day is probably not very close to reality. I mean, she might not remember that day fully. So
also, she was pretty drunk at the time. Let's not forget that.
Would she still be drunk in the morning?
She was in the morning. They blood tested her.
Oh, yeah, she was.
Yeah.
artificial blood, but it's not going to have
We don't know
blood
when she got
flow
drunk.
because your heart's not pumping blood out of the cut ends of the blood vessels.
So it's not going to spurt if you pull something out of a person's skin if they've passed.
You wouldn't get a spurt of blood from arterial pressure.
I just want to ask you a very few questions about hypothermia.
Sure.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe's body temperature at the hospital was 80 degrees,
Yes.
and there's different ways to take somebody's or body's temperature, isn't there?
Yeah, that was a rectal temperature, so that's a good representation of the body temperature.
Is the variance between a common practice of taking temperature and by somebody's mouth and rectal, is it about a 3 or 4 degrees difference, or do you have a different experience?
It can be different. A rectal temperature gives you a better internal body temperature. The oral temperature, if you're breathing in or if you just had something cold in your mouth, may not register a proper temperature. So the rectal temperature is the preferred temperature to for.
Yes, it is.
It's also Brennan's preferred way to take his temperature and Tylenol.
For a medical
I bet
diagnosis.
Brennan's that type of guy that like pulls his
98.6
pants
is an
all the
important
way down when he has to use the urinal.
It's
Just
not
around his
Beb,
He doesn't use the urinal. He sits down to pee.
it's not Beb breathing. It's the witness. He has, I think, some lung infection.
Temperature, isn't it?
Yeah, it's our usual normal body temperature.
And so, is there a standard? Is 95 degrees considered hypothermic?
If you have, then clinically you would start to worry that the person might be experiencing bad effects of hypothermia.
At 95 degrees?
At 95, you start to worry about it.
And could some of the things that happen is labored breathing?
Is what?
Labored breathing?
What about labored breathing?
Well, if someone is hypothermic, if they're 95 degrees, does it affect their breathing patterns?
Not especially.
Okay. Does it affect the way their respiratory system works?
No.
Does it have any effects on the human body if you're hypothermic at 95 degrees?
No. You're still okay.
If that temperature continues to decline, it starts to become dangerous, doesn't it?
It can.
Mr. O'Keefe was evaluated, and at the hospital, his body temperature from a rectal reading was 80 degrees at about, what, 6:37?
Correct.
Did you know that before he got...
It's not. It's the witness. She has done that every time since she can't understand. We heard her in the Dr. Turk case. She had no problem there, so I think she has a lung infection or something.
To the hospital, first responders had him in an ambulance.
Of course.
Did you know they turned the heat up and put blankets on him and tried to provide warmth to him before he got to the hospital?
Yes, that would be standard practice.
And that standard practice would usually add temperature to the person, wouldn't it?
Well, it might.
So it's possible it could, but it might not.
It usually doesn't add that much.
I see. And so inevitably,
Especially if they're
at 6:37, Mr. O'Keefe's body was 80 degrees.
Yes, when he got to the hospital, his rectal temperature was 80 degrees.
And so that is a drop from the standard, or what's expected of 98.6 degrees. That's a drop of at least 18.6 degrees.
2 girls, 1 ice
Yes.
cube.
You mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe, after suffering his head injury, would not have moved other than twitching.
Correct. No purposeful movement.
Were you aware that he had an iPhone with healthcare data on it?
Health data.
No.
It is not healthcare data. Stop saying that, or I'm going to ask you for a HIPAA form because you're giving out private fucking information.
Well, we do have an app in Denmark where we can access our health things. It's encrypted, so it couldn't be used in America because we know encrypted means illegal, even though every email, text message is already encrypted, but the signal is really bad. But so you technically could say I have an app with my healthcare on it because you can see when I went to the doctor for the last time. And again, not a problem. Penicillin cleared it right up. It only was the 4 days of burning pee.
If there's no movement, assume for a second there's no movement of Mr. O'Keefe after 12:32:16, and he's found a little after 6 a.m. in the morning. That's about 5 hours or 5.5 hours, correct?
About.
And if somebody is in the cold for 5.5 hours, that's consistent with dropping from 98.6 degrees to 80 degrees in body temperature, isn't it?
If the person is dead, yes.
If a person is outside in the cold and still alive, will their body temperature decrease?
If they can, people can die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Oh, not the ultimate death, but if somebody's outside and they're alive and they're lying in the snow and it's below freezing, will they lose body temperature?
They will, especially if they're not bundled up well.
And body temperature can drop from 2.5 to 4 degrees an hour?
In a dead body.
Okay. And in a living person, it can drop 1.5 degrees.
No. A dead body at room temperature will usually lose body temperature at like 1.5 degrees an hour. If a dead body is in a cold environment covered with snow and avalanche environments, the dead body can cool at 4 degrees per hour.
And so a person who is in cold conditions, starting to be covered by snow, less than freezing, they can lose body temperature when they're living, can't they?
If you're sure, you can. People die of hypothermia, but that's not the case here.
Well, someone could be alive, lose body temperature, and not die. That can happen, can't it?
Yeah.
Right. So if someone is in the cold, let's assume they're not dead for a second. They're in the snow, below freezing, not moving. Can that person lose body temperature if they're still alive?
Sure. They just lie there. They can become hypothermic and die.
Even before they become hypothermic, can they lose body temperature?
That's how you become hypothermic, because hypothermia is just the state your body enters when it drops below. Is it 95 degrees Fahrenheit?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay,
I believe
do have a quote.
It's like 36 degrees in real numbers. If you go below that, you are technically hypothermic. But then there's degrees of hypothermia. There's the, I'm stopping shaking now. That's the, I'm going to get heat right now because this is dangerous. And then you have the, I'm so cold, I'm going to go to sleep because I feel really warm and tired. And that's the really, really bad case of hypothermia. That's when your internal organs have suffered damage. You asking the same question about if a body can get cold if it's outside unprotected won't change the fact that he didn't have signs of hypothermia. Sorry, Mo.
So I do have a question. Was there ever a time, independent from resuscitation devices, that John had an independent heartbeat?
No.
Okay,
for 45 years, he had an independent heartbeat.
Yeah. Not since they found him in the snow that morning, though. No.
Okay, so it was the Lucas
he had
machine
blood in
and
his airwaves when they started doing CPR. He was passed away.
Okay, I was wondering because I couldn't remember from the last trial if it was more resuscitation machines and sort of artificial help to keep him alive, because they had to get him warm enough to pronounce him, passed.
He was dead when he was found, and then they put him on the machine because technically you are not dead until you have a core temperature of X. So yeah, but no, he had been dead for X amount of time before. But it's really hard to tell how long because, funny enough, the cold will, the environment will affect the ability to read the signs of your normal read the time of death with.
Well, losing body temperature makes you hypothermic. Thermic is temperature and hypo means below. So your temperature goes down and you're hypothermic because it's going down.
And people can survive from being hypothermic if they get the right care.
Sure.
And so in that 5.5 hours, it is consistent with a person being outside in the cold and starting at 98.6 and ending at 80. That's consistent with being in the cold for 5.5 hours, isn't it?
For a dead body, yes. That's how a dead body would cool in a snow-covered cold environment.
And it could also be consistent with somebody who is alive for some time and then dies, correct?
I don't understand your question.
Somebody could be out in the cold, under the snow, sub-freezing. They could be alive for some time. Their body temperature could drop. And then when they pass and die, their body temperature could continue to drop probably at a more rapid pace. That still fits within 5.5 hours, doesn't it, Dr. La Posada?
Well, yeah, he could have been alive for 2 minutes. Technically, you're correct. Let's say he died after 30 seconds. So he was hit in the head, lived for 30 seconds, then passed away. In those 30 seconds, his body temperature might have decreased slightly. So technically, you're correct. But factually, you're an idiot. Because she have said 25 times there was no hypothermia. He would have been hypothermic.
Right? He's saying that, you don't know when he died, how long he could have possibly wandered around. He could have got up, pulled out his phone, and then, right. He's an idiot. She's saying flat out that couldn't have happened.
Volstorm, don't tempt me.
The same question asked 45 times because he really wants her to say he was hypothermic, even though every time she says he's not hypothermic. The temperature is the same as it would be expected in a dead body. 80 degrees up your bum. But you could also have had a mouth thermometer, yes. But always go mouth to bum, not bum to mouth if you're taking the temperature. I learned that the hard way.
No.
Because if someone can
just to loop it up,
drop 4 degrees of body temperature in an hour.
A dead body.
Yes. It would only take about a little over 4 hours if it was at 4 degrees to go from 98.6 to 80. Yes?
Correct, yes. Right. So he would.
Baker, can you pause?
What you don't understand.
Wouldn't the snow be insulating a little bit?
No, because you're not. When you make an igloo, it's because you get out of the wind, so the wind chill factor goes away. That's why it's insulating you. It'll be minimal again, it's a light snowfall. What Brennan is trying to say is, yes, I know you have missed this because Marissa doesn't do party tricks.
Ooh, I need to get dry erase markers. I've got wet erase, and I always forget to have napkins that are wet or wipes next to me.
What Brennan is saying is, this is really competent made. This is the amount of heat the body lost. This is a bottom thermometer, 2 scale. So this happened in 4 hours, and that is totally cromulent. But the problem is she keeps saying yes in a dead body, because what Brennan doesn't understand is inside here, most people, not me, because I'm heartless, we have a heart. The heart will produce heat. So this curve wouldn't go like this over 4 hours because there will be heat added to it. So it wouldn't drop off as rapidly till the heart stops pumping. That's why we have a temperature, because your body actually really likes to be 37 degrees hot, 37.5 degrees hot. I don't do weird numbers. So it'll fight really, really hard to keep you at that because all your internal organs really likes to be cozy. That's why you have that temperature. So if it starts dropping, you start shaking because your muscles contract to try and heat up your system. So you wouldn't have the same drop off as if your muscles and blood aren't moving. She keeps saying yes in a body that's diseased, and he will keep going back to, so he could have stayed alive for 3 hours and then passed away in the last hour. No, that's impossible because he has a 4-hour window that fits exactly with a diseased body's loss of temperature. A non-diseased would have had a way more parabolical fall in temperature. Because your heart, I know it's stupid your heart is one of those few systems you have that'll really try, even though your brain is dead, you can still have a beating heart because your body want to stay alive. So it'll do whatever it can, and it's an automatic system. It doesn't need an active impulse from your brain to say, remember to beat. That's why you can both draw breath and ventilate your blood, and you can blink your eyes at the system because you don't need to think about it. It's in your animal brain. It'll keep going. It'll keep trying to keep you alive. What Brennan doesn't understand is when that system shut off, you have a linear loss of body heat. I can't with this man. I can't believe he's that stupid. I really can't believe he must. Yeah. Again, if anyone didn't know, I'm a baker by trade. I can figure this one out.
Also, speculation, but I am going to speculate that Hank takes this temperature regularly every morning rectally to make sure he's not a Borg.
I think his paralegal does it for him. Or his
mom. No, his mom does it for him.
No,
he hasn't moved out.
I will not be spreading rumor about the paralegal, but I heard 2 fingers is needed.
Is exposed to that cold environment for 4 to 5 hours.
If somebody was alive for a couple of hours, it's a lower rate. Say they lose 3 degrees. And then, after that couple hours, they lose body temperature at 4 degrees. That would still fit and be consistent with a drop from 98.6 to 30 degrees, to 80 degrees, wouldn't it?
No, but you were saying a dead body cools in a cold environment at maybe 3 to 4 degrees an hour. And that has nothing to do with a living body and how long they can stay at a body temperature.
Do you disagree that somebody could be alive, lose body temperature out in the cold, freezing temperature below 32? They could lose body temperature at a certain rate, then die, and then continue to lose body temperature.
No, but you're such an idiot. You need to get to this is just like your velocity speed that none of your expert could figure out. Again, Hank Brennan, your problem is time. You have 4 hours. That's the time you have, the window of time where the body must drop off this temperature. If the body is still functioning, it'll have a slower loss of temperature. It can't speed up and say, well, if you have a 4-hour window, I can't do that. And you have to get from the top to the bottom. You have to have a constant loss of power, temperature. Yes, he could have stayed alive for 5 seconds or 10 seconds. He couldn't have stayed alive for 3 hours and then died in 1 hour and lost the same temperature. You must be 11 levels of stupid to try and argue that with a lady who has the credentials this doctor has.
It is also, Why isn't Bev so afraid of demonstratives? This would be easily understood with a graph showing that he precipitously lost temperature. There was no, sort of slow or stair-step descent to a lower temperature. But
and
we
he
do
said
have
past
Apple
die.
Health Care.
Yeah. He said past die. What I think he's just he's like me when I get tired. He can't figure out what words to say, but that's because I have to do it in a different language. He wanted to say pass away and didn't want to say it, then said die. He's just stupid.
Is that possible?
Anything's possible.
80.
It's just what's important is what happened in this case.
I'm asking for your medical opinion, though, rather than to be an advocate. As far
She's not being an advocate, you idiot. You want her to change her testimony with a hypothetical that she says doesn't...
as your medical opinion,
He's so dumb.
Sustained, and I'll strike that.
as far as
Dr.
your,
Laprasada,
Yes.
would you listen to the question, please?
Of course, thank you, Your Honor.
as far as your medical experience, could somebody be alive, outside, in the cold, below 32 degrees, not...
Objection, asked and answered. This is the 6th time he asked exactly the same question. He will get exactly the same answer because facts doesn't change.
And you're not going to rattle this woman. You're not going to get her to say something that's not true with your word games. Like she's just not.
And if it's to bring someone on back and say, well, she left him there to die because he could have survived. You just said earlier, you got her to say that within 15 minutes, there was a possible maybe chance if he was at a Class A trauma center, not a Class 1, which is supposedly the right name, but a Class A trauma center. And now you want her to testify that, well, he could have been alive till 1 minute before they found him, and when they rolled up on him, that's when he passed away, or something stupid like that.
Well, I also can't believe he's going with Karen's testimony of that morning. We all know Karen was kind of out of it, drunk, and very in that acute grief stage. So her mind might not have even registered what happened that day in a correct way.
Yeah. I've been outside in 9 degrees and didn't lose my body heat. No, but this guy was incapacitated on the ground. So even though, of course, his body would have tried to shake him hot, but you will lose a lot of body heat. That's why if you join the Navy in Denmark, you will see a video from the 70s called Cold Can Kill, where you learn
Is it from the 70s?
Yes, and it's horrible because it has this reoccurring cold can kill. You're out hiking with your friends in the mountains. One of them starts lagging behind. You keep an eye on him and you ask, "Are you okay?" And he's saying, "I am sweating. I feel really hot. Be careful. Cold can kill." Feeling hot in a cold environment is an indication that hypothermia has set in. He would soon feel tired and pass into unconsciousness and pass away. You are out swimming with some friends. One of them starts treading water and have blue lips. You ask him if he's okay, and he says he's fine. But watch out. Cold can kill.
Baker, do you guys swim in your beach? Isn't it cold as heck? No, do people go swimming on the beaches?
From like October to May. May is when it kind of gets hot enough that you can swim if you're not a crazy person. All the crazy people will do winter dipping because it's good for your circulation. To winter dipping, you go down to the beach and then you'll just and go up again and say, "Oh, it's so good for my circulation. Now I'm blue like I effed the Smurf, and let me run up there, and my penis is smaller than normal," which is not a lot. And
wait, they're naked?
Most of them are. It's all wrinkly people.
It's
always the ones you don't want to have. There's a lot of Audis that becomes innies at that age anyway, so doesn't matter.
Good to look forward to.
No, I don't frolic in ice water. I'm not a big fan of the cold.
moving, covered by snow, still alive, and lose body temperature?
Sure.
And then could they, after an hour, 2 hours, could they then die and continue to lose more body temperature?
Sure.
But you couldn't reach the degree you wanted.
You mentioned your opinion about injury on Mr.
I should do that. Make a channel where I made all the old infomercials. We had in Denmark, it was called OBS, which means information to the citizen from the information to the citizens about society. They would always have only a fool fears fire or something. It doesn't fear fire or the ocean or something. And there was always, remember when you took your kids out sailing and you didn't put on a life vest and little Johnny didn't come home? Always put on a life vest because only a fool don't fear the ocean. And stuff like that. I should get those and remake them. It's $1 million idea. I'll start tomorrow.
Keith.
Yep.
And at one point you said
You don't need sleep.
that it was his injury was inconsistent with a taillight, and you said because there was no damage from the bumper. Do you remember saying that?
I don't think I said it quite that way.
Okay. Do you remember how you said it?
No.
Do you remember discussing or raising the issue
Baker,
of
can you pause?
a bumper?
Is he again opening the door for her to comment on biomechanical things with asking
Yes.
her, Hank, are you functionally late in French?
It's not going to matter because Bev still has to allow it.
Yeah.
And she never will.
No. He will ask. So when the car moved at 45 miles per hour into him before taking off and going into space, you lied when she said he didn't have hypothermia. And she said, no. Okay, you opened the door to talk about all the biomechanical. And she would have said, no, he never asked that question. That's not how I remember it.
Part of your equation that the injury
How's the new
Mr.
mic sound?
O'Keefe was inconsistent with the injuries?
A little tinny, but
He
that
has
could just
no
be my
injuries
ears.
on him that are consistent with being hit by the back of the SUV. That includes the spoiler, that includes the bumper.
Okay, if we could play video E, please. I want to ask you, Dr. Laposada, have you seen this video before?
Oh God, the blue video, please.
The ARCA video.
Oh.
No.
But I'll still contest it's not consistent with a car strike.
Thank you. You can take that down. Did you see anything in that video
Poor Randy.
that would suggest any contact between that mannequin and the vehicle's bumper?
Objection.
I'm going to see you at sidebar on this for just a minute, please.
But again, the injuries to his body doesn't align with even an arm hit. It doesn't matter. Of course, this is what he do, and this is why the idiots on the other side touts him as such a magical worker, because he actually doesn't get the questions asked. He answers he asks. He just
Take the video as it
that
goes.
false dichotomy.
Last bit of questioning of this witness and the video as it goes to this witness.
What?
All right. All right, so jurors, I am going to strike the...
Are there any additional? Dr. Laposada, after you received materials, did you ever ask for any additional materials?
Let's see, I always make sure I have all the scene investigation, autopsy, medical records, police and witness and witness statements. So I felt I had a pretty complete database. I didn't get the x-rays until a couple weeks ago, so that was delayed.
That was newer?
Yes.
You said a medical examiner has to make a determination in 90 days. Is that the rule?
When you work in a medical examiner's office, when you get a deceased in, our national standards want us to have the autopsy report completed and all the associated tests done within 90 days.
Can investigations occur and the additional accumulation of evidence happen after that 90 days?
Oh, sure.
Thank you, Dr. Laposada.
He got her to say someone could have died and then get colder later. That can be easily fixed by saying, would that fit the scheme? And then he tried to play that video, which was stupid because I think everyone knows it doesn't show what he think it shows. But other than that, I don't think he, even with his bitchy way of trying to imply that she was a bad worker, I don't think he did really well.
Well, and she definitely got in that this wasn't applicable, right? How many times
she said that 3 times.
That didn't happen here, right? It was ridiculous the amount of times she said it. I don't think this was a win for him in the slightest.
And Brennan said 30 minutes with her, but again, it's not set in stone. It's just. And
did he say?
Hey,
no.
Brennan also promised his wife 6 inches on his wedding night, and not even with the 2 guys in the room that happened.
I can't remember if it was this witness or the next witness that he said that for.
And it skipped, of course. Apparently, fire is coming up. Stephen said, "Look ahead."
Well, losing body.
Dropping from 98 equation.
Let's see.
Always make sure I.
Your Honor, may we approach along what the
testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness.
Yeah, they don't care.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I proceed? Thank you. Dr. Laposada, you were just asked a series of questions about body cooling, correct?
Yes.
Does a body, as it's cooling, does it know if it's indoors or outdoors?
No.
If there's a very cold environment, be it indoor or outdoor environment, would it still cool?
Oh, absolutely.
And it would cool would it cool at the rates that you earlier described?
Yes.
Even if indoors, if that indoors was cold?
Absolutely.
Your Honor, may we approach along with the Commonwealth very briefly?
That was a quick sidebar for nothing. Oh, it's because you want to bring up the X-rays now. He said he'd take a quick sidebar before the X-rays. Aiden is no longer in court, it looks like. Did he have court today? Oh, the fake widow is in there.
Oh, that'd be grimy. Are they scheduling his court dates so that he can't be here for this?
Well, yesterday it was an hour and 30 minutes. No, he demanded a trial by bench trial.
Bench trial.
Yeah. And I have, apparently there is video of yesterday's, but I haven't found it.
Dr. Laposada, stand back here for a quick second. Before I sat down the last time, I asked you a little bit about X-rays.
Yes.
And the effect of X-rays on.
Oh, you missed it. The jury asked what striking means. Well, I can't do all of this on my. It's not like I've done it before.
Witness and the video as it goes to this witness. All right.
So the juror had
Dr.
to ask
Laposada,
for
after
that.
you receive materials,
Well, police and
is that the rule?
our
Okay.
Yes.
So let's hear
Dr.
it.
Okay,
Laposada,
hold on. Jurors, when I strike something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence.
Apparently, this lady is the paralegal of Hank Brennan. And
Right. Okay.
look at her face when.
Yes.
Dr.
Okay,
Laposada,
hold on. jurors, when I
She
strike
looked really, really confused.
something, that means disregard it. And what I've struck through this witness, the video that you just saw and some of the testimony means that if it's in evidence, it's in evidence, but it is not part of your consideration with this witness.
Okay. Oh, and the Pee Wee Herman-looking guy is the appellant lawyer for the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
May I proceed? Thank you.
Oh, so it was just to tell them what striking means. Not that important.
Where did
You
the
would have
question
thought
come
that
from?
The choppy bailiff who just walked across when Jackson went back, he went up to the bench, said something. She said, "Excuse me," and then she answered it. So a juror must have asked a bailiff, "What the hell does that striking?" She says it all the time. We've only been here for 30 days, and I haven't gotten that, even though she has said it 40 times so far. But the choppy guy who went up there while AJ went over. Yeah. I like this one way better.
Yes.
Russell is a little too old lady-like in her explanation. She gets a little rambly.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
They're
I
both
recognize it by
super
the medical
impressive women.
examiner identification of Mr. O'Keefe, and I recognize the x-ray of the right hand, the right wrist, the right femur, and I can also tell by the R designation here that that's the right side of the body.
Is this what you reviewed in coming to your opinions and conclusions concerning injuries to his right hand?
Yes.
Thank you.
So these now will mark whatever the next exhibit in A, B, and C.
A, B, and C, yes, Your Honor.
So the non-existent X-rays are now in.
229A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm sorry, anyway. May I approach?
Yes.
Dr. Hughes,
Sure.
do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is a x-ray of the body of Mr. O'Keefe from the medical examiner's office. The R indicates the right side, and we see here the two bones of the arm. There's no injury to them. We see the pelvis bone. There's no injury to that bone. They're perfectly normal, and there's no abnormal soft tissue swelling. It's a normal right arm.
Thank you. My name is Mark, this next order of
That may obviate the need to put it up, right?
It could.
229B.
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. Doctor, do you recognize this document?
Yes, this is another x-ray at the medical examiner's office of Mr. O'Keefe. And again, it shows the right side. We see some of the ribs there. We see the shoulder and the humerus, the upper arm bone. And the upper arm bone is totally normal. There's no soft tissue swelling around it. There's no breakage or microfractures.
Thank you, Doctor. With court's permission, next in order, sub C as in Charlie.
Yes.
Dr. Lapasada, that's all I have for you. Thank you for coming.
Anything, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
All right, Dr. Lapasada, you are all set.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is she going to send them home? We can't get into Dr. Renslow with only an hour, but we can.
Why not?
But she hasn't ruled on half of his stuff.
Not a single fracture in that entire part where a 57, 6,000 pound vehicle is supposed to have struck him.
Yeah, spiraling him around at how many G's?
No, you're forgetting sideswipe.
Oh, yeah, sideswipe can't break a bone. I forgot that.
Let's go, Arca.
I might have been fishing in. I just put up. So, dear Auntie, it's the no X-ray thing. There could be injuries to his arm thing. Do you feel more stupid now, or don't you care because you don't really care about justice or the truth?
Oh goodness. We like
All right,
to
Mr. Jackson,
keep-
whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please, pull that to you. You're a little on the tall side. Pull that to you right up under your chin if you can. And in a nice, clear voice, tell the jurors your name and spell your last name for us, please.
Dr. Andrew John Rentschler, Rentschler.
Sir, what do you do for a living?
I'm a biomechanist, a biomechanical engineer, and an accident reconstructionist.
Where do you work?
I work for a company called ARCA LLC.
Tell us a little bit about ARCA. What is ARCA?
ARCA is an engineering consulting firm. So we do litigation type work, both civil and criminal, where we look at, for instance, I do biomechanics. So I look at injury causation in different types of events, motor vehicle accidents, pedestrian, automobile incidents, sports related injuries, industrial accidents. We also do accident reconstruction, as well as all types of really forensic type engineering. And we also do R&D, research and development, for private and governmental entities.
What's your current title?
I'm a vice president and director of biomechanics for the Midwest Division.
The director position that you hold, that's the official position at ARCA?
That's correct, yes, sir.
How are you ARCA's senior biomechanist?
I'm one of them, yes.
And how long have you held the position of director of biomechanics and human factors?
It's been at least 5 years. I don't recall exactly how long.
What exactly does is it biomechanist or biomechanist?
Biomechanist, yeah.
All right, I'll get it right by the time we're finished. What is a biomechanist? What do you do?
So a biomechanist really looks at the human body, and we look at the response of the human body to forces and accelerations. We apply traditional engineering, but to the human body. So a mechanical engineer, for instance, might look at a piece of steel, and you know the dimensions and size of the steel. If you apply a force in a certain direction with a certain magnitude, that steel will bend, and eventually it'll break. As a biomechanist or biomechanical engineer, I do the same thing, but I look at the human body. How much force has to be applied in what direction to get a specific type of injury, whether it's a fracture of your humerus, a concussion, intervertebral disc injury, any type of injury has what we call an injury mechanism. So we look at the response of how the body reacts to forces in different environments. Ultimately, our hope is to actually help prevent and mitigate accidents. Motor vehicle incidents, we look at the design of airbags and seatbelts, sporting equipment, how can we reduce concussions and injuries associated with that. So ultimately, we try to figure out how to make the environment and the world safer for people in whatever type of interaction you might have.
Is that sometimes called injury causation analysis?
It is. That's one aspect of it. Injury causation analysis is looking at how an injury occurs. So if someone sustains an injury, as a biomechanist, I can look at the events surrounding that incident and determine how the injury occurred. Now, how someone was positioned, how much force had to have been applied to certain parts of their body to actually produce a given injury.
Why is injury causation analysis important in the broader field of biomechanics? Why do you want to know the causation of certain injuries?
Well, like I just said, our main goal and interest is to really mitigate and prevent injuries from occurring. So in order to do that, you have to know how they occur. You have to know, for instance, hockey, we do a lot of work with the NHL, how certain injuries occur, cervical injuries, concussions, shoulder injuries. So if your intent is to prevent injuries in certain settings and situations, you have to study how the body reacts, how those injuries are created, and then you can determine or attempt to determine how to prevent them from occurring in different events and situations.
What sort of contracts or commissions does ARCA routinely engage in?
We have a number of different contracts. We've worked in the past with the United States military. I helped design what we call the energy absorbing seat for the MRAP vehicles.
Hold on 1 second, Dr. Sure. Okay.
I'm just gonna hit refresh because the feed looks blurry as crap. But
in furtherance of the NHL,
that helped. Rip.
How the body reacts to.
Now I have to find the sirens. That didn't help. I think it's because it's on delay. Maybe it'll clear up. I am a professional. My mom tells me so. Your mom's dead. Well, she came to me in a dream saying, if you build
that's
it,
one
it will
aspect
come.
of it. In how the body to
the broader field
or have to occur settings to the
Okay.
There we are.
For the MRAP, which are the mine-resistant
It's because we're a little
protected armor-plated vehicles that they had over in Iraq and Afghanistan. And the issue there is that when they go over an IED, an improvised explosive device, it would blow the vehicle up off the ground. So we were seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat. We're seeing very severe accelerations and forces going through the vehicle, through the seat, into the soldiers' spines. And we're seeing severe spinal and head injuries as a result of that. So we worked with the military to design what we call an energy absorbing seat design. As the vehicle gets blasted up off the ground, the seat's designed to absorb that energy and that force from the blast and the movement of the vehicle and help protect the soldier's spine. We also, as I said, do a lot of work with the NHL. We work with the Department of Player Safety there, the National Hockey League. We look at the equipment, we look at helmets, trying to help prevent concussions, skate guards, how to prevent cuts and injuries due to the skates. One of the big things we did was actually redesign part of the rink. It used to be at the player area. At the end of the player area was a 90-degree stanchion of plexiglass. And what was happening was players were getting checked into the boards, at the player area and then slamming up against the glass. And they were sustaining head and cervical injuries. I've mentioned before, it was actually the Boston and Montreal that caused the NHL to take a look at it, the hit of Chara on Pacioretty. He sustained a concussion and a cervical fracture. So they gave us part of the rink to the Winter Classic, the outdoor contest, and we used crash test dummies, hybrid 3, 50th percentile male dummies, and threw them into different configurations of glass. And all
I want this job. Just chucking crash test dummies at glass.
Oh my God. We'll call our firm Excellence with an A, and then we just get a trash test dummy and we pretend we know math, and then we charge the Commonwealth buku money. I'll paint you blue.
Arca could only get 50,000. I'll be a state witness any day. 400K. Yeah, he had brain damage from falling. Oh, imagine we could just sit around doing this in court all day, throwing iPhones.
I threw my phone.
Mo Baker will be starting, not Ma Baker, that's a Boney M song. Mo Baker will be offering off our services as expert in court. What dear? No dear. We will just go in there. Whatever you want us to say, we'll say it. Starting prices at 100K per trial.
Yeah, my dignity is expensive, but my outfits will be cute, and my wigs will be on point.
Ultimately, the new design that we developed is a curved piece of spring-loaded Lexan or plexiglass. So now when the players get checked into the boards, it absorbs that impact and they glance off of it. And it's helped prevent and pretty much mitigate any type of head or neck injuries as a result of player interaction at that part of the rink.
Hockey players tend to be pretty big guys, right?
They do, yes.
You said you used the 50 percentile hybrid 3 as a crash test dummy in ATD to do your work in furtherance of the NHL contractor commission, correct?
That's correct.
Did you need to use a hybrid 3 that was the same size as these big, tall, 6'4", 230-pound hockey players?
No, not at all.
Why not?
There's a 95th percentile male dummy, which not many people have or use. The 50th percentile male is basically the gold standard for crash test dummies. And you're probably most familiar with it if you see automotive manufacturers and the ads on TV where they put the crash test dummy in the car and run them into walls and flip them over. Well, they use the 50th percentile for all of those tests. And then they scale the actual injury assessment reference values to different size people.
He chucks things at glass. I think he has more fun than any of us.
Okay, does he remind anyone of Gosney? Because I am getting so many Gosney vibes right now. I just want him to say, I wrote an article on that, and I published an article on that.
Yeah, funny enough, I'm actually writing a book on that right now. Can he just say that?
Just for me, make Tuesday special.
So they record the force off of that, and they might say, well, for the 50th percentile average person, you can sustain 180 Gs of acceleration to the head before you see a severe injury. And then they'll scale that and say, well, the hybrid 3 has to record, say, 300 Gs before someone twice that size gets hurt. So you just use one size dummy and then you scale that to whatever size person you're looking at or you want to actually investigate.
Is that undertaking of mathematical scaling, is that an industry standard in biomechanics?
Absolutely. And I mean, it's set forth in NHTSA, the National Highway Traffic and Safety Administration. They set, well, the government sets the Federal Motor Vehicle Safety Standards, and that's all the crash tests that vehicles have to go through. And during those tests, they have to ensure that the values on the dummy, on the head, on the neck, on the spine, on the arms, are below certain values to ensure that they're safe at specific speeds. And they scale, they have a certain papers, a lot of papers actually, which talk about scaling the values for different size people.
Is that an accepted methodology in the scientific community?
Oh, it certainly is, yes, sir.
Dr. Rentschler, do you specialize in any particular research and analysis at ARCA to evaluate the relationships between crash injuries and crash forces?
I do, yes.
What about kinematics?
Kinematics is one of the specialties, yes, sir.
Fancy word probably nobody knows, I didn't know it before I met some of the folks involved in this case. What does kinematics mean?
Kinematics is just motion of the human body. So it's looking at how the body moves in different situations. Whether you're in a vehicle and it hits a wall, how does your body move? It moves forward. Will it load into the seatbelt? Does the airbag deploy? Or if you're a pedestrian and you're struck by a car, how does the body move as a result of that interaction? That allows us to look at the loading to the body. Forces are exerted on someone's body because their body.
Oh, I apparently missed the reference. What is the Bruins Canadiens incident? When you talked, was it something that apparently everyone who lives near Boston starts sprouting clover leaves and speak in an Irish accent?
It's clearly an incident from a hockey game. I'm not sure the details personally, but it sounds like Chara smashed somebody real good. Chara was huge. Chara was 6'9", one of the biggest dudes the NFL or NHL has ever had. Definitely one of the most dominant. And he apparently smashed somebody into a right angled corner and caused a lot of pain.
Ow.
Zdeno Chara was a beast, y'all. Beast.
Now you make me want to watch hockey, but I don't even understand
sports. Yeah, but it's just men running around skates. If I want to see that, I could just see figure skating for couples.
Yeah, but aren't there fights?
Listen, sir. Listen.
We keep our fights where it belongs, in the stands, not on the ice.
See, this is how Sweden, used ice skates to come and conquer you that one time.
That's why I think at some point it was legal in Denmark to shoot a guy from Sweden if he was walking on ice. I'm pretty sure we had an old law that said it was. Maybe you had to warn him first, but I think we were allowed to shoot Swedish people on ice.
That's why Baker joined politics, to bring that back. He's like, repeal the law against, shooting the Swedes.
I love that.
I'm starting to like Sweden a whole lot more.
Kara hit on Pacioretty. I don't know what any of that means.
Pacioretty.
But is it a good reference to chuck out in Massachusetts so everyone starts saying, oh yeah, we're sure.
Everybody in that courtroom, I would assume, knows what he's talking about. In Boston, yeah, everybody in that courtroom knows exactly what he's talking about.
I don't know.
They're big Boston Bruins fans up there. It's a big deal.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Well, I just, sure because I saw on Twitter that everyone was, that was a smart move mentioning. And I'm sitting here, wasn't he talking about ice hockey? That's just fat dudes like me, but with less teeth.
The Bruins are the Boston hockey team, the professional hockey team. Zdeno Chara is a hero in that land. Like he is the creme de la creme.
So I think we got a link from Marissa of the footage of the.
Yeah, we're not going to play that.
Oh, good.
Because one, NHL is really strike happy. Second of all, it'll be seen as promoting violence. So we're not going to share that.
Good idea. You are smart. This is why we
sometimes
listen to you.
I use my brainiacs.
I appreciate
but NHL, NFL, and MLSB, whatever the name is, are really not fond of you using their clips.
Body's loaded by different objects or different forces. So kinematics is one of the first steps.
This is what everyone in Boston sounds like. I've heard it in movies.
If you're going to look at injury causation, you have to determine the kinematics of an event.
What are human tolerances?
Human tolerance is really just looking at how much force it takes to cause an injury. So there's been generations of
if you want to see the very important Balesi, whatever, it's in the Can Read chat on Discord. If you're not a member of Discord, just hit !Discord in the chat and you'll get a link. It's free to play. It's not a safe zone. You might see things you don't like over there. Act as an adult, which means that sometimes you will hear opinions you don't like, and then you just say, well, it's Zach. And you move on. Don't come crying to mommy. We will keep an eye on it. If it gets too bad, we might say, Brandon. And the rest of the time, we actually give you a lot of freedom to be as weird as you all are, because we like weirdness.
Testing to look at different forces. For instance, the humerus, the upper bone in your upper arm. How much force does it take to cause that fracture? They've tested the cadaver bones. There's a lot of research for decades out there looking at different parts of the body, the ulna, the radius, the two bones in your forearm, skull fractures. Almost any type of injury, again, has an injury mechanism, and in order to determine how it occurs, we have to look at tolerance. How much force can the body withstand before you start to see a specific injury?
We like weird.
Doctor, how long have you worked at ARCA?
I've been with ARCA now for about 17 and a half years.
How many cases have you been a part of in terms of investigating or conducting crash injury analysis?
Over my whole career, probably thousands of cases. I've been doing this since 2004, so for about 21 years total.
Dr. Rentschler, are you able to estimate how many of those cases that you just talked about, those potentially thousands of cases, have involved motor vehicle pedestrian circumstances?
Oh, I'm sure over the year there's been hundreds of cases. A lot of them are motor vehicle accidents, but certainly a large percent's automobile pedestrian type impacts.
What education, training, and background qualifies you to perform the duties that you just told us about as the Director of Biomechanics and Human Factors at ARCA?
Well, I got my BS in mechanical engineering with a minor in biomedical engineering from Carnegie Mellon University in 1995. I then went on to get my master's in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2002. And then I got my PhD in bioengineering and biomechanics from the University of Pittsburgh in 2004.
2004. Thank you.
Oh, that's funny.
Are you a member of any professional associations associated with your field?
I'm a member of SAE, the Society of Automotive Engineers, as well as the American Society for Mechanical Engineers, ASME.
Are you also a reviewer for an outfit called Archives of Physical Medicine and Rehabilitation in Biomechanical Engineering?
I've done peer-reviewed articles for those journals before, yes, sir.
When you say peer-reviewed articles, you're the peer reviewer?
That's right. If you want to submit a scientific article to a journal, you'll write that manuscript and then submit it to the journal, and then they'll send it out to other experts or peers in that same field, probably 3 others normally. And then they'll review that transcript, send it back with any suggested revisions. And then usually the author will make changes, send it out again, and that's how it gets accepted. Usually it goes through several different iterations before a paper is actually published.
Have you received any additional training following your PhD, formal training or otherwise, in the field of biomechanics?
I have, yes.
Describe some of that for us, please.
Throughout the years, I've taken classes through the NTSB, National Transportation Safety Board, as well as SAE, as I said, Society of Automotive Engineers, and at different universities, Virginia Tech, different seminars and classes with respect to biomechanics.
Is that normal to, even for someone at your education level, a PhD, to take continuing education to stay up on issues in your field?
It is. You take continuing education and then also just working with your peers. And when you work in a certain company, for instance, at ARCA, we don't do just litigation. We do the research and development. We have an epic sports branch at ARCA where we look at sports performance of athletes, how to help them perform better, whether you're a baseball player or volleyball player. So it's really the experience and the work that you do that also helps keep you up to date with technology and the different aspects of that field.
Does some of that additional education include biomechanics of high-impact injuries that was offered by the NTSB?
Yeah, that's correct, yes.
Methodology and techniques of crash data retrieval offered by IPTM?
Correct, yes.
What is the IPTM?
That's the Institute for Police Technology and Management. It's actually a school down in Jacksonville, Florida, that offers basically vehicle crash reconstruction and biomechanical classes.
What about human factors in traffic crash reconstruction, also offered by the same outfit?
Yes.
Did you take a course in automobile safety and injury biomechanics from, is this the one from Virginia Tech?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Did SAE offer a course in injuries, anatomy, biomechanics, and federal regulations?
Yes, that was in Detroit, I think, where SAE is based.
And you took that seminar as well?
Yes.
What about vehicle accident reconstruction methods offered by the SAE?
I've taken that class before, yes.
Linear momentum analysis offered by CAARS.
That was, yes, in a class out in California.
Motor vehicle accident reconstruction.
Brennan has a new line out because this lawyer job won't work. So he will start working for ARCA in the future. Brennan will be the new Randy for ARCA. Thank you, Fubar.
Authored by SAE.
I've taken that class as well, yes.
Advanced collision investigations out of California law enforcement.
Yeah, I believe that was a 2-week class I took. That's the introductory class that they give to the sheriff's department and police officers out in California.
And what about the post-collision passenger vehicle inspection and seatbelt analysis offered by CARS, CAARS?
I've taken that as well, yes, sir.
Have you published in peer-reviewed articles and book chapters? You said you were a reviewer. Have you actually published yourself along with you and your colleagues?
I have published, and that was mainly when I was in graduate school, doing graduate work. I worked at the Human Engineering Research Lab. We helped people with disabilities, so we looked at people in wheelchairs, manual wheelchair users, looked at the forces acting on the arms, how to help reduce injuries, rotator cuff tears, carpal tunnel syndrome, things such as that. So I did publish primarily when I was in graduate school at the University of Pittsburgh.
When you were in graduate school, approximately how many publications did you participate in, either yourself or with colleagues?
Probably 10 or 12 papers, and then some abstracts, and I believe a book chapter as well.
Have you been qualified in other courts to testify as an expert in the area of biomechanics and accident reconstruction?
I have, yes.
Approximately how many times?
Oh, I've testified throughout my career probably over 150 times in both state and federal courts throughout the country.
I want to talk to you for a second, Dr. Rentschler, about how you began working on this particular case, the case that's before the bench. When were you initially retained?
Well, thank you, Tracy. I think I do keep myself pretty well for a 27-year-old. So
she wasn't talking to you. She wasn't talking to you. Stop it. She's talking about Dr. Rentschler.
And I feel so sorry for you, Ralphie. It's
Oh, I'm sorry.
But it's also good to let them go if it is time, because sometimes we people will try a little too much to keep a good friend around when we probably should say, no, you go to the big dog park in the sky, or pony park, or, well, there's no place in heaven for cats. They go down to Satan where they belong. But in a good way, of course. They like it down there, cat people. And let them frolic around with all the other in the dog party in the sky. They will be greeted by a St. Bernard, of course, not St. Peter's. He's in the human heaven. And the first one they'll see is Chloe, because ain't no way she's living in Vermont.
No way.
We were initially retained, I believe it was for the first trial. It was, I believe, maybe it was the fall prior to that actual trial that was last year.
All right. When you were, by the way, initially, were you hired by the defense?
No, we were not.
Were you hired by the Commonwealth?
We were not, no.
Was that a separate agency that hired you?
It was, yes.
It wasn't an
Oh, he's going to get to that. I was just about to say, oh, he's going to make sure they know it's not an insurance company this time.
I don't know why they can't say it was a
It was not, no, sir.
agency.
Because, Bev.
What were you initially asked to do by this separate entity?
Initially, we were kind of constrained in what we were asked to do and to review, but we were asked to evaluate whether the injuries sustained by Mr. O'Keefe were consistent with being struck by the Lexus.
And who at ARCA was assigned on the team to undertake this commission?
There was myself, Dr. Dan Wolf, and I believe Mr. Scott Klein was another engineer who was involved.
And did all three of you join in the analysis that ultimately ended up in a report that you authored, or the three of you authored together?
We did, yes, sir.
What materials did you review in furtherance of your initial consultation in this matter?
Obviously, I looked at the medical records. We looked at photographs of the vehicles, information about the vehicle, photographs of the actual incident scene, various information pertaining to the Lexus itself.
You know who Dr. Dan Wolf is?
I do, yes.
Is that the other person, the Dan Wolf, the Dr. Wolf that you just mentioned?
That's correct, yes.
Did you and Dr. Wolf look at basically the same set of information? You were provided the same set of information?
We did, yes. We were provided a tranche of information that all three of us looked at, yes.
Can you explain the difference between your area of expertise and Dr. Wolf's area of expertise? I don't want you to get into his analysis, just what area he covers. In other words, you're dealing with a Lexus and a pedestrian, Mr. John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct, yes.
What's the difference between the analysis that you undertook and the responsibilities of Dr. Dan Wolf?
So Dr. Wolf really concentrated looking at the vehicle itself and the damage to the vehicle, the damage to the taillight, which is really the only damage we have to that vehicle. And so his analysis pertained to evaluating the force associated with producing that damage, what's consistent with causing that type of fracture and damage to the taillight itself. Whereas my part of the investigation was really looking more at the injuries and looking at Mr. O'Keefe and his kinematics and his alleged or any interaction between him and the vehicle, and whether that would be consistent with his injuries as well as the damage that we see to the Lexus as evaluated by Dr. Wolf.
Did you ultimately issue a report, an initial report summarizing your opinions and your conclusions following your analysis?
We did, yes, sir.
About when was that report issued?
I believe it was sometime in February.
February of what year?
It would have been February of last year,
Okay,
2024.
2024, okay,
Correct.
thank you. Were you able to provide an analysis, given the information that you had, were you able to provide an analysis for the biomechanical aspect of the analysis of the case?
I was, yes, sir.
All right, did you review medical records and other materials?
I did, yes.
Did you make note of anything with regard to Mr. O'Keefe's injury or injuries based on what you reviewed initially when you began your analysis?
I did, yes.
Can you describe what you noted in terms of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There were really just two basically different areas of injury. There was injury to the head. There was a laceration on the rear kind of right occipital region of the head, which resulted in fractures, an occipital skull fracture, which is the rear part of your skull, as well as basilar skull fractures that propagated up through the skull. And then there were injuries which were noted or diagnosed to be superficial abrasions along his right arm.
What is a subscapular hemorrhage?
Subscapular is?
Yes.
Yeah. With respect to the head, is that what? Yes.
As it relates to the head.
Yes. Well, so when we talk about there's subarachnoid, there's pia hemorrhages, but basically they're hemorrhages, and scapular is hemorrhage under the scalp, but above the skull. So subdural is within on the surface of the brain, but scapular means that it's a hematoma or bleeding that occurs under the scalp but above the actual skull.
Did you note subscapular hemorrhage in your analysis of Mr. O'Keefe's injuries?
There was, yes, I believe there was extensive subscapular hemorrhaging.
What about skull fractures?
There were, as I described, occipital skull fracture in the back of the skull that then propagated forward the calvarium as well as the basilar or the base of the skull.
You mentioned subdural hemorrhage as one of the issues that you would look at normally. Did you note whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered from subdural hemorrhage?
He did, yes. He had sustained subdural hemorrhage as a result.
And also subarachnoid hemorrhage?
Correct, yes.
What about bilateral orbital ecchymosis?
He did, yes, bruising along the eyes, basically.
What does bilateral mean? Both?
Bilateral means left and right, correct.
Did you note a 1 centimeter or approximately 1 centimeter laceration to the upper right eyelid?
There was, yes, 1 centimeter, yeah, and so, that's a little less than half an inch laceration right above the right eye.
What about abrasions to the anterior and left aspect of the nose?
There were some abrasions on the nose, and then I believe a few lacerations as well.
Laceration on the right anterior tongue.
The tongue was lacerated, yes.
You noted with regard to one of Mr. O'Keefe's extremities, abrasions along that extremity.
Superficial abrasions, that's correct, sir.
Describe which arm we're talking about and what part of the arm.
It was the right arm, and it was from the forearm up towards the top of the shoulder. And there were various abrasions, what were diagnosed as superficial abrasions along that kind of posterior aspect of the arm, the elbow, forearm, and the upper arm.
When you undertake an analysis, do you use biomechanics and kinematics both to try to evaluate whether or not a specific set of injuries are consistent or inconsistent with a proposed set of facts? Or I guess I'll just leave it there, a proposed set of facts.
Yeah, I mean, those are basic steps to look at how an injury occurs. I mean, first you have to identify the injury, and that's by looking at the medical records and determining what the diagnosed injuries are. And then you have to determine the kinematics and the kinetics.
Thank you, King Bob, for gifting a Valhalla membership. I don't know.
Thank you so much, King Bob. It was
and Brandon asked, who wants to dress up like an altar boy? Have a gift. Thank you for the gift. I don't.
Associated with a certain event. So how did the person move? How was their body moved? Did they interact with anything? And how did that result in loading or force being applied to the body? Those are basic steps of a biomechanical injury causation analysis.
How did you go about undertaking those steps in this particular case?
So in this particular case, we looked at how those injuries are actually produced or created. So occipital skull fracture, you need a sufficient force. You need a force of around maybe 1,400 or 1,600 pounds applied at the back of the skull to actually cause a fracture like that. The abrasions, superficial abrasions, and an abrasion is basically rubbing or scraping or friction that kind of scrapes away the top part of your skin, the epidermis. You have the epidermis, the dermis, and then the hypodermis. An abrasion is just gets into the top epidermis and doesn't get any farther. Laceration is an actual tearing or ripping of the skin, usually down past the epidermis into the dermis. And so that takes either a blunt object or a sharp edge, depending on whether it's an incision or laceration, to actually produce that type of an injury.
Did you look at patterns of injuries on Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
Did you also, the other side of that handshake, did you also look at damage to the vehicle, physical damage to the Lexus?
We did, yes. Our goal or what we were tasked with was to determine whether the injuries are consistent with the damage to the car. So clearly, you look at how these injuries are created, what injury mechanism you need to produce them, and then you look at the damage to the car. Can you line up contact between where those injuries occurred and how they occurred with damage to the vehicle?
What kind of materials did you review, in addition to, I'm guessing, photographs?
Photographs, yes, autopsy photographs, as well as photographs of the vehicle and the damage to the Lexus.
What about medical records, hospital records, things of that nature?
Absolutely. That's the first step, looking at the injuries to find what the injuries are, what are the diagnosed injuries, as well as it's important to determine what injuries don't exist, because that's also helpful in determining whether certain impacts may or may not have actually occurred.
Did you receive a full file from the medical examiner's office in this case?
I did, yes, sir.
Did you also receive police reports, follow-up reports, witness statements, things of that nature in this case?
We did, yes.
Did you receive any data concerning the vehicle itself, contained either in police reports or follow-up reports or expert reports?
We did, yes.
Mr. Jackson, I'm just going to ask you to slow down
I'm
the
sorry.
cadence of your voice a little bit.
Speed up, Mr. Jackson. Slow down, Mr. Jackson.
I'll slow down. I forgot where I left off, but let me ask you sort of openly, was there anything else that you considered and analyzed in at least building a database from which you would build an analysis?
Well, yeah, I mean, we review all the materials that are provided to look at all the injuries, to look at all aspects of the vehicle, damage to the vehicle, information about what the vehicle may have been doing. any other evidence that may help contribute to looking at what either caused the injuries or what may or may not have caused the damage to that vehicle.
When you and your teammates undertook this analysis, did you even know who we were?
Initially, we did not. No, initially, I personally didn't know anything about the case. And we were asked not to do any research or to look up anything about it. We were given certain parameters, certain information, and that was it.
Did you follow those instructions?
I did, yes.
The undertaking, the analysis that you did, was it in keeping with the accepted methodology or methodologies in your field of engineering?
It was, yes.
Did you ultimately reach some opinions and conclusions based on that initial investigation or analysis?
I did, and we did it at ARCA, yes. Myself, Dr. Wolf, and Mr. Klein did.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions with regard to the force required to produce the occipital skull fracture that you noted with Mr. O'Keefe, his head being struck by the rear tail lamp of the subject Lexus?
I did, yes.
Tell me what those opinions and conclusions were.
Well, again, we determined by looking at research and tolerance values that it would take about 1,400 to 1,600 pounds of force to cause an occipital skull fracture. Now, we were tasked with looking at, again, could that result from impact with the car? So one of the things we did is we took a head form, the head from a dummy basically that's instrumented with accelerometers, and we dropped it onto a taillight cover to attain a speed of 15 miles an hour. And so that would be comparable to the vehicle striking the head at 15 miles an hour. And I concluded a few things from that. A, that the force wasn't sufficient, or the acceleration wasn't sufficient to produce enough force to cause a skull fracture at 15 miles an hour. And also, when you look at the position and configuration of the occupant, it really wasn't possible to get a skull fracture by hitting the taillight and not sustain any other significant fractures.
There we go.
For instance, where.
But I've seen a video from the only trusted source in news that he was standing like this and was struck in the back of the head. And it's from it's the only author who have written about this case, so it must be true. That is how it happened. Couldn't be any other way. The only other potential explanation is this.
I like it.
So Plevin's 3D rendition wasn't true. Well, see which of his fake accounts will go out and say, I saw someone who's really smart do it.
For the taillight's position to have an impact to the back of the head, you really couldn't have someone positioned in such a manner to strike just the head and not have subsequent concomitant injury to the neck or any other part of the body. So my findings with respect to the skull or the occipital skull fractures was that it likely did not occur as a result of contact, specifically with the taillight cover on the rear passenger side of the Lexus.
So as to the question of whether Mr. O'Keefe suffered the occipital skull fracture as a result of being hit by the tail lamp at 15 miles an hour, were you able to scientifically rule that out?
I was, yes, sir.
Was that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
It was, yes.
Did you reach any opinions or conclusions regarding the abrasions on the right arm that you noted earlier on Mr. O'Keefe's body?
Yes, I believe my conclusions with respect to the abrasions are that it was inconsistent with contact to the tail light, and that not only that those injuries are inconsistent, but you would expect additional injuries, likely fractures to the hand and or the forearm, depending on the actual speed of the vehicle.
Other than
this is the best explanation so far.
Expectation that you would see fractures or other damage to the arm.
I'll buy that.
What was the basis for your opinion that the linear abrasions would not result from impact with a non-damaged taillight traveling in reverse?
What you have to look at the kinematics associated with that, and that in order to get just superficial abrasions, that's doesn't take a significant amount of force, but essentially that to have an arm contact the rear of the car, and we weren't really given any theory of how the arm contacted the car. So initially, we weren't privy to any theories or allegations of how this may occur. So just generally speaking, looking at the arm, how it would contact the car, and subsequent movement and interaction with the light cover, my opinion was that the injuries would be inconsistent, or the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe sustained on his right arm and didn't sustain would be inconsistent with actual interaction with the taillight.
Doctor, were your opinions and conclusions, along with those of your colleagues, reduced to a report?
They were, yes, sir.
Was that report, to your knowledge, ultimately turned over to both the defense and the Commonwealth in this case?
To my knowledge, it was, yes, sir.
I'm going to change gears for a second and bring us forward to the spring of 2024, after February of 2024, moving into the start of 2025. Did the defense at some point reach out to ARCA and contact you and Dr. Wolf?
I just finished my poll that I probably should have finished 2 hours ago. Does Brennan even know the words he uses? 93% says no.
No.
They did, yes.
That was back in 2024 after the spring, correct?
That's correct, yes.
At some point, did the defense engage you specifically to testify?
Yes.
This year?
This year?
This year, meaning
Yes.
this trial?
For this trial, yes.
Okay.
Yes, correct.
Were you asked to conduct further testing in furtherance of your potential testimony in this trial?
We were, yes, sir.
20 minutes till happy hour. Last call, AJ. Thank you, Brennan.
And were you provided additional materials from the defense in furtherance of your potential testimony and your testing?
We were, yes, we were provided additional material with respect to, yes, the theory of how this may have occurred and how Mr. O'Keefe may have sustained his injuries, allegedly.
Included in the materials that you were provided in anticipation of your testimony in this case, in this trial, were you provided anything from a company called Aperture?
We were, yes.
What were you provided from Aperture?
We were provided a written report from Aperture, a PowerPoint presentation, about 140 some pages from Aperture, and then a file material, I believe, what was reviewed and the results of some testing that Aperture had conducted with respect to this case.
Was it your understanding that the Aperture PowerPoint was authored by a particular individual?
Yes, sir.
Who authored that PowerPoint as far as you knew it?
As far as I'm aware, it was Dr. Judson Welcher.
Your Honor, may we approach briefly?
Okay.
Bum, 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 ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Bum, ba-dum, 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 bum, bum.
What caused the sidebar?
He's probably going to put something in. So instead of him starting saying something, and
So jurors, that was about scheduling. We picked up a lot of time today. I think it was because we did spend less time at sidebar and less time doing things outside your presence. So we're back on track, and we're going to let you go for today, and we're expecting a full day tomorrow. I can tell you, the lawyers tell me that we're definitely winding down. Okay, so please, those same 3 cautions, do not discuss this case.
oh, so they're going
This
to watch
this Michael Patino transcript or whatever she was giving me. Any objection to that? All right, thank you. All right, so Mr. Jackson, for purposes of your edits, so the text will be removed from 5, 6, 8, 9, 23. The word measurements, I think, is perhaps the only word there. 24, 31, 32, 33, 34, 46, 47, 54, 55, 56, 58, 66, 67, 68, 69, 71, 72, 73, 74, and 75, and 76. Separately, pursuant to what will be an upcoming evidentiary ruling on whether foundation has been made, if you could separately have a way to exclude, if it becomes appropriate based on whatever ruling, based on the foundation that you're going to attempt to put, slides 9 to 23. Now, as I said to you at sidebar, once you do this, or if you talk to the Commonwealth, if there's no objection to some of those numbered slides that I said needed to be edited, if the Commonwealth agrees that they come in, you can go ahead and put them in, because I would allow them if it's by agreement.
Thank you.
Okay?
By agreement.
All right. So do you expect that we will finish with Dr. Rentschler tomorrow?
I do, Your Honor.
Okay, Mr. Brennan?
I don't think I'll be as long as I was with Dr. Wolf.
Okay.
It's a
Depending on
trap.
how it goes, if he has an hour and a half, I expect that'll probably be about an hour, maybe an hour and 10 minutes.
Okay. All right. And then we'll figure out where we are Thursday. It seems that the case may be ready to go to the jury Friday, maybe Monday at the latest. But that's,
By Monday, based on our sidebar
does that seem like a fair estimate to you, Mr. Brennan?
I think we'll be ready Friday.
Okay. All right. So we'll see.
Of course, he says ready by Friday when he just said ready by Monday.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you. We'll see everybody tomorrow morning. Yes.
Should I have Dr. Welcher in for tomorrow or wait till Wednesday?
Um,
Oh, tomorrow's Wednesday.
tomorrow's Wednesday already. Can we, Mr. Jackson, can we
Congratulations, you know your
reevaluate that
days.
mid-morning or the luncheon break and see where we are, whether we need Dr. Welcher here in the afternoon?
Of course.
Okay. All right. We'll do that.
I think Mr. Leslie will have one issue. You want to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor. With regard to various exhibits that Your Honor said would be admitted based upon the issue that we had with regard to the Exhibit 88, Your Honor said you would...
Yes. We'll put those into evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Okay.
That was the only item pressing for today.
Yeah. I said yesterday they'd come in. They're coming in. Okay. So those will be in evidence. Mr. Brennan, you were on notice yesterday that I was letting those in. Okay. All right. We're all set. We'll see you tomorrow.
Rise to the court, please.
Goodbye.
So she said that there were several of those PowerPoints or whatever that she would let in if they were agreed upon. Doesn't that mean that they should be let in, though? Like, I understand that Brennan gets a chance to object, but if Bev says,
only if
I
they
would
are
let
agreed
those
upon.
in, right? But that, what argument would he make that would change her mind, and how could she be okay
Because
with it without that argument?
Because if they say, okay, the rest of it is fine, she doesn't mind any of it. She'll just let it in. She has no objections. But if the Commonwealth raises thing about it, then she will have to make a ruling on each and every one. And that's why she's saying, if there's no objection, I'll let it in, because there's nothing on them that she, as a judge, as the gatekeeper, will say, no, I wouldn't allow that. So if they can agree upon it, it'll be let in. He can then try and persuade her that there's something in it that should make them be kept out. But if they can agree upon it, yeah, she has no objections to it. But it's just he will then, if they don't agree, he will have to argue her and say that's yeah. You.
What I took from that is there's no
you
way
can or
in
can't
prep
have it.
I would edit those out and just fight Brennan on it. That's what I took from it. If she doesn't have a problem with it, why should he?
I don't know that
But
Brennan's
but
gonna be helpful.
all of those who she mentioned must be edited. The rest of them, yeah, you can fight it, but then you're gonna waste 75 hours arguing that, get her even more pissy, and again, The only problem they have is his opinion is on the paper, which it was with Dr. Welcher a lot as well. But we have the same thing in our court system because a lot of police officers will write on the celebrate, "This is when John called Jane." That's an opinion from the investigator.
Yeah,
he can present the numbers and say, "This is John's number, this is Jane's number," and then I will have to figure out that, oh, this is when John called Jane. It's an opinion by an investigator or an expert, and that's why it's not just allowed to stand on everything.
It is not halal.
But first day back,
long day,
7 hours. That's more than I slept last night, and
oh, doggone it!
my head feels like it's gonna explode.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So, well, I'll be fine. Mo isn't crazy.
Well,
She's just she's a little touched, as we say down south.
Lori, not Mo.
Oh, Lori Vallow is. See, this is the part that kills me. Like, this is a train wreck that's, tailor minted for the Petty Express, and they couldn't wait until after the Karen Reed. That being said, at least I know who to fast forward through for the first trial.
She still didn't. She didn't make any kind of ruling on that instruction thing.
Yeah, she kind of ignored it.
She'll make a ruling in the morning. She's got to come up with a reason why to deny it.
Well, she always have a few rulings out there. Did my luggage catch up to me? Yes, my luggage was only 2 days delayed.
Oh.
So, and it went all the way home with me. So that's nice. And this time they didn't open my booze, but they squished my liquid soap. So,
oh no!
Good thing I'm washing all my clothes anyway. Well, it gets a little more bubbly.
I don't think you want to put that in the washing machine. I think you want to rinse those out a little bit first.
Of course I will. I don't care.
Baker's going to come back. My washing machine was full of bubbles.
The Kenyan neighbor's going to be taking his trash out tonight at 10 p.m. There's going to be bubbles all over the place. He's going to lose his mind. He's going to report you straight to the HOA, man. He's washing half the sidewalk out here.
I don't trust many vets. But if I trust vets, it's only retired vets. You all know that. And you love me for it. That's why you came back to watch this trial with me, with Mo, with Val, because this is the only place where we hold one vet above all others. I worked today, so missed part of the Karen Reed trial. I just got caught up. Alessi, counsel for Reed, donning black gloves, dramatically asked for a mistrial with prejudice. Why? Brennan, counsel for the Commonwealth, showed Wolfie, defense crash reconstruction expert, victim John O'Keefe's hoodie. He asked Wolf about holes in the back of John's hoodie, indicating they could be from the MVA. See, this proves she's a former vet. Why she has the double spacing could indicate she had a little help writing this. And, some people do that when they are stupid and want to sound smart. In fact, the holes were made by a criminalist. My mom told me when I was young, very young, that the only perfect man died on a cross. No. Brennan is not perfect. Although the trial has been going perfectly for the Commonwealth. Brennan admitted he made an error. I wish he would have ran his question by Lally, who knows this case better than anyone. Lally would have known about the origin of the holes. I have been covering this case from the beginning and did not recall if there was holes on the back of John's hoodie. I'm not saying you're an idiot or that you might have anything that could hinder your remembrances, but I'm just saying I do remember a whole cut. The next thing is you say that whole cut in the front of your shirt was probably also. She said she cut them out to take tests of them because there was some blood she wanted. Yes, and I don't know what eventually could have caused you to not remember. And don't take this for anything. I'm just warming up. I'm doing a play next week where I'm playing an alcoholic.
Smells like
there's a lot of
margarita
holes in that hoodie after all. It was a mistake. It certainly didn't warrant a mistrial and was cured with the judge's instruction that the holes was caused by the criminalist. Anyone who thinks Brennan did this on purpose is an idiot. Yes, we are an idiot. Why?
Oh.
Because the facts are the facts and were known by many, but not the lead prosecutor on the case or a fucking retired FBI agent who is most famous for running down a driveway when she got caught on Ring camera. And everyone knew. Well, the jury didn't know, you fucking imbecile. You're such a... I don't care what you are. I don't care that the Commonwealth have, via FOIA request, we found out that... What?
Goats
oh, yeah, she talks about the goat. Even Tom Brady fumbled 134 times in his career. Goats are not perfect.
Does her inner eye have glaucoma? Is she unable to discern things?
I should send her a cease and desist talking about my goats. Knock that shit off, lady.
Oh my gosh, that would be
my
hilarious.
My goats are perfect. How dare you make these accusations? Jasper is amazing.
I would, if you weren't blocked, I would put that comment on there.
Oh, she's terrible.
Well, I'm blocked too now, so I got blocked last week. I just found out because I haven't been streaming, so I hadn't been constantly sitting on Twitter calling idiots out. And anonymous Massachusetts lawyer absolutely is not Plevin. So every time where I used to say, Plevin, you're lying, I now say, not Plevin, Plevin, you're lying. Just because it's not Plevin. But my sweet Caffey Daffy, I'll do this doing style. He's getting paid $400,000 to do this, and he can't figure out the facts of the case. He's not the goat. He is what comes out of the other end of the goat, which is not small licorices, but poop. Rant over.
I like it.
On that high note, have we all set our redirects up? Because
yes,
had to change.
We have to remember that
we don't have an afternoon.
Hey
stream.
guys, I'm Mo from Mo in the Deep End, and every morning, every weekday morning at 8, I do about an hour news show with true crime headlines and the absurd found on the internet. And then throughout the days, I put out newsy nuggets, little stories that I focus on for fun. Have a great day.
What's up, y'all? I'm Valhalla. We've got goats. And no matter what Jennifer Coffendather for whatever her name is, whatever she says, they are perfect. They are great. They are amazing. And in fact, my chat's going to go over and watch them for a little bit.
And I am tired. Everyone, do all the things you hate us talking about. Please come back tomorrow. We are back again. Movel's stream is back. Tell a friend.
Tell a friend.
We got roughly 50 people less looking here today than we did before I went on vacation. I don't smell bad just because I was in the Americas. I have showered. It's safe to come back. Tell your friends that the Dream Team is back and I am here as well. And
I blame Marissa. I
wholeheartedly blame Marissa because no one demonetizes. I think her and Brandon is working in cahoots to demonetize us.
You know what? I honestly can't remember the last time I had a stream go yellow. It's been months and months and months. Marissa did it like twice in 3 days. She did it 3 times in 3 days, but I got one of them overturned.
Well, yeah, legal shenanigans theater, I'm always afraid is going to be at least, yellow. And the only one that did was because Courtney Clenny possibly flashed a nip.
Marissa did a great job, and we are very grateful that we got to play with each other and meet up in Knoxville. We could only do that because Marissa have been very, very nice to us. And Jamie was here. And
Jamie was also present.
Yeah. But, yeah. But actually, I can recommend, if you want to play with us, that you should come there will be a Dollywood next year, because Kelly Dede was there and played with me and Mo. And I think she liked it. See? She got to frolic.
There you go. There you go. Oh, Jesus.
So
we skipped all the way around Dollywood with me and my walker. We were.
Yeah, I am sick. I'll have to get to bed and try and work on that one. Oh, yeah, Farrell played with me as well. Non-consensual, but I'll allow it. Because I kissed a girl and I like it.
Yes, I did examine his lower extremities. That is protocol in any case of suspected impact with a motor vehicle. So I did examine his legs, and I did not see any evidence of an impact site.
Just pin it on the